Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallos here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pittsburgh Pirates, they came back to beat the Chicago Cubs last night 5-3. Brian Reynolds hit a 3-run home run and McCutchen a solo home run. Those were the two big hits in the game for the Pirates to make the comeback and win. Game 2 of the series is tonight, same time, 7:40 as yesterday. If you want to listen, you can, right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Paul Alexander here. Most goals we set for ourselves have a pretty clear course. I want a trip to Nashville. So you read a couple of reviews, talk to a few friends, save up some money and book it. Maybe a couple of choices along the way, but overall, it's a clear course to reach your goal. Now, if your goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, where's that clear path? You read reviews, talk with a few friends, and try something out. When it doesn't work, you're disappointed. We've all been there, and it sucks. Know what I say? Stop trying, do what I did, and start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success without the disappointment. No guesswork, no trial and error, and no medication side effects. I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it was simple. A word never associated with weight loss, by the way, except when referring to Awaken 180. Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends, and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show.
Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day, ain't it?
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Callis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. And it's the first unofficial day of fall. The holiday's over. Labor Day is over, and we move forward. And I think today's the first official day we can speculate about football and the Steelers. Not that we've been doing that, not that we haven't been doing that for the entire offseason, but this is like the first official week where, okay, everything's set. Cuts have been made. Teams are pretty much set the way that they're going to look. And now we can really start to dissect and analyze and look at certain things. And we can accurately speculate how this weekend in football is going to go. Regular season begins. It's put up or shut up time starting Sunday. The Falcons and the Steelers, they play on Sunday. So now we really get to talk about it. Okay, Russell Wilson's been named the starter. Check. Brandon Ayuk will not be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Check. Justin Fields apparently is somebody the Steelers want to work into the offense somehow. Okay, check. Steelers, we know, have a good bit of injuries. The wide receiver core's one that is set but unproven. And so that's something to look at. Mike Tomlin will have his first regular season press conference today at noon, so there's that. And we're ready. We get to talk about that. We get to look at that and make our own further speculative comments on what he says, or we get to pick up the information he says and dissect that. So there's so much to dissect and look at. There's so much to scrutinize, and there's anticipation now. There's football, NFL regular season football this Sunday, and then every Sunday until the heart of winter. By the way, speaking of winter, I just thought of temperatures as well. It's cold outside this morning, so if you are getting up at this hour and starting to travel to work at this time or doing whatever you're doing in the morning, it's officially feeling like fall. The sun is no longer carrying the heat through the night. It is going to be cold during the night, rather warm and comfortable during the day, but right now it's going to be cold. So if you're leaving your house right now, or you're about to leave your house, you haven't already yet, and you haven't experienced it yet, just be careful. If you are sensitive to cold, wear a hoodie this morning. It's really feeling like fall overnight. But yeah, we got football until wintertime. We got football till early next year. And it's exciting. It's great. 412-928-9370. You have any comments? You have any questions? You have any things you want to say? You want to express yourself this morning? That's what we do here. 412-928-9370. Go ahead and get yourself a phone line and have your opportunity to speak. If you prefer to type and not use your voice, you can do that on X at Callas_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. So the first thing that I want to mention is that I just want you to keep this in mind, because I like keeping Adam Crowley bets in mind, that if Justin Fields plays on the kick return team this season, that he's going to have to get tackled on a punt drill in pit practice. So just keep that in mind as well. Well, Justin Fields, do I really think he's going to be on the kick return team this season? That's actually a great question. I stumped myself. I don't know. If they're desperate, they'll probably use him. But if they're not acting out of desperation, I'm probably going to say no. He's not going to do that. That was definitely just some speculation. It was definitely just a thing that was thrown out there that I don't actually think is going to happen. Now, do I think that the Steelers are going to experiment with 2 quarterback play this season at some point? Absolutely, I do. And I'm looking forward to that. I think that the mentality may become that if you can't have a guy like Patrick Mahomes who can move and, pass the way he does, that maybe you can get one guy who has strengths in some realm and one guy who has strengths in another realm, and then use them accordingly. I know that there's rhythm. I played quarterback for 3 days when I was in middle school, and it's not easy. I understand that. But I think that there's just this new mentality, like you've got to change something about the way you do things if you're not going to have high draft picks, if you're not going to be able to get the guy of all guys to play quarterback. I think you got to try another way, and the Steelers have found a cheap way to try that, to try something, or give themselves the opportunity to try something where you can have Fields succeed in red zone opportunities while you can have Russell Wilson march down the field and score that way. He's got the stronger arm. He's got the better know-how. Justin Fields scrambles well. And Paul Zeiss talked about this a little yesterday on the morning show, that he's great at making highlights. He's got the ability to make really good plays out of nothing, but most of the time, he struggles in space. He struggles making things happen because he's a little jittery, he runs out of the pocket, he's quick, but he's not always in a position to get throws off when he's under moderate pressure. And so, be great for the red zone, though, if he can run, and you've got that threat of him getting to the goal line, then you can have him pass over guys if they crash in, or he can run into the end zone himself if they're pass protecting more. So I think that's something that the Steelers may consider, though, is, again, if you don't have the one guy who can do both things, get 2 guys who have very different skill sets and use them accordingly. I don't know how fast we'll see that, if we'll see it at all, though, and I do believe it'll happen sometime this season. I know Russell Wilson is the starter right now, and he seems to be the best that I can understand at marching you down the field. So we'll see how he does. And really, it's going to be intriguing to see how he does with a new offensive coordinator and a different head coach and a different team overall in a better situation than he was when he was in Denver. And I still hold that true. I don't know if anybody else out there believes this, and I know some people are skeptical when they hear this, but it is really difficult. It doesn't matter how much money you're making. It's really difficult to thrive in any job, and everybody should know this. If your boss is a nightmare, if your management team is a nightmare, your job's not fun to work. And also, if you don't enjoy what you're doing, if you don't enjoy showing up to what you do every day, you're not going to be having fun. And I think Russell Wilson, I don't think he hates football. I think he just hated after a while. I think he was struggling to enjoy being at work, being on that team every day, because nothing he did seemed to be right in the eyes of Sean Payton. They just did not get along. I'm going to trust that Russell Wilson can figure it out, though, with a little more liberty, because he has done it before. He has had success before, and Sean Payton had Drew Brees as quarterback, and they won a Super Bowl, so good for them, all the way back in 2010. Well, ever since, it's okay, well, you don't have Drew Brees, and now you've got Russell Wilson, and you can't figure it out in Denver. That's fine. And they also had Nate Hackett before too, so that's what I'm saying. It wasn't a great situation in Denver. Denver's still trying to figure it out. They thought that they could acquire another veteran quarterback. They had Peyton Manning for the longest time, and they tried to go with Russell Wilson after some young quarterbacks didn't work out, and it just didn't work. They've got a lot of problems on their own. They've got a lot of stuff that they've got to work through over there in Denver. Now, do the Steelers have things they got to work out? Sure, but The Steelers right now look more well-built, and Mike Tomlin's a coach that I think makes players more often than not happy to show up to work and happy to work and contribute to a winning culture there. So I don't have any worries going into this first week. I really don't. I think that the Falcons are an interesting team. I think that Arthur Smith doing the coordinating against the team he used to be the head coach for is interesting. It's a great storyline. I think Kirk Cousins making piles of money for winning nothing is really fun, and the fact that he's going to do that now for the Falcons is going to be cool to see. I mean, we'll see how they do. We'll see how they end up performing. And I think it's an interesting for Atlanta as well, just to be in a similar situation. I mean, Kirk Cousins is a little more, I think, in his prime than Russell Wilson is at this point, but still, you've got veteran quarterback against veteran quarterback, both on their second new team of their careers. And I mean, we'll see how they do. We'll see how they both adjust. I think it's going to be really interesting from that perspective as well to watch them both go at it and see how they perform. Because I think Atlanta has a lot of question marks, too, around Kirk Cousins. Was he worth the money? Is he going to get Atlanta past, the doldrums they've been in since they lost in the Super Bowl? And can they, get into the playoffs and make some noise in the playoffs again? All great questions. So that's a great first matchup. Week 2 in Denver is going to be also highly anticipated, but we'll get to that game. But it is very interesting to kind of watch and see how this game is going to unfold against Atlanta. I think Atlanta has a lot of similar concerns or a lot of similar talking points that the Steelers do from an offensive perspective. They've got a new head coach. Steelers have a new offensive coordinator, and it just so happens that the offensive coordinator for the Steelers used to be the head coach of the Falcons. So all tying in, all very interesting. 412-928-9370. Do you have a concern about Russell Wilson? Do you have a concern about anybody in particular on the Steelers? Are you excited for football? I mean, that's a dumb question. I'm sure we're all excited for football. But I guess what makes you most excited about football coming up here? 412-928-9370. Steelers and Falcons play on Sunday. Pitt also plays this weekend, so there's more football there. The Pirates won a game yesterday. If there's anything you want to talk about, feel free to give me a call. 412-928-9370. Talking all Pittsburgh sports this morning. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. And YouTube. We're on YouTube as well now. So if you prefer mobile video devices, you can do that. You can watch on your laptop, on your phone, youtube.com, and just search 93.7 The Fan. And we got a live YouTube stream for you, along with plenty of videos and plenty of our best content there for you to watch, consume, and ponder. I'll be back. I got a quick break coming up, and then more sports talk. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callas, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Taylor Bashotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Jamar Chase's status is still uncertain heading into Week 1 for the Bengals after the wide receiver showed up at practice in street clothes again on Monday. He and the Bengals are in talks to get a new deal done, which would make him the highest-paid receiver in the league, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Head coach Zach Taylor saying, "We'll just take it day to day," when asked if Chase would play Week 1. Meantime, Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy announcing Cooper Rush will be the team's backup quarterback behind Dak Prescott. Trey Lance will be the third on the depth chart heading into the 2024 season. The 49ers placed rookie wide receiver Ricky Pearsall on the non-football injury list and will miss at least the first 4 games of the season after being released from the hospital on Sunday. Pearsall suffered a gunshot wound to the chest during an attempted robbery last weekend. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
participating U.S. Wendy's.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Back to work for lots of folks after the last holiday of summer big weekend. This report brought to you by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. Traffic building a little bit at the entrance to the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels on the Parkway West and East respectively. Meanwhile, we do have some work going on in Jefferson Hills Borough on the Monfayette Expressway. Watch for restrictions in both directions at the exit to Guildhall Road. Also, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. Mike, who lost 40 pounds with a Wacom 180, was in the same position I was in, you were most likely in. Confused.
I spent so much money on personal trainers in the last 10 years. Didn't have a lot of discretionary income left. So I tried to listen to everybody else. What do you eat? You know, everyone said, eat healthy. Define eating healthy. Cut out sugar. Tell me what foods don't have sugar. So their process to me was an education. That was really the eye-opening thing to me is I had 10 choices of food in front of me every day. You know, when I was on the run in sales, I was making 8 bad choices. I wasn't eating the 2 good ones. And I loved the 2 good ones. I just didn't know they were good. So I made bad choices every single day. In the program, on Awaken 180, really changed my mind, opened my eyes up to, it was a true education on food, what to eat, what not to eat, and it's been fantastic.
Knowing what to eat, the ability to navigate nutrition labels, a proven clear path for weight loss, exactly what you will receive with Awaken 180. Leave confusion at the door and do what we did. Awaken180weightloss.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
William Shatner is back from space and live on stage Friday, September 27th at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
William Shatner here, and I want you to join me as I share behind-the-scenes stories of the filming of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. And I'll answer your questions. All this live on stage.
Don't miss William Shatner live following a screening of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan on Friday, September 27th. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's The Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is The Fan Early Morning Show. The pre-show to the pre-show to the regular show. Yeah. 412-928-9370. You can give me a call. Just warming you up to the day, right? Still dark outside, still nice and early. So if you're up this morning and you're listening, talk about sports with me. 412-928-9370. I'm also on X at Callis_33. It is cold outside right now, so if you're like me and you got out of your house early this morning, just be prepared for that. It really is feeling like fall now. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com today. High of 75, low of 50. It's going to be mostly clear today, and then tomorrow high of 79, low of 53. And again, more clear skies expected in the forecast. It's getting to that point now where the sun, when it's out, it's going to make it feel nice and warm and comfortable. When the sun is not out, though, it's going to be real cold, and your car windows may get fogged up, and it's going to feel like you're headed toward winter, even though you're not, even though it's just fall. But that's the kind of temperatures we're dealing with right now. I'm shocked to walk out of my house now. You just kind of go into autopilot over the summer. When you have those warm temperatures, it's just nice and humid outside in the morning, and it's comfortable, and you get in your car and you just drive, and everything's clear and everything's great. I get to this time of year, and probably until March or April now, I'm going to get up, walk outside of my house, and be like, ooh, darn, it's cold. I don't like that. The only thing I really like about this weather and this time of year is football. That's what gets you through. And that's what we're talking about here. Steelers football. Steelers play the Falcons. Mike Tomlin has his first regular season weekly press conference today at noon. So that'll be something to look forward to. Look forward to hearing his comments and just hearing what he has to say about the team going forward this year. He says a lot of nothing, but sometimes he says something. And we'll chew on that, of course, over the week here once it's done, and we'll get that first one out of the way, and we'll get to be excited about that. That's why this first week, and Paul was talking about this yesterday too a little bit with me, just talking about how weird it feels because college football starts its season 1 week before the NFL starts its season. And we talked about week 0 in high school as well, and how I don't quite understand the point of a week 0 game if it's not an official exhibition. But either way, he said that he got into the habit of having college football on Saturday and then NFL games on Sunday. And that first week, you don't get that. The college football happens on Saturday, and then you look forward to Sunday only to find out, oh, that's right, there are no games. I think the NFL has done that tremendously well, though, to make you yearn that much for regular season football that, there's so much speculation clamoring, there's so much talk about it. And all we've had to do for the last 7 months is speculate. Right? Like, what's going to happen here? What are the Steelers going to do this season? Look at all these great players they've gotten. Think about March. The biggest news for the Steelers came in March when they made all those deals, sent Deontay Johnson away, sent Pickett away, got the 2 quarterbacks, signed Patrick Queen. Right? All these moves happened in one microcosm, and then all of a sudden, from the end of March to now, it's been mostly silent. The Brandon Ayuk rumors were keeping things lively, but that didn't end up working out, right? And so it's just been speculation of what's going to happen. Are the Steelers going to make any more moves? How are they going to look this season? And this is what we have now after the longest time is football games to watch and football games to dissect. And so I am itching for Sunday. I'm itching for this weekend because football will be officially in full swing come Sunday, come this Sunday. There's a Thursday night game as well, but from a Steelers perspective, Sunday's the day. Sunday's the big one. Sunday's the time where the Steelers start their season, and then that following Monday we can talk on the morning show here and all throughout 93.7 The Fan and just react and actually have tangible sample sizes to look at and scrutinize, and that just makes me excited. The NFL does that really well. The NFL does that better than any sport. It just makes you want games all the time, every year. And we're getting there. We're almost there. The wait is almost over. It's just another 5 days. We'll have some football. Very exciting. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Coming up next, Doran Dickerson is off. So it's Crowley all by himself. That's next here on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com. Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Capelli's Beer Warehouse in Washington. Please enjoy responsibly.
Head to Redbeard Sports Bar and Grill and enjoy Over the Moon Mondays. Enjoy $1 off Blue Moon Pints. 2 great locations, Mount Washington and Cultural District downtown. That's Redbeard Sports Bar and Grill.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football. That's right. With all the hype and action this season brings, we know things get loud and a little bit messy. So before you invite your friends and family over to watch a game, you better call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments that have happened around your home. Lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly techs always walk you through the entire cleaning process, make sure you're totally satisfied before they leave, and it's the perfect time of year as well to get your air ducts taken care of. $75 off your air duct cleaning this month from Zero Res. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, and enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and keep your home cleaner longer. Don't try to do it yourself again. Call the pros at Zero Res. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res. Don't miss the grandfather of the New Jersey Sound, Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, live at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, October 24th. With hits that have inspired legends like John Bon Jovi, this is a night you won't want to miss. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, Thursday, October 24th at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. That's librarymusichall.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Back to work for lots of folks and lots of kids as we head on to the morning rush in this day after the Labor Day holiday weekend. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing the Parkway East getting heavier between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway North's HOV lanes are open. Parkway West a little heavy at the Fort Pitt Tunnel entrance. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Oh, wait, whoops. That's the wrong song, isn't it? Oh, my bad.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley here. Doran, a little under the weather. He should be back tomorrow. Callis behind the glass. And Callis, I think you're going to have to call the engineers. Little technical slip up there. Yeah, technical issues. I don't know how that would have happened.
We are the flagship home of Pitt, though, so maybe it was intentional. Who knows? I mean,
it'll be tough to ever pin that down.
Yeah.
Find out exactly what happened there. I don't know. So you drag me first thing.
I have to. Doran's not here now. I gotta, add his energy into this show.
I mean, what?
Y'all got embarrassed.
Yeah, we didn't play Kent State. I mean, that's what happens. That's what happens. Yeah, F around, you find out. And Penn State, very good football team. And we didn't play well, we being West Virginia, and that'll happen. So you drag me. I'm sure the texters are going to come in full force. I've been looking forward to this all weekend long.
Someone named Stanley on YouTube is not a fan of yours either.
Penn State guy?
I don't know. He didn't say. But he said that he's only there because he wants to watch you suffer for West Virginia not winning.
I mean, I'm not surprised they didn't win. I am surprised how poorly they played. Not surprised Penn State looks very good. And we'll get into all that over the course of the show. I got dragged on Twitter by Pat Freiermuth, Steelers tight end, who I no longer want to see get paid. I rationalized the whole thing on Sunday morning. West Virginia lost, Penn State played good, yada, 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 and...
Don't yada, yada, yada. Pitt won. Don't forget that, too. Pitt won.
Like I mentioned, they played Kent State. So I tweet all the rationalization out and get quote tweeted by Pat Freiermuth with that now famous picture of me listed as a Penn State fan on KDKA. So Freiermuth drags me, you drag me, the texters going to drag me. Here's one already. I'm here for Crowley's tears. There's no tears. What are you going to do? You lose to Penn State last year, you lose to Penn State, you win 9 games. So everything's still ahead of my Mountaineers. Now, you lose 2 weeks from now against Pitt, backyard brawl, there'll be tears. There'll be tears. I walk up in here and West Virginia's lost to Pitt. Yeah, it's not going to be pleasant for me. And not that this is pleasant, but the result was not surprising. And you move on. You move on, you deal with it. That's all. Hell of a weekend. Get to see your college buddies. Get to drink around town. And then I will say, Saturday, just getting back in the tailgate scene, seeing all your boys, being part of the fan base, 62,000 strong, big crowd. It was awesome until it wasn't. And when it wasn't was when there's a 2-hour and 15-minute weather delay. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't leave. I left. I live an hour and a half away.
Good to see you're a true fan.
Look, man, when you got kids and you get one night away, I can't afford to miss 2 bedtimes. So I actually left about 10 minutes before the game started back up. My car was so far away from the stadium, I had to sit under the overhang during the delay, because if I had just left when it got delayed, I'd have been soaked.
You didn't lose your car, did you?
Did not lose my car.
I know we've done that before.
We have done that before and reported it missing to the police, even though I parked it in a different lot. I'm not the smartest guy, not the brightest bulb in the shed. Texter, it's cool, Adam. You guys will get him next week. And then he wrote something disparaging about Joe Paterno. There were a fair amount of Penn State fans there. That's not surprising either. And had great reactions and interactions with them the entire time. That's why you play regional college football games. Pitt should play West Virginia every year. Pitt should play Penn State every year. West Virginia should play Penn State every year. Those three teams should play every season. And it's good for college football locally if those teams play. I say this all the time. Pitt went through a long stretch there where they didn't play a ton of great football. Obviously, there was some exception. You know, Rod Rutherford, Larry Fitzgerald, you go play in the Fiesta Bowl. Doran at the end. We know what happened against Cincinnati, and that's a big game this weekend. But those Pitt teams, those couple years were really good. And then, of course, Pitt won an ACC championship with Kenny Pickett, who we're going to talk about in this first hour here. Him getting booed at Acrisure Stadium. I thought that was ridiculous. Pitt had some lean years for a long time. The program had been mediocre. And things had changed under Pat Narduzzi, obviously. But when Pitt and Penn State renewed their rivalry, and when they played for the first time, got that series back going, that's the most Pitt stuff I'd ever seen around here. Flags flying early. People proud of their team. People want to show, hey, you ain't walking up in here. Penn State and Pitt obviously won that first game of the rivalry when it came back. But the juice around this town was palpable, baby. You got to do it every year. Got to do it every year, those three teams. Especially when you consider Pitt and West Virginia not in the best conferences for geography. Like, who are Pitt's ACC rivals? I'm not sure they have one. It takes time to build that. Who are West Virginia's Big 12 rivals? I'm not sure they have one. It takes time to build that up. Now, Penn State's going to play Ohio State, Michigan every year. Pitt and West Virginia, we don't have that. It feels like a long time they've been in their respective conferences, but still, you don't really hate anybody. You don't. So get these teams playing.
But are you proud of West Virginia after this weekend?
I'm always proud to be a Mountaineer. They didn't play well.
So proud that you left early.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the football game. I mean, if it was a regular halftime, I'd have sat through the misery of the second half. But it's a 2-hour and 15-minute delay. I told my wife I'd be home around 6. That ain't happening with the delay. I'll tell you what. I have not often seen storms that bad. Holy cow. And you had all the water, because it's torrentially downpouring, so all the water is cascading down the steps at Milan Puskar Stadium to coagulate in the first row. And in the first row, we're talking about a foot of water, and it's just empty beer cans, napkins, food, all the stuff that no one grabbed, obviously, as they ran to take cover, all wound up in a giant stream at the bottom in the first row, and it was nasty, man. If I had my seats in the first row, that'd be great. I'd probably have to sit in the second row or stand on the bleachers the rest of the way, because I don't think that puddle was getting cleared out anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm surprised you thought it was safe enough to drive with.
It was not raining or storming whenever I left.
Well,
when I left, it was fine. 2 hours and 15 minutes. And the problem is, I was gonna stay. All right, it'll be 30 minutes. Nope, lightning strike, reset that thing. All right, it'll be 30 minutes. Nope, bang, another lightning strike, reset that thing. It just kept. They had made 2 announcements. All right, we're planning to play at 3:07. Just kidding, more lightning. And I don't think they started the thing until 4:23. So not ideal. And it did put a damper on it. Hey, you lose a football game, you lose a football game. That happens all the time. But the delay sucked my soul out. This is the only game I'm going to get a chance to go down there.
It really doesn't take much to off-put you.
A 2-hour and 15-minute rain delay.
I was in New York for a Yankees game when I was little, and we did not leave. We stuck through it. And it was like 2 hours. And my parents were even like, I don't know. We got to go back home tomorrow. I don't think we're going to be able to do this. I said, no.
See, that's
staying.
a totally different thing to me. Like, if I had traveled from State College as a Penn State fan, I'm not leaving early. Like, I made a trip that's far away. If I went to New York, if I went to watch West Virginia play Syracuse, although they have a dome, if I went to watch them play, name a team, I would not have left.
But it was close enough. You thought, all right.
Yeah.
Hour and a half drive.
Yeah. Well, I had to be back for bedtime, like I said. Texter, and this I do agree with. The West Virginia student section not returning after halftime is unacceptable. I agree with that because you were allowed to leave and then come back in.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which was weird. I don't know about all that. They used to do that at halftime every game at West Virginia, and they didn't sell alcohol in the seats. So students would leave, me too, at halftime. You go keep drinking in the parking lot, come back in. But I've never seen it like this. The entire stadium, if they wanted to leave, could have left and come back in. You would have been readmitted, which is nuts. So, these students live 10, 15 minutes away, maybe a little bit longer if you walk. Okay. Go to your place, drink, stay warm, stay dry. When you find out the kickoff time, come back. That's different to me. It's also not surprising at all that they did not come back. I mean, do I want to get wet or do I want to get drunk with my friends? 90% of them said we're just going to get drunk with our friends. But it did irritate me, yeah. And I understand that might be a little hypocritical because I also left, but I think the differences are legit. Here's someone that gets it. As a parent, that's a great move, Crowley. Family first always. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, if you would have went to Pitt, it would have been easier, though. Oh, wait a minute.
What do you mean?
Oh, I forgot.
If I would have gone to Pitt, there would have been plenty of empty seats without the...
They said no to you, though. Also.
I didn't apply to Pitt.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, I thought they said no.
No, I didn't apply to Pitt. They didn't have a journalism major, television journalism program. Don't have one.
So you could have been at Acrisure Stadium this weekend and been happy with your wife and gotten to be with your kids.
Yeah, but my team also would have gone 3-9 last year, so there's that.
Your team would have won an ACC championship this decade.
Yeah, well...
Your team could have been the beneficiary of 13-9.
I'll still take that season over Pitt's season every single time.
Okay.
Every single time.
I have a story for you,
and
it relates to this. So Waynesburg, the baseball team, is, those luxury seats where they give you a service?
Yeah, of course.
The Waynesburg baseball team does fundraising, so part of the proceeds we make there go toward our spring training trip to Florida. So I've been in that stadium a few times working. And before I drank, I didn't know that warm beer was terrible. And sometimes we had to walk a long way. And, yeah, the one dude, I got, there with his food and stuff, and he's like, this beer is warm. I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I didn't realize back then. But, yeah, I used to work there.
It's a great story, Callis.
You really thought so?
No. Common sense tells you probably don't want to drink warm beer.
I didn't know. I didn't drink before I was 21, so I
know. You like drinking warm Pepsi or warm orange juice or...
Well, warm water is healthier for you. We established that on a pre-show a few months back.
You like to drink warm milk?
Well, that's different.
No one wants to drink anything warm unless it's coffee or tea. It
wasn't on purpose, though.
Or hot chocolate.
It was a long walk.
That's it.
It wasn't a cold night either. It was one of those warmer fall nights.
Real quick, Penn State pretty good.
Sure.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
West Virginia, not so much.
I mean, people make these huge generalizations after week one, and we didn't play good. I get that. But this idea...
You might have played bad.
We did play bad. There's no question, and the moment was too big for them, and that's massively disappointing.
I got a bunch of recordings from you on Friday just being like, oh, you know what? I mean, I don't know if they're going to win, but, I've got confidence. It's good.
Yeah, they should have.
And then everybody was hyping you up, and then you went, oh, I don't want to believe, but I'm believing. And then you...
Yeah, that'll happen every week. That's going to happen to me every week.
But how do you lose by that much? That's just tough.
They did last year and then won 9 games. Again, I mean, it happens. Penn State's good. If you don't play well, you're going to get your butt whooped. And they didn't play well. I didn't think either team played well for the first quarter. I thought it was bad football. Drew Aller in the snap issue. West Virginia had 2 snap issues. Both teams put the ball on the ground a couple of times. The replay system was absolutely horrific both ways. One of the worst I've ever seen. And then Penn State figured it out, and West Virginia didn't. And Talon won the day. Penn State, a good football team. You don't give up on a season because you lose to a football team when you play bad, and they were clearly better with you.
Did Penn State cover the spread?
They did cover the spread, yeah. Yeah, they would have covered it if it had been nearly tripled. That'll happen. Thought Eli Holstein looked pretty good for Pitt. Thought the offense was way more modern, obviously, than it has been these last couple of years. And you could take that 2 ways. One, I think Narduzzi should probably be kicking himself a little bit that he didn't either stick with Mark Whipple or something similar to that the last 2 seasons, but he made the right hire with Cade Bell. We'll see what it means the rest of the year. This is a big game this Saturday against Cincinnati. But regardless of whether or not Pitt has a good season, this was the right philosophical direction for Narduzzi to take the team. We'll get into all this a little bit later on in the show. Someone asked, how do you deal with this guy, Crowley? Well, I love him. He's my friend, and we have a brotherly relationship. That's how you deal with him. You have to tell yourself that, or else you might drive yourself crazy. Texter, maybe Penn State isn't that great. Your kids just played bad. Well, I mean, they were preseason top 10 for a reason. Penn State, pretty good. A lot of talent. And I had talked some crap on the Drew Aller youngster. Pretty good. Pretty good, and they got a new offensive coordinator, too. We're really not supposed to talk sports on this show.
Yeah, it's too late for that.
And we had to.
Too late for that.
How about Freiermuth dragging me, though?
Yeah, I was entertained.
That had over 300,000 impressions. We're up around 400,000 now.
Mark Caboli also found that video of you screwing up a newscast.
Yeah, I got
on
pranked.
TV.
I got pranked by my guys. Way back when, WVU News. If you want to find that and laugh at me, you can. It's on YouTube. Just type in Adam Crowley blooper and you'll find it. Yeah. So, overall, a great weekend.
Why don't you explain, actually, real quick, because we have some time. How did you get pranked exactly?
So, what we would do for those particular newscasts is, this was back WVU News, about 2012. We would record a newscast. And we would always record 3 and then pick the best, and then that would be the one that we would air. Well, the first 2 were flawless, and the third one, they figured, all right, well, we're not going to be using this one anyhow. So, Crowley, you do your newscast or your sportscast at the end of the newscast, and I did, and they just started in my ear telling me to look at the different cameras. So I'm looking back and forth at the different cameras, and then I realized that they were messing with me. Initially, I was like, oh, I'm looking at the wrong camera. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm supposed to look at that camera. And they're like, camera 1, camera 3, camera 1, camera 3, camera 1, camera 3. So they screwed with me. That's what that was. Little prankage. That never made the light of day in terms of an actual newscast, but now it's on the internet forever, which is
Who do you think did that?
Tremendous.
I didn't look at the account.
Oh, no, it was my professor back then, yeah. She did it. She put it out there. Yeah. My cohorts, my colleagues, my friends. Yeah, I would say go to youtube.com. Ever heard of it? www.youtube.com. Crowley blooper. Find it right there. My wife was getting on me because she said, oh, my God, you're wearing so much makeup. Yeah, you put it on me. She caked the makeup on me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had less of a neck then, more acne. Yeah.
No beard.
Couldn't grow one.
Yeah.
When did you start to be able to grow a beard?
15.
15, yeah. Interesting.
You know what else is interesting?
I was about 28.
That's nuts.
I know. Where does that come from?
Your lack of testosterone?
I guess. I mean, it's weird because I was not a hairy guy. Pony was razzing me this weekend because I had a polo on for the game, and it was hot before the game, and I had all my buttons undone, and he goes, Crowley, didn't have you pegged as such a hairy dude. My chest hair's popping out at the top. Until I was 28, didn't have any. Very weird.
I've made another observation.
Okay.
Is it a coincidence you're wearing a Steelers hat today instead of a WVU hat?
Well, I'm still wearing a West Virginia sweatshirt.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah. Like, I'm representing my school, but today's a big Steeler day. We're kicking off the week. Tomlin's got the press conference, and we're playing Albany on Saturday, so a tough one to get up for. Things might change in a couple weeks for the Backyard Brawl, but Pitt's got a big game to focus on before that. They got Cincinnati. Right now, a slight 2-point dog. If I had to pick the game today, and I won't have to, but I will anyway, subject to change, I think Pitt's going to beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati not very good last year. Their best player's not going to play in the game, so I'd feel pretty good if I were a Pitt fan.
So Pitt's going to be 2-0 going into the Backyard Brawl?
I think there's a good shot of it, yeah. I'd be massively disappointed if I were a Pitt fan and they didn't go in there and win that game. Cincinnati's no good. Thank you, Callis. Appreciate it. All right, you can text me, 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, I got a lot of Steelers stuff to throw at yins today. And it might be a little word vomity here in the first segment, but bear with me. I am caught in between on something, and I'm going to need your help with it. So we're back in 15 seconds. We'll start right there. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
All right, Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doran not in today. He should be back with us tomorrow. He's feeling under the weather and makes sense to me. Think he did high school football on Friday, did Pitt on Saturday, so he doesn't really get a 3-day weekend, and we're getting into the grind, so I'm guessing he feels a little run down. Wishing Doran well. Can't wait to have him back. Big week. Mike Tomlin press conference today, baby. And you're going to be able to hear that right here on 93.7 The Fan. Mark Caboli's going to join us from 8 o'clock until 10. Jeff Hathorne at 7. Are You Smarter Than a Plumber at 7:35. So still got a fun one planned for you if I don't suck the soul out of it right now. What are the Steelers doing this year? I had an epiphany over the weekend. You get some time away. You start thinking about things, and you think about where you're going to be when you land back at work. And where we are is week 1 of the football season. We don't have football tomorrow, but on Thursday we get Chiefs and Ravens to kick this sucker off. And who ain't jacked up? I know I am, but not as much about the Steelers. I'm excited to see how it all transpires, but I don't have high hopes for this team. How can you? Broderick Jones, he's banged up. You thought he'd be a answer, not so much a question. Looks like he's going to be a question. Dan Moore Jr. looks like he's going to start on the left side, game 1. Spencer Anderson looks like he's going to be your left guard, game 1. So a perceived strength going into training camp, a talented, if inexperienced offensive line, you got question marks abound. You don't have a legitimate number 2 wide receiver. Russell Wilson, while an upgrade over last year, is he going to be good? I think the jury's way out on that. I'm optimistic, but it's not a sure thing. When's Justin Fields going to get in there? Nobody knows. I don't think Mike Tomlin knows. Unless they have packages ready for Atlanta. At which point, yeah, he would know then. So the offense, I don't think you can be super optimistic about. Defensively, you feel good, but they're weak at one of the more important positions in football, corner. Starters should be okay. Behind that, a lot of youth and inexperience. What am I getting at here? This, to me, is the ultimate purgatory season, maybe in Pittsburgh Steelers history. Ben Roethlisberger's final season, you wanted to see him go out in a way that you could be proud about. You would have liked to see him win a playoff game, but he got them to the playoffs. Following year, you got Kenny Pickett. And you had him for 2 seasons. I don't look at either of those years, despite how they played out, as purgatory seasons. Best case scenario, Kenny Pickett's your franchise quarterback. Worst case scenario, you find out Kenny Pickett's not your franchise quarterback. But regardless of what they did, how far they advanced, the season had meaning. Think about this year, though. What's the goal? There are two avenues here, and hopefully both can happen at the same time, but there's a good chance neither of these things happen. You break a playoff drought, you find out who your next quarterback is. Those are the avenues, right? Now, to break the playoff drought, I think the best quarterback for that is Russell Wilson. Finding out who your next quarterback is, though, if that's the other route, I think Justin Fields is the guy you'd rather be playing this season. Now, both things could happen, or none of those things could happen. There is a chance that Russell Wilson plays well enough that the Steelers are competitive and fighting for a playoff spot all season, and you miss out on the playoffs, and you never get to see Justin Fields not play meaningful starter snaps. There's a chance that Russell Wilson leads you to the playoffs. Justin Fields is on the back burner all year long, and you don't win a playoff game. And then what? Are you going to pay Russell Wilson for 3 years? You going to give him a Kirk-type contract, Cousins? Are you going to give him a Baker Mayfield contract? Maybe. But just because he'd be okay this year wouldn't mean he'd be okay for the following 3 because my man's 35 years old. I'd find it hard to believe that the Steelers would see that happen and then make Justin Fields their quarterback of the future. There's always the possibility where Russell Wilson gets hurt and Justin Fields comes in and he leads the Steelers to a respectable season. There's also a chance Justin Fields comes in after an injury, doesn't play well, and now your quarterback of the future is not on the roster. What I'm saying is the Steelers aren't going to win the Super Bowl this year, and there's a lot of variance on what could happen. I feel pretty confident about saying that. This team, you excited for Steelers season, guys? Sorry to put a nice storm cloud over everything before it even starts here. They're not winning the Super Bowl. It's not going to happen. So what are you really playing for? The Steelers are in absolute purgatory. They're in absolute quarterback purgatory. What are we even doing here? And I'm not saying that they did the wrong thing by acquiring Russell Wilson. I've been on record saying that was a good move the entire time. I'm not saying they shouldn't have acquired Justin Fields. I've been on record saying that was a good idea the entire time. But I think it's much more likely than not that the Steelers don't break their playoff drought this year. Playoff win drought, I should say, this year. And at the end of the year, we're still not going to feel super comfortable about their future at the quarterback position, which is the most important position, stop me if you've heard this before, in sports. It's tough for me to get geeked up for this. Well, last year we had the preseason where Kenny played out of his mind and the offense looked really good, and you could be really excited going in because you think you might have the franchise quarterback. Clearly, they didn't. But at least the season had a purpose. And even when it was clear Kenny wasn't going to be the guy, and they turned it over to Mason Rudolph, the hope was, okay, well, at least we found out about Kenny. Now let's see if we can go break that playoff drought. This year you come in, and I think it's much more likely than not that Russell Wilson's not the quarterback next year. I think there's a fairly legit chance that Justin Fields isn't the quarterback next year. You're going to let him sit all season, and then what, are you going to pay him? And you're just going to turn the keys over to the castle next year? This is one of the weirder Steelers seasons I can remember. And their goal, you'd have to think, based on the way that Art Rooney II talked this offseason, and based on the moves that they made, is to break that playoff win drought. Okay, but then what? If it's Russ who does it, is he your guy, or does he price himself out? And is signing a 36-year-old quarterback to a 3-4-year deal even good business? They might snap the drought, even though I'm not optimistic about that, and it doesn't lead you anywhere meaningful. All it does is mean that you can't say going into next year, the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in, at that point, 8 years. That's all it would mean. But I don't know that this team is any closer to building itself toward a championship than it was last year. In fact, I would argue absolutely it's not. Doesn't mean they're in a worse spot. The Steelers did the right thing for a franchise that wants to win. They moved on from Kenny Pickett. They cut bait from a guy who we knew couldn't cut it. And they did so with, I think, the best two available options that were realistic to be able to acquire. But even if they win a playoff game this year, and the fun that would be for that Sunday, or Monday night, I guess now, or Saturday, as much fun as that would be for a day or two or three or a week, would it get them any closer to lifting the 7th Lombardi Trophy? I don't think so. And that's why I go into this year and I just feel funky about it. I'm always excited for Steelers season. Everybody is. But what does it all mean, Basil? 412-928-9370. I hope I'm making sense. I did think when I was driving in today that it would be a little word vomity in this first segment, and here we are. But I think a lot of Steelers fans probably feel like me. What is this all about? It's a very nihilistic way to look at things here, but what is the absolute ceiling for this team? If you tell yourself Super Bowl, you are lying to yourself. We are probably looking at another year where they are barely over 500 because Mike Tomlin doesn't finish below 500. And he probably will get praised by the national media because the quarterback situation's really bad. And look what a great job Mike Tomlin did. And they're going to be no closer to getting a Lombardi Trophy at the end of the year as they were at the end of last year. I have a hard time seeing it any way other than that. By the way, your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened. I'm getting my heart screened on Thursday. Very excited about it. Saw a story about Steve Sarkisian, the Texas coach, where he got a routine physical at Alabama, and they found an aneurysm in his heart. Ticking time bomb. Could have been done. So get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Help me make sense of this Steelers season. 412-928-9370. I look at the offensive line the same way I look at the quarterback position. If your goal is to win as many football games as possible, then you should play at the beginning of the year Dan Moore, Anderson, Frazier, Daniels, and Jones. Because Jones played right tackle last year, Moore's got experience, and you don't want to start four guys with inexperience on that offensive line. If you're looking into the future, development, then you would play Jones, McCormick, Frazier, Daniels, Faltanu. They're not going to do that. So that tells you what they're looking to do, which is win games, make the playoffs. But this entire season to me is a season in purgatory and one of the weirder ones to break down going into the season that I can possibly remember. All right, coming up next, speaking of the quarterback situation with the Steelers, not for this year, but as you peer ahead into the future, there's only a few teams that I think you can make an argument that have a worse quarterback situation than Pittsburgh. We'll tell you about them when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Home runs by Brian Reynolds and Andrew McCutchen put the Pirates past the Cubs. They came back and ended up winning 5-3 in that first game of the series. Game 2 tonight, same time as yesterday, 7:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 6:45. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you struggling with pain in your feet, ankles, knees, hips, or lower back? At the Good Feet store, we recommend having high-quality support in your shoes. Our personalized arch support system has helped countless people find relief, like Karen.
After I decided my pain was too much, and my doctor actually suggested that I do visit the Good Feet store. Pretty amazing when they put the arch supports in your shoe and you walk around and you realize there's not pain and you think, how can this arch support in my shoe make my back pain go away? But it works. And how can it make my knee pain go away? It was incredible.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Sunny today, the high 74.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. The Jaguars have posted only 3 winning seasons under owner Shad Khan, who told his team in July that winning now is the expectation. To back up his sentiments, Khan's Jags outspent every other NFL team by at least $100 million this offseason. Doug Peterson better get the job done. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush and the Big Time Build. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. In North Versailles, we have an accident being cleared. The intersection of East Pittsburgh, McKeesport Boulevard, and Maryland Avenue. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway West. It is heavy past the Banksville and Merge Point into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Squistvale, while Route 28 remains up to speed. The Parkway North's HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Trying to make sense of what feels to me like an odd Steelers season, and here's a text, and I like this, at 412-928-9370. I'm going to help you make sense of the Steelers season. It's going to be fun and interesting, and we're going to see some great plays. Here we go. I am not suggesting that people should not be excited. It is going to be fascinating. Of that, there is no doubt. I can't wait. If you don't get jacked up for Steelers season and you live here, something's wrong with you. It's cultural. It's in our blood. It's what we do. However, where does this season lead us? It's possible, I guess, Justin Fields comes in at some point and has to play, plays well, and you go, man, there you go. There's your quarterback of the future. But I put that percentage very low. It's possible that Russell Wilson plays really well, and you go, okay, you sign him to a 3-year deal, and he's your guy, and maybe he can take you to the promised land if you continue to build around him. But I put that percentage pretty low. And so I guess the question is, can you break that drought? Can you win a playoff game? And I think the percentages of that are very low as well. But when I talk about the quarterback situation, I look around the NFL and I wonder, okay, who's got it worse? And I don't mean for this year. I do think Russ gives you a chance to win football games. I think he had a pretty decent season last year. I know Justin Fields is exciting, and he's mobile, and he's as talented as just about anybody. I'm not talking about for now. Who's got it worse than the Steelers when you're projecting out who's going to be your starting quarterback? Who's going to be your franchise guy? The reason I think about this is because I think Atlanta's got a really good one. I think Atlanta's in a great spot. They go out, they pay Kirk Cousins, who last season before he got hurt, played 8 games, led the league in passing touchdowns, led the league in touchdown passes of 50 or more yards, led the league in 300-yard passing games, and he was second in that span with 2,231 yards. So, presuming health, they've got a good quarterback in Kirk Cousins. They also drafted Michael Penix Jr., 8th overall, which had people's heads spinning around like they were possessed, but I thought that was a hell of a move. And so you might have your quarterback of the future, and you've also got a quarterback that has shown that he can put up statistics and win some football games in the league. So I like their quarterback situation. And I think because of the unknown of Michael Penix Jr., you could make an argument that you would rather have him than Justin Fields. I'd entertain the other argument, the opposite of that, but you can make that argument. Cleveland's not better. They know who their guy is, but Deshaun Watson is going to have a $72 million cap hit in each of the next 2 seasons after this year. I think it was Alan Saunders of Pittsburgh Sports Now who tweeted that at some point in these next few years, the Browns are just going to have to punt on a season because you can't build a roster around that. And I totally agree. The cap is made up until it's not. Like, you can manipulate that thing, but eventually that bill is going to be due. So I don't think you can look at Cleveland's quarterback roster and situation and say that it's better than the Steelers. I don't think that it is, because the Steelers can at least cut bait with these 2 guys after this year. If it doesn't work out for either one of them, you start fresh next year. Not ideal, but better than Cleveland's situation. You can't cut Deshaun Watson, or else, again, you're punting on some seasons. The Raiders' quarterback deal is brutal. Aiden O'Connell loses the starting job to Gardner Minshew. If you were to tell me that Gardner Minshew lost the starting job to Aiden O'Connell again at some point this year, I would also not be surprised. But how do you wake up as a Las Vegas Raiders fan and have any level of excitement going into this year? You don't even have a chance. And neither of those guys are your quarterback of the future. If you're the Steelers, you can squint and you can say maybe it's Justin Fields. I don't think the Vikings situation's all that good, but that's mostly injury related. J.J. McCarthy and Sam Darnold. McCarthy's going to miss this season. Sam Darnold, I kind of put in the same boat as Justin Fields. I'm not a big J.J. McCarthy believer anyhow. Saints have Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler. I think Derek Carr is probably washed, and Spencer Rattler is, well, he got drafted where he got drafted for a reason. And then the Titans, they got Will Levis and Mason Rudolph. Now, I love Mason. If you're a Steelers fan, I think you got to respect Mason Rudolph for what he did last year and really what he did his entire career. That guy persevered. That guy really got dragged by a lot in the media, myself doing the dragging. He stinks. What a wasted draft pick. And he hangs around and hangs around and hangs around. And he had a quarterback rating of 117 last year in 3 games and helped the Steelers get to the playoffs. You could do worse than Mason Rudolph as a backup quarterback, but he is not the future of that organization. And while I think you can squint and see that Will Levis might be for the Titans, I think you got to squint real hard. But those are the only teams that I think clearly have a worse quarterback situation than the Steelers. Oh, I forgot one, and this might actually be the worst in the league. The Giants. Daniel Jones stinks, and they've paid him. That's the worst-case scenario. You get locked in on a guy who sucks, and you pay him, and you can't get out of it. He got a cap hit of $50 million this year. $22 million in dead money if and when they cut him next year. That, to me, is by far the worst in the league. That is a horrendous situation, and he had a nice year when Brian Daboll came in as the head coach, and you could look at him as a poor man's Josh Allen, but we saw what happened last season. He stinks, and they're trapped with him. But that's where we are. Most of the teams in the NFL, they think they might have their franchise quarterback on the roster or a situation where they can win, and maybe they've got that guy. The Steelers, again, you can think maybe Justin Fields is the guy, but nobody can say it with any level of certainty. And Russell Wilson, you hope to get a good year out of him this year, then you figure it out after that. You reevaluate. 412-928-9370. Someone texts in, jacked up, but it's going to be the biggest soap opera on TV this year. Dak is quarterback next year. Let me tell you, folks, buckle up and listen to 93.7 The Fan all Steelers season, because we're going to have the pulse of the quarterback thing. Nationally, it's going to be a disaster. I'm just telling you right now, it's going to be a mess. After every single game, the national conversation's going to be, when are we going to see Justin Fields? The Steelers can win and it not look pretty, and that's how they're going to win this year. And the conversation's going to be, get Justin Fields in there. I'm just telling you, even if they win. So buckle up and get ready for that. Because what did we hear all training camp? Who's it going to be? Big quarterback battle. Whoa, why didn't Tomlin name a starter until late in the process? Obviously a real battle going on there. There was never a battle. And yet all we heard from those talking heads nationally was, yep, could be Justin Fields. Now, Albert Breer came out with a report over the weekend saying that there were some inside the organization that were pushing internally to make Justin Fields the starter. Okay, yeah, there's going to be varying opinions in any workplace. What makes good radio? Not everyone views that the same way. There are people that choose to listen to Stephen A. Smith. A lot of them. Millions of people. He does radio different than I want to do radio. There are a lot of people that like this show. just as an example. So, yeah, there are people within the Steelers organization, I'm sure, that said, we should go with Justin Fields. You know who I don't think thought that? His teammates. He was just voted a team captain. Again, his teammates voted him a captain because they believe in Russell Wilson. T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward wanted Russell Wilson to be the starter. They wanted a veteran quarterback. So the teammates didn't want Justin Fields. Mike Tomlin, though impressed by Fields, never wanted him to be the starter. And I think that Art Rooney II, Omar Khan, Andy Weidel all viewed it the same way. So if all the important people, most important people say it's not a battle, it's not a competition, it was never a competition, no matter how many internal candidates said, yeah, we could go with Fields. Internal people, not candidates. Good English by me. 4-day weekend in Morgantown. Having a tough time. You can give us a ring on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Listen, if you booed Kenny Pickett at the Pitt game on Saturday, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'll tell you why. I'll give you my reasoning when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Cubs yesterday, 5-3 after coming back in the game, but the Pirates are 64-73. They're 10 games back of the third wild card spot in the National League. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. Their professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house and owning it. Having an advocate who can help you navigate negotiations, timelines, inspections, and more can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Nachos! Hey, I'll take some. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I want to get into the actual football side of what happened with the Pitt Panthers against Kent State on Saturday, and we will do that before the hour is over. I also want to take about a minute here to point and laugh at Florida State. So Florida State doesn't make the college football playoff last year, and they bitch, moan, complain, blame the ACC, asked to get out of the ACC. Knock, knock, knock. There will be lawyers suing to get out. And is already, before the season has even really started, they're 0-2 in ACC play. Spend all that time and energy getting out to Ireland, line up, lose to Georgia Tech, take that big L, but that's nothing new. Georgia Tech's kind of had their number. Okay, bounce back. You can still win the ACC, still can make the playoff. They looked so bad last night. And who could have predicted that DJ Ungalele wasn't going to play good? Oh, maybe everybody. Because he wasn't great at Clemson. He wasn't great at Oregon State. Sure, bring him to Florida State. I'm sure third time's the charm. But you can't be the team that says, our conference sucks. We are so much better than everybody else. We need out. We deserve money. We're mighty Florida State. You can't be that team and then go 0-2 against Georgia Tech and Boston College. It's not like they started with Clemson and Pitt. Pitt won the ACC not that long ago. Clemson's kind of been top dog. No, Georgia Tech and Boston College. Is Matt Ryan there? Doug Flutie there? Nope. We got Megatron at Georgia Tech? No, they lost to non-triple option Georgia Tech. So you reap what you sow, and all these programs that have ruined college football in a way with these television organizations. Anytime they lose to a team that you go, man, they shouldn't lose to, and they were 16.5-point favorites last night, you should all point and laugh. Like, if Texas goes and loses some games in the SEC this year, point and laugh. If Oklahoma does the same thing, point and laugh. USC, Oregon, who looked awful this weekend, point and laugh. Because college football is not recognizable. If you've been in a coma for 10 years and you just woke up, congratulations, welcome back. College football, unrecognizable. LSU's playing USC, and it's a Big Ten SEC matchup. These big schools, these TV networks are ruining what we've all held so dear, which is geography in college sports. So anytime they stub their toe, we should point and laugh. And I know I was laughing all the way to the bank last night because I picked Boston College to cover that spread. Should have taken them on the money line. Embarrassing performance. And Boston College might be squirrely, quarterback's pretty good. Rushed for 1,000, threw for 2,000 last year. Castellanos, they might be squirrely. But even still, 0-2 against Georgia Tech and Boston College couldn't happen to a more deserving fan base, and they lost by 15 dang on points. Okay, enough about them. Pitt, nice win. Showed a lot with the offense. We'll get into that coming up in the next segment. But when Kenny Pickett was shown on the Jumbotron, there weren't a ton of boos. There was a smattering of boos. And anybody at the Pitt game who booed Kenny Pickett should feel ashamed for themselves. That is ridiculous to me. All it does is show you care more about the NFL franchise than you do about your university. When you show up at a Pitt game, you're a Pitt fan. Forget about what Kenny Pickett did in the NFL. You're a Pitt fan. What he did for you was take you to an ACC championship, fake slide, and win your dang ACC championship. Kenny Pickett should be a football god to you. He decided to come back instead of entering the NFL draft. And he had an unbelievable season where he's a Heisman finalist. 4,300 passing yards, 42 touchdowns, only 7 picks, 67% completion percentage, rushed for 200-plus yards, 5 touchdowns. My man had 47 touchdowns and took y'all to an ACC championship, and you're going to boo? Pitt fans make a big deal about what their guys do when they go to the NFL. And for good reason, because a lot of Pitt players have had success in the NFL. Aaron Donald, Darrelle Revis, Larry Fitzgerald, recently, they put guys in the NFL, and they have the most Hall of Famers. So Pitt fans do put a lot of stock into that. And I get it. It should never be more important than what your guys do on Saturday, though. And sometimes I do think that gets lost with Pitt fans. All these Hall of Famers, but for 40 years, there was a lot of mediocre football. Again, Narduzzi comes in, they win the ACC championship, obviously not mediocre. Win 9 games the next year, obviously not mediocre. But there was a long stretch there where you're signing up for 6-6 and at best 8-5. A couple of those Doran years with Wannstedt were good, but few and far between those moments. And so you want to put a lot of stock in what guys do in the NFL, but it should never matter more if you're wearing a Pitt shirt at a game than what those guys did at the school. And what Kenny Pickett did at Pitt was make a case, a strong one, that he's the second best quarterback to ever play there. Dan Marino, Kenny Pickett, hard to argue. And y'all gonna boo him? You should build a statue of Kenny Pickett. If you want to boo him on a Jumbotron of the Steeler game, that would never happen. He would never be there. But that would make sense. He quit, according to reports, in Seattle, and he did not want to compete for the starting job, and he got baby-faced and pouted, and that's why they shipped him out of town. They didn't have designs on moving on from Kenny that quick, but Kenny was upset, and so they let him go. If you're a Steelers fan and you don't like what Kenny did there, yeah, I get it. If you root against Kenny Pickett in the NFL now because he screwed your NFL franchise, I get it. But when you go to a Pitt game, you're not a Steelers fan that Saturday. Like, if you are a true college football fan, that has to matter more. And again, it shouldn't be booing. It should be a statue. He was, third in the Heisman voting? He's sitting there in New York City in the front row, and he's a quarterback at Pitt? And you're going to boo him? Again, not too many people, but enough to make me go, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Agree, disagree, comments, questions, concerns, 412-928-9370. Texter, he's a paid athlete now. Crowley, you're allowed to boo him. That's not the point. with that booing, as few and far between as that was, because I don't want to make it sound like more booed than didn't, because that wasn't the case. But those of you who booed might as well have been wearing shirts that said, I care about the Steelers much more than I care about my university. And I care about his failure in Pittsburgh more than his successes at the University of Pittsburgh. And I just think when you show up to a college football game, you check all that stuff at the door. It's not about him getting paid. And, hey, you could boo. Me turning the microphone on doesn't mean I'm telling you not to do it. I think if you did, though, you're a jackal. I think it's wrong. Callis, you had a comment? You didn't. Would you have booed him?
Yeah, probably if I'd have heard boos, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not a Pitt fan. Shouldn't even asked you.
What do you mean I'm not a Pitt fan?
You're not a real Pitt fan. Texter, I have never loved you more than I do right now. It drives me up a wall. It drives me up a wall because Pitt fans get crapped on all the time for attendance and this and that. Where's your on-campus stadium? And I do think Pitt's got some very passionate fans. But that, to me, is so much worse of a look than there being a few empty seats. Is when you boo a guy who won you an ACC championship. It gives the haters a lot of fuel that, oh, you don't really care that much. You're just going to put the Steelers hat on Sunday and forget about everything that happened on Saturday. It gives those people some credence. And I do think it was a bad, bad look. 412-928-9370. I don't think Pitt fans, obviously you would have rather him succeeded, but I don't think because he flamed out and didn't work out here in Pittsburgh, you should view Kenny Pickett's time at the University of Pittsburgh any different. He was a godsend. He was unbelievable. And he won you a championship. All right, how about the current team? We'll touch on them briefly coming up next. Jeff Hathorne joins us at 7 o'clock. Right now, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 5-3. They came back to beat the Chicago Cubs in the first game of the series. Game 2 is tonight, same time as yesterday, 7:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 6:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting extremely heavy now. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getcocafe.com/unlimited today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway East Deck, solid at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We now have an accident reported on the inbound side between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 is mainly steady heading out of the South Hills. Very heavy delays now approaching the intersection with Whited heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Waken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh, Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. You could be teleported to the past, wander in the present, and even travel to the future. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations, while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Sure, libraries are beautiful cathedrals filled with amazing books, but they're also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, world expanders. Just about anything you can imagine, you can do at your neighborhood library. September is Love Your Library Month, so make a donation and spread some of that love today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Hampton Beer Outlet in Hampton. Please enjoy responsibly.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm just having a hard time with this Kenny Pickett getting booed thing on Saturday. Drives me up a wall. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Jeff Hathorne, our sports director, going to join us at the top of the hour. Okay, so Saquon Barkley's an Eagle this year, right? And there's a lot of Penn State fans that are Eagles fans. Let's say Saquon Barkley in the Super Bowl this season fumbles it away like Rashard Mendenhall did for the Steelers back against the Green Bay Packers. And Saquon Barkley's face is put up on the Jumbotron at Beaver Stadium. If there are boos, I think those people should be ashamed of themselves. And that's how I feel about Kenny Pickett. And what he did at the college should matter more. When Saquon Barkley is at Beaver Stadium as a Nittany Lion, his time there for them should matter a lot more than what he did with the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think it's a difficult concept to grasp, but I was really surprised that that happened on Saturday. Before I get into the actual game and Eli Holstein and all that, D in Menneson wanted to weigh in. Hey, D.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. What's up?
Oh, not bad. Big fan. But I just wanted to make a quick comment on the Kenny Pickett booing.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% completely disagree with you because, first of all, Pittsburgh's a little big city. So if you're a Pitt fan, you're a Pirate fan. If you're a Pirate fan, you're a Penguins fan. If you're a Penguins fan, you're a Steelers fan.
Yeah.
The fan bases are all mixed together. It's the same. half the crowd there was probably wearing Steelers gear at a Pitt game. But I don't think that you guys should change the narrative. If somebody shows up at a Steeler game, you start booing Tomlin or start booing Matt Canada when he was offensive coordinator. Even when people were going to Penguins games, they were chanting "Fire Canada," and your station was pretty enamored and entertained by the whole thing, and nobody was like, "Oh, well, that's wrong."
I think it's
the same thing.
I don't think it's the same thing. I think when you walk into Acrisure Stadium on a Pitt Saturday, the most important thing should be Pitt. And Kenny Pickett is a legend at Pitt. He showed up as a Panther. He didn't show up as the guy who flamed out with the Steelers. And you have to separate it, in my opinion. I do appreciate the call, D, and I understand where you're coming from. I just disagree with you. As for the actual game, and we're going to be all Steelers the rest of the way pretty much here, so I did want to get into this. I thought Eli Holstein looked really good. And I think Cade Bell's offense looked really good. And he did some creative things, and I don't think they held stuff back. I mean, I'm sure they didn't show everything against Kent State. But the one play that really caught my eye is when you had Gavin Bartholomew on the end of the line, and he had a late release. Looked like he was going to block for a second, then he's just wide open. Bartholomew's a weapon, man. And you got to use him as such. And you got to do things to get the ball into your playmaker's hands. And I think Cade Bell showed in one game that he could do that. Now, I think the offensive line's got some work. I think there are some issues, and you do have to remember who they played. You're going to find out these next 2 weeks. Cincinnati on the road on Saturday, and then West Virginia comes to town the week after that. Regardless of how it goes, regardless of how many games Pitt wins this year, Pat Narduzzi absolutely did the right thing by hiring Cade Bell. And did the right thing by starting Eli Holstein. Clearly, he has an understanding of the offense, and you can see there's a lot of talent there in that young man. He was heavily recruited by Alabama and other schools for a reason. If it works out and you wind up winning 9 games, something like that, obviously everyone's going to say, oh my gosh, what a decision. I'm getting out on the front end. You got to get out on the front end, I think, and say, regardless, Tigers don't change their stripes very often, man. But the good ones do. Pat Narduzzi is probably fairly uncomfortable playing with a high-tempo offense that could leave the defense out to dry a little bit. But he has changed his stripes because he knows how they won 20 games a couple of years ago. You got to play offense, modern offense, in today's college football, and they are. Good hire by Pat Narduzzi. Someone just texted in and said Kenny Pickett's not a Pitt legend. All right. Okay. Heisman finalist, won an ACC championship. What are we even doing here? All right, coming up next, Jeff Hathorne going to join the program. Who's going to start at left guard for the Steelers? How much Jaylen Warren should we expect? We'll talk about all that and more with Jeff. But first, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com.
Morning, there's some patchy fog out there this morning. Besides that, it's going to be another outstanding day. It's cool to start with temperatures dipping into the 40s in most places. Highs today will be in the mid-70s with noon temperatures expected to be in the upper 60s. Plenty of sun expected once again today with winds coming in out of the east at about 5 miles an hour. Hey, our next rain chance still a couple of days away. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, and you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back. Stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sportsbook or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
AC working overtime this summer? Tune up with Glee Services. Their $55 AC tune-up enhances comfort. Call 412-831-6199. Not valid with other offers. One-time use per home. PA 10887.
Call Gleese.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic trouble now on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Alpine Pools. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam spotting an accident off to the side of the inbound Parkway East at the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange. That's causing delays now back before the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Once you do get by it, travel lanes not blocked, by the way. You're pretty well heavy from there down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 delays from the 40th Street Bridge heavy to the north side. And multi-light delays on the inbound side of Route 51 between Maytide Street and Nobles Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira hot tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And we are joined right now by Jeff Hathorne, our sports director, and he's brought to us by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 8885-HELMET. Good morning to you, Jeff. We're in it now, baby.
Game week morning. Let's go.
Jeff, what are you most looking to hear from Mike Tomlin today?
We've acquired a wide receiver. No, I mean, I kind of want to get a feeling for him. Just, I want to hear confidence, which I probably will. I want to hear him kind of explain how far they've come with their offense. I mean, it's that type of things I want. I mean, you're going to hear the cliches, like you know what you're going to hear when you get in there, and there's really, other than what he says about Sayamalu, there's not an outstanding real position other than maybe Beanie Bishop at slot. I mean, most of the other things, again, other than Sayamalu, are pretty much set.
Is it going to be Spencer Anderson, you think?
Yes.
So,
yeah, I don't have doubt about that.
One career snap for good old Spencer Anderson. Now, I know he was up on the active roster and active on game day, I think, for 8 games last year. Do you think that's the right call by them?
Well, I think it's the one – I think he's the best option for them. I think if Herbig is healthy, you would have slid him over to guard and put Frazier in at center, but you don't have that option. It was interesting. We talked to Anderson yesterday, and in college, I mean, he played every position. But he said when he first got moved into guard, he was like, man, I'm a tackle. Like, you want to be a tackle. Like, there's some gravitas that comes with tackle. And then he said as he moved inside and started playing guard more, he's like, the guys that go up against a guard are kind of like-bodied guys to me. Like, there are no T.J. Watts at guard. There are no guys with crazy freak athletic speed like a Nick Herbig at guard. So he said he started to get into it, and really this offseason, into Steelers' voluntary work and into mandatory work as well, he's been primarily a guard.
Now, I saw a video of Troy Fautanu out there yesterday. If he had been healthy this whole time, do you think there might have been a chance they'd have had him play at guard?
No, I don't. He hadn't worked it at all. And I think they see him as a starting right tackle and Broderick over on the left. I don't know when that's going to happen, but no, I don't think. Listen, Spencer Anderson's a guy they liked. He was 7th round pick last year, and once they got him into practice, the more and more they liked him. So I'm not saying he's a long-term solution there necessarily, but I think he's a guy that I think this would have been Anderson anyway, even if Fautanu was healthy.
Do you think if Fautanu had been healthy the whole time, that even because of the Sayamalu injury, we would still see Broderick Jones on the right and Dan Moore on the left? Because you would have so much inexperience with the Sayamalu injury.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think that's one of the hidden things with the Sayamalu injury is, Dan Moore was saying last week, hey, finally, I've got the same guy at guard for 2 years in a row, and it's an experienced guy, and he was feeling good about the fact that they had a relationship where they didn't even have to talk, like they knew what each other could do. Now you put, Anderson, we put somebody else into that mix, and that affects Moore. That affects, a rookie center who doesn't have that experienced guy to his left. So I think those things do impact it. So I do think you would have probably seen more. Like, you don't want to disrupt too much on that left side, even though they think Broderick Jones is the left tackle of the future.
Jeff Hathorne joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jaylen Warren says he's good to go on Sunday, and, well, it's Tuesday now, so we'll see how this all plays out. Still going to need to practice this week. Do you expect a regular workload for Jaylen Warren?
Yeah, he went through individual drills yesterday. He said he will be in team practice tomorrow. That'll be the big one. Can he get through team practice? I mean, it's not a ton of hitting, but he's going to have to make cuts. He's going to have to do things that you don't do in individual. So how he makes it out of there. But mean, you're watching him do individual yesterday, and you would have no idea that he's got a hamstring injury. So it looks good. Let's see how he makes it through tomorrow. But, man, I mean, listen, this guy combined for over 1,100 yards last year. To miss that out of the offense, that's a blow, especially for, a brand-new offense. He's your home run hitter. You want that in the lineup.
Would it be more surprising than not now if Cam Hayward got a new contract, Jeff?
I mean, it's not that we haven't seen the last week contract before. We've seen it a couple of times. So I'm still not ruling out the fact that both those guys could get new contracts. It's taken a while. I do think the Ayuk situation held it up. And there seems to be no – like Cam is still, publicly throwing out, hey, I want to be a Steeler. And is that just him last-minute negotiating? Is that just him expressing his feelings? I still think the Steeler organization values a guy that's been around and done the things he's done that long, if they could work on a final number. And I do think they'll figure out something with Freiermuth. I mean, Freiermuth's probably going to be their number 2 receiver this year.
I would think so as well, and Freiermuth may or may not have dragged me on Twitter this weekend, Jeff. I don't know if you saw that.
He was excited about it. He and Beanie had a little bet. Hopefully Beanie didn't get over his skis being just an undrafted rookie.
Yeah, I hope Beanie's not out a game check or anything like that, because then he might have trouble paying rent. And I think from now on, if it ever happens again, because we might not see it in our lifetime, I'm probably going to talk a little less junk on Penn State. I think that might be a good move moving forward, Jeff. I did want to ask you about the Pitt game, though. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this. Freiermuth gets it. He's fun. Like, He could play around a little bit on Twitter, and it's not, like, super serious. He's a guy that you kind of love to see on Twitter because, okay, this is just part of a game for him.
I'm with you on that. I think he's a really good guy. Jeff, Pitt puts up 55 points. Eli Holstein is the guy, and Cade Bell, I thought the offense clearly looked different. If you had to slap a grade on that performance, what would you give it?
Yeah, I would say A-. I mean, there are a couple of drop picks, so there's some things to work on. I mean, if you're getting really, picky about it.
Sure.
But they didn't have procedure penalties. I thought Eli Holstein seemed to be in complete control of that offense. He ran it well. That first drive, there was no incompletions. And the thing about Eli is he threw to spots. It looked like he's not a pro quarterback, but he looked like that in the sense that it didn't matter who the receiver was. He had complete trust in all of them, and he didn't wait for them to go open. He was throwing to a spot because he expected them to be open, and he made good throws. I mean, some throws, even the one down to Kenny Johnson, people said, well, if you let it a little bit more, it would have been a touchdown. But he also threw in a spot where it couldn't have been intercepted. It was a really nice catch, but a good throw by Eli. Now, that being said, Pitt doesn't play in the MAC, and they don't play basement teams in the MAC all the time. So they're going to take a step up in Cincinnati. Let's see how this kid does on the road. Cincinnati's typically a tough road venue, and then obviously they've got West Virginia next week.
Well, there's something Pitt does that I really wish my guys would do, and that's play the MAC team first, darn it. Like, get it out of the way. Figure out what you got, what you like, what you don't like, and then start playing the big boys. And that's what Pitt's doing as the competition, does step up against Cincinnati on the road this week. Jeff, it's so good to be able to talk real, legitimate football with you, man. And I can't wait to preview Steelers-Falcons on Thursday, buddy.
Talk to you then.
All right, pal. Jeff Hathorne, our sports director. Check out what he's got going on at 937thefan.com. One of the absolute best in the business. What a nice guy that Jeff Hathorne is. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I said this weekend that I had an epiphany on the Steelers. I thought about a ton of Steelers stuff. You get 4 days, you're not working, and I feel like there's a thing I've been a little too hard on them about. And I'm going to amend that when I come back. That's next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Cubs yesterday after coming back. They were down 3 runs, but Brian Reynolds had a 3-run home run. Andrew McCutchen also had a solo home run in the same inning. They went back-to-back, and the Pirates came back, beat the Cubs in the first game of the series. Game 2 of 3 is tonight at 7:40. You can listen right here on The Fan. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Krellick.
Thank you so much, Callis. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I need to print for my business, but I really have to watch the budget.
Staples can print whatever you need, and now you get up to 30% off print purchases. So the more you print,
the more I save?
Right.
So if I print $600 worth of signs,
you save $180.
Ooh, and if I print $1 million worth, I'd save...
no clue, but I'm thinking there are a lot of zeros.
Now at Staples, the more you print, the more you save, up to 30% off. Plus, you save even more with hundreds of hot deals throughout the store. Ends 9/7, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I need to print for my business, but I really have to watch the budget.
Staples can print whatever you need, and now you get up to 30% off print purchases. So the more you print,
The more I save?
Right.
So if I print $600 worth of signs...
you save $180.
Ooh, and if I print $1 million worth, I'd save...
No clue, but I'm thinking there are a lot of zeros.
Now at Staples, the more you print, the more you save, up to 30% off. Plus, you save even more with hundreds of hot deals throughout the store. Ends 9/7, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by WeatherSeal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Newly retired Sir Andy Murray has ripped U.S. Open schedulers as amateurish. This after China's Zhang Qi-Wen advanced in a match concluded at 2:15 a.m. yesterday, while Sasha Zverev claimed a victory Friday night at 2:35 a.m. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East troubles remain. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. State police on the scene in the final stages of clearing an accident off to the side of the inbound Parkway East. That's jamming traffic from the Wilkinsburg off-ramp down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 51 with heavy delays on the northbound side approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane, and then a traffic light delay at Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Awaken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk with Jeff Hathorne, our sports director, in the last segment. And there's one area I think I might have been a little too critical about with the Steelers. And I'll tell you about that coming up in a minute. But we were also talking about Pat Freiermuth and that he could potentially and should potentially have a good season this year with Arthur Smith calling the shots. And a bunch of people on the text line and on Twitter have disagreed with that. Now, I'm going to take up for my guy Pat Freiermuth now. He dragged me on the internet this weekend. I tweeted out about West Virginia, Penn State, and he quote tweeted it, that still shot of the video where I'm listed as a Penn State fan on KDKA. And so you would think I'd be mad at Fry. I'm not. Pat Freiermuth, good guy despite his Penn State allegiance. He's going to have a good year this year. They should absolutely pay him, and they should do it now before he'd make more money at the end of the year after the good year he's going to have. He deserves to get paid. The last time Pat Freiermuth was healthy, wasn't last year, he had 732 yards. That's not a number that jumps off the sheet at you, but guess what? It was 6th among all tight ends in the NFL. He also had the 6th most catches among all tight ends in the NFL. So he was really the 6th best tight end in the National Football League just 2 years ago. That's pretty good. If you had the 6th best wide receiver, people would be dancing in the streets. If you had the 6th best quarterback, you might have a chance to win the Super Bowl. They had the 6th best tight end 2 years ago. And the year before that was Ben's final season, and he wasn't great, Ben. He was a lot better than they've had since then, clearly. Freiermuth caught 7 touchdown passes. And Pat Freiermuth's a good player. Last season, he had bad quarterback play and a historically bad offensive coordinator. And he was hurt. So I throw last season out. You want to stay healthy, that's important, duh. But if he is healthy this year the way that Arthur Smith utilizes tight ends, I'm expecting a big year from Pat Freiermuth. And who would you rather Russell Wilson and or Justin Fields throw the football to? Freiermuth or Van Jefferson? If you're not all screaming Van Jefferson at your radios right now, oh, darn it, I got it wrong. I got it backwards, gals. If you're not all screaming Pat Freiermuth at your radios right now, then you might be as dumb as the radio host who just said it backwards 10 seconds ago. This tight end coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, here's where I want to dial it back on the Steelers a little bit. I've been very critical about the way that they've used Broderick Jones, but I don't think that's fair. If everyone were healthy, I shouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt, but I will. I think Sayamalu would be your right tackle and Broderick Jones would be your left. But Broderick's not healthy. Sayamalu finally got healthy and practiced yesterday, but you're not going to play Troy Fautanu at right tackle after missing as much time as he missed. You're not going to do that in game number 1. Not when you've got an injury at left guard. If Fautanu played right tackle and Broderick Jones played left tackle, and you've got Spencer Anderson at left guard and Zach Frazier at center, you've got, by far, the least experienced offensive line in the NFL. And you can make an argument that, hey, baptism by fire, that's going to be your line eventually. Let him gel. Normally, I would agree with something like that. But not when I put such a premium on needing to win early games this season because of the back half of the schedule. You got to climb out of a big hole if you stumble out the gates here. And you won games with Broderick Jones as your right tackle and Dan Moore as your left tackle last year. And so right now, I think you have to survive. Spencer Anderson has played a grand total of 1 snap in his career. He's going to be your left guard. If Broderick Jones played next to him, you got 2 real inexperienced dudes. So from left to right, you're going Broderick Jones, playing left tackle for the first time in the NFL, who didn't even play a full season as a rookie, basically still a rookie. Spencer Anderson with 1 snap, a rookie center, a veteran at right guard, and a rookie right tackle. If you want to see the Steelers try to win football games and not think more about development, then I think right now, Broderick Jones at right and Dan Moore Jr. at left is the way to go. It's not how I thought before these 4 days off, but I really started to think about it. I think if Sayamalu were healthy, then I would view this totally differently. That's what's really changed my opinion here. If Sayamalu's healthy, and he won't be back for 3 to 4 weeks, if he were good to go, you play him at left guard, and you play Broderick Jones at left tackle, and you play Sayamalu at right tackle. But he's not. And I can't basically start 4 rookies on my offensive line in Atlanta and expect to win a football game. You just can't do it. That'd be coaching malpractice. It'd be Pirates-esque. Well, let's see what we got with these guys. Throw them out there. No, you got to win games early. You might have to go 6-3 or 7-2 early. Because I think if you do that, then 500-ish in the back half of the schedule can get you to the playoffs. But if you play all these guys right now, you're not going to be winning 7 games out of your first 9. You might not anyway, But I think you're going to have a much more difficult road to doing that if you're playing 4 inexperienced offensive linemen. And I don't really care who you're playing. It's the NFL, and you're already a 3-point dog against Atlanta. And you got the Chargers, and you got the Colts. It's not the most difficult, most challenging schedule, but it is the NFL, and I think you got to go with more experience here. When Seumalo comes back, I think you reevaluate. And you see just how it goes game by game. But to start the season with 4 very inexperienced offensive linemen, I think would be coaching malpractice. What say you? 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up next, are you smarter than a plumber? We've had a new format the last 2 weeks, and I thought it was good before. I think it's way better now, but I don't have my partner in crime. We'll see if Southside Jake can best us in a trivia battle when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I mean, I can always play. I'll try to help you out. Yeah, there you go. The Cubs lost to the Pirates yesterday. Pirates came back, won 5-3. The first game of the series. Game 2 is today, same time as yesterday, 7:40, and you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan or on your free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat.
Suite. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
And now we're joined by Southside Jake for our wildly popular trivia segment, Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Doran out today, a little under the weather. Hope to have our guy back tomorrow. And I'd really love to have him for this segment because he saved my tuchus last week. Jake, how you doing, buddy? What's up?
Oh, guy, I'm doing good. You're in trouble today, man. I mean, geez.
I think I might be.
I mean, is there anyone in the lobby? Is there anyone in the lobby you can grab? Or,
well, Callis is going to help out as much as he can. Yeah, Callis will be my lifeline here. I don't see anybody meandering around the hallway, so it's just the two of us VU, and I imagine that you've come prepared with some difficult ones because of how the last 2 weeks have went.
Yeah, I'm coming for blood today, that's for sure, because, last 2 weeks, I don't have any blood left in my body after you two beat me up.
Yeah, I barely do after Saturday and the Penn State deal and the lightning delay. All right, Jake, hit us with what you got, big guy. Let's go.
All right, same format as we've been doing for the last 2 weeks. Players, here we go. So, this player was a Chicago Blackhawks center. He was a Stanley Cup champion in 1961. And only player in NHL history to win the Art Ross, Hart, and Lady Byng in the same season. And he did it twice.
He did it twice?
Twice.
Meaning I should absolutely know the answer to this. Callis has no clue. No clue. All right, I'm 0 for 1. Just tell me before this gets too embarrassing.
Stan Mikita.
I should have known that.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, hit me with number 2. Stan Mikita, 1961 we're going. Oh, dang. All right, here we go.
Well,
I don't think Doran would have known that one either.
No, but
I can't speak for him. Maybe he would have. Doran's a big hockey guy.
He is, you're right. Big-time player winning those trophies like that. All right.
Stan Mikita, yeah.
MLB pitcher from 1998 to 2006. First team was San Diego Padres. He was an MLB All-Star in 2005. Born and lives in Butler, PA.
Oh, man. I don't think this guy lives in Butler, but the name that jumped out to me was Jake Peavy.
No, he didn't end his career in 2006, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm a local guy from 98 to 06.
Who pitched
for the Padres.
Pitcher. Started his career. I think he had like 4 or 5 teams, but Started his career in San Diego.
Was he an all-star for San Diego?
No.
Okay. All right. This is wheelhouse baseball time for me, too, back when I was in the prime of my baseball caring.
Callis. Callis is a baseball guy.
Yeah, when I was young, and that's a really specific amount of time.
True.
I was born in '98.
We all know the local guys.
This is going to drive me nuts because when you say it, I'm going to have needed to know this information.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Pat Mahomes Sr., was it?
No.
No, it's not.
No. Your timeline a little off on the
I don't think he grew up in PA then, did he?
All right, hit me again. 0 for 2.
Matt Clement.
That's tough for you, Crowley. You love that guy.
That's tough for us. What are you talking about? I can't just.
Well, you love Clement. He was one of your favorite guys.
He's
been on our show before.
He was on our show all the time. He was on our show with us a couple times this year. I love Clement. This is unbelievable. I thought he had a longer career, and I totally blacked out on him ever being with the Padres. Like, I had him as a Chicago Cub pitching with Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor, and I totally blacked out on that. All right, can we do a money ball here? Can this one be for all the marbles?
All right, well, yeah, we'll make it interesting. I think you guys got this one. I think you got this one, actually. All right, here we go. Pro Football Hall of Famer. 26 seasons of professional football.
Oh, my God.
2-position player. QB and kicker.
Johnny Unitas.
Don't you want the last hint?
No.
Hint? Oh, I mean, you're wrong, but you should.
All right, who is it?
Hint.
Who is it?
Hails from Westmoreland County, Youngwood, PA. George Blanda.
Should have known that one, too. An embarrassing 0 for 3. An embarrassing 0 for 3.
I told you I was coming for blood today.
Yeah. Matt Clement?
I mean,
let me tell you something here. Both of you guys. My football team got the hell kicked out of it on Saturday, and I had to sit in a 2-hour and 15-minute lightning delay.
Oh, your life is terrible.
Only on Sunday to get totally dragged by Penn State fans because of Pat Fryermuth. Then I come up on here today doing a fabulous show, but I get totally steamrolled by a guy that I consider a friend in Southside Jake. So that's 3 butt whoopings in 4 days. Jake, this was awesome for you. We're now 2-1 against you, but this one feels like it hurt more than the other ones felt good.
Well, I hope your life turns around. So, good luck to you, and thanks for playing, and you did a good job by yourself.
Goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye.
Southside Plumbing and Heating. Southside Jake. You know what I need to do? Is I need to just draw these things out because the text line always has me. Text line's always got our back here.
Did they get them? Somebody get them in there?
Yeah.
That's good.
And people are mad at me for not looking at the text line. Everyone knew Blanda.
That's cheating, though.
Everyone knew Blanda. Everyone knew Matt Clement. Nobody had the Stan Mikita. But honestly, I should have known all 3. But my brain doesn't work at 7:35 in the morning.
My brain just hatched an idea.
What if, go beat up Southside Jake?
No. What if we ever have one of those prizes or those contests? Why don't we have a bonus question from him? And if a fan gets it, they win tickets to something.
Do we have tickets to give away?
Not today,
okay.
But I meant if we do in the future.
Have a listener come on and help us.
Not help us. Just get a bonus question for the fan.
I do like that.
The first fan to get it from those that call in, win the tickets.
I
Southside
apologize.
Jake would have to find one more question.
I like that idea, and I also apologize. Coming up next, Caboli's going to be with us from 8 o'clock until 10. So we're going to move our great unsponsored but actually sponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun brought to you by
Champ Tires.
Champ Tires, all brands and every size. We'll do that coming up next with a little college flair. But first, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates, they won yesterday 5-3 over the Cubs. Second game of the series is tonight, 7:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. A couple of accidents, one of them inside the Liberty Tubes on the inbound side. Crews are racing toward the scene to check that report. Expect some very heavy delays there. Also an accident in Indiana Township on Saxonburg Boulevard at Old Saxonburg Boulevard. Earlier accident cleared from the inbound Parkway east at Edgewood Twistdale. Leftover delays before the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. The Parkway West jams between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 heavy at Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Paul Alexander here. Most goals we set for ourselves have a pretty clear course. I want a trip to Nashville. So you read a couple of reviews, talk to a few friends, save up some money and book it. Maybe a couple of choices along the way, but overall, it's a clear course to reach your goal. Now, if your goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, where's that clear path? You read reviews, talk with a few friends, and try something out. When it doesn't work, you're disappointed. We've all been there, and it sucks. Know what I say? Stop trying, do what I did, and start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success without the disappointment. No guesswork, no trial and error, and no medication side effects. I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it was simple. A word never associated with weight loss, by the way, except when referring to Awaken 180. Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
I gave it away, my long purple fur.
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. The moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Callis, you got the football music, baby? Are you prepared for the great unsponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun, brought to you by Champ Tires, all brands in every size? There it is. And it is NFL music, but that's just what we do. This one's more college. Kabali going to be joining us. He, of course, the Pat McAfee Steelers insider from 8 o'clock until 10. So 2 hours of the big kaboom coming your way. But a lot of big-time stuff we got to talk about from this weekend in college football. And we spent a bunch of time on Pitt earlier on in the show. I thought Eli Holstein mostly really good. Did throw a couple of questionable passes that could have been picked off. Okay. But first time as a starting quarterback, new offense. I think the takeaway is he looked really good, and he has a command of that offense, which I didn't think we saw any procedural penalties, anything like that, which with a new offensive coordinator, with the new helmet communication, with the new quarterback, with some new players and pieces, I think is to be expected. Didn't see any of that from Pitt. So that's a massive step offensively from where they were last year. Now, not the biggest test. Kent State, a bad MAC team? Okay. But the offense looked infinitely better, and you can just tell they know what they're doing. So I thought overall an A-minus kind of performance from the Pitt offense. The defense, I think, is going to be fine. It's a Pat Narduzzi coach defense. Big challenge this week against Cincinnati. Cincy opening up as I see a 2-point favorite. It's early in the week. I like Pitt to win that game, but more on that later on. People have asked on the text line and on Twitter, why haven't you talked about the West Virginia-Penn State game? Well, this is the Pitt flagship station, and this is the first show we're doing of Steelers game week. So there's why. But we'll talk about it here. Penn State looks really good. Drew Aller looks really good. The new offense, coordinated by Andy Kotelnicki, looks really good. And Penn State's defense, we knew would be good, also looked really good on Saturday. It would surprise me if Penn State is not a college football playoff team this year. I think Ohio State's the best team in the country. I think Ohio State's going to win the Big Ten Conference. But Penn State absolutely is one of the best 12 teams in college football, and they're probably better than that. There are not a lot of question marks on this team. The biggest question mark was, how's Drew Aller going to look? And the one thing he could knock him on for last year is not throwing the ball down the field, whether that was by choice or whether that was because the offensive coordinator, they schemed guys open deep downfield, and they were creative with it, and Drew Aller didn't disappoint. So an A-plus grade for him, and I think Andy Kotelnicki is one of the best hires in the entire cycle on the coaching circuit. As for West Virginia, you wanted them, if you're a West Virginia guy, to be more competitive, to look better than you did last year against Penn State, and I think they looked worse. They looked unprepared. They looked like the moment was too big for them. And Penn State made a lot of mistakes early, as did West Virginia. Penn State figured it out. West Virginia never did. No Zach Frazier anymore. You had 2 bad snaps. You had Garrett Green, who didn't put the ball on the ground at all. The quarterback put it on the ground a couple of times in Saturday's game. If West Virginia would have played Pitt on Saturday, they would have lost the game. If they would have played a team with a pulse on Saturday, they would have lost the game. Just so happened they played one of the best teams in the country, and that's why the score is as lopsided as it was. You'll find out a lot about Pitt and West Virginia coming up on September 14th. Other teams that impressed, Miami. I don't think Florida's any good. I think Billy Napier, the head coach of Florida, in way over his head. They play 6 ranked teams to finish the season. If they have a better record than 3-9, I'll be shocked. They might go 1-11. They might be a 2-10 football team. They're awful. But the Swamp is still the Swamp. Tough place to play. Miami has a quarterback. Miami has an offensive line. And every year we do the Miami hype machine thing in the offseason, and I make fun of it every year. I think they're for real. Right now, clearly look like the best team in the ACC. By the by, speaking of the ACC, the 2 teams that are suing the conference are combined 0-3. Florida State and Clemson. Pitt fans should be giddy about that. The rest of the ACC goes 15-12 in these first couple of weeks, with week 0 included. All right, coming up next, we transition back to the pro game. Mark Cabali is going to join us in studio for a couple of hours, and he wrote just last night about Cam Hayward and the contract situation there. What is the latest on Cam? Are they going to pay him? Is Cam optimistic? We get into all that to start with Caboli. But first, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 75, low 50.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Dog days of summer are here, and South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee starting at $279 a month for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at WeatherSealHomeServices.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship. minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More traffic troubles. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Crews on the scene of an accident on West Liberty Avenue at the ramp to Route 51 southbound, and it's causing some very heavy delays on West Liberty back toward Cape May Avenue. Also, delays on the Parkway West between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, Parkway East to Greensburg Pike, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, Parkway North Jan approaching Camp Warren Road down to Perrysville, and you're stacked on the North Shore Expressway over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Mark Caboli, formerly of The Athletic, now works for Pat McAfee and does a lot of stuff with us. He's gingerly walking up the stairs right now after fighting through traffic. Callis, if you would, please go let in our esteemed colleague and friend, Mark Caboli. I can see him through the glass right now. Before we talk to Mark about all things Steelers, saw there was an emu running around in McKeesport, and I guess Cale Berger was talking about the emu on their show on Y108, and the woman who purportedly owns the emu called. They're supposed to be mean, and she called up to say, not so mean, they'll hug you. I'm just telling you right now, this woman's going to get eaten alive by her emu. I'm just telling you. In the wild, they can be quite mean. Just because they live in your house doesn't mean they forget their instincts to be quite mean. These emus, they're like velociraptors, these things. They'll get you. They're big. You can't just own emus, and you can't just have them running around McKeesport, for God's sakes. But this woman argues the opposite. Thinks she's a little biased. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You want to call up and chat with Mark Caboli, you can at 412-928-9370. Caboli, good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
It's like as the traffic turns, right? Every week now, huh?
Is that because you live where you live now and you're just getting used to it, or?
No, it's just miserable. Traffic is just stupid. There's no reason for traffic. It gets backed up because there's a red light turning into nowhere. People, you're going to get me fired up again. I mean,
yeah, you sound real fired up right now. I mean,
literally, you stop at a red light.
Were you yelling at people today?
Oh, absolutely. Especially somebody cut me off. Oh,
curse words flying.
Forget that.
Did you hear about that story of the emu going around in McKeesport?
You know, I worked in McKeesport for about 15 years and lived near there for a long time, and that's the least of my.
It's the people that are the bigger issue.
I'm not surprised. An emu. What did an emu do in McKeesport?
Some woman owned like 5-6 emus, and
somebody ate one.
No, one escaped it. It's just running around.
Huh. That's nothing.
You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You could text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mark, I saw you wrote about Cam Hayward. Would you be more surprised if he got the contract or didn't get the contract now at this point?
Well, yeah, at this point, probably more surprised if he will.
Man.
That's, to me, I always thought it was going to get done. I guess there's still a chance here. You still got, 5 or 6 days before that's done. But it just, just reading the body language, reading the room, so to speak, it doesn't seem like he's too convinced that he's even in the works, really. I mean, honestly, Freiermuth here is probably going to get done here within the next 2 to 3 days. So that's probably number one priority. It's not that. It's strange because he's in that weird zone of being a 35-year-old coming off injury at a position is not conducive for 35-year-old men. However, he's very talented, a guy who's very plugged into the organization, means so much to the organization. I wish we knew exactly, Adam, what the demands were, one side or the other, so we could probably figure out whose issue it is. But
yeah, if there's a possibility he could be asking for way too much money for a 35-year-old. There's no doubt about that.
Or multiple guaranteed years. Or the Steelers might just say, hey, here's low-level money right now, and we'll revisit it after next year. And if you're a guy who's 35, you don't really want to take that chance if you want to play 2 or 3 more years, because what happens if you do stink? You want to get as much guareed money
right,
as you
no
can
doubt.
right
and
now,
that's why the Steelers probably don't want to do that. Do you think if this is his lame duck season, if he does not sign an extension, do you think at the end of the year, if he plays well, that he'd want to go someplace else then? Do you feel like the waters would be too tainted for him, that he'd feel disrespected and not want to finish out his career here?
No, I think the Steelers might be trying to take advantage of his loyalty to a degree. Saying, we know you're not going anywhere, Cam.
He didn't even hold out.
Yeah.
He didn't even hold in.
Well, he didn't really. He did one of the very, very low-key hold-ins, so to speak, because he didn't really participate. They masked that under, we're just saving him for the regular season. That's not like it was planned that he was going to sit out, but he didn't do a whole heck of a lot.
I think that might have been the same regardless of whether or not he had a contract. Yeah. Just because he's coming off injury. Behind him, I think you've got some decent depth, but you've got nothing legitimate behind him.
Yeah.
I happen to think, Mark, that now that the Ayuk deal didn't happen, if there were a guy that you could break precedent for, it would be Cam Hayward. Like, if there were a guy that you could negotiate with in season, this would be the guy to do. I don't think they will.
No, I don't.
But there's a lot of stuff they've done these last few years that I didn't think the Steelers would ever do, like fire an offensive coordinator midway through a season and get rid of a quarterback they drafted in the first round just 2 years ago.
See, that's not them being difficult of not negotiating in season. There's a reason behind that, and it's really, there's some deep roots to it back to the early 90s in free agency that Dan Rooney pretty much said we're not doing this anymore because it really created issues within the locker room. That I think it was 93 maybe, and there was a couple guys. I think Adrian Cooper might have been one of them. You remember that name. So saying that and where it came from, I don't see that ever changing. I mean, they did manipulate a contract 1 year where they did it with more than one season out with Antonio Brown. What did they do? They added money to him, then cut off the backside.
Yeah,
of
it was goofy. We know what you're talking about.
They were able to manipulate him getting a raise without giving him a new contract. But as of negotiating in season, I just do not see that ever happening.
You don't want to set the precedent, but I don't think it would be a distraction for that guy because I think he's all business. I think he'd play his heart out for the organization, but also for himself. And I think his teammates wouldn't have any problem with him getting money in season. I know they're not going to do it, but I do think if you were going to do it for a guy, you could do it for the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
You don't want to set the precedent either. I know he's in a different level.
Right.
But you don't want the guy 5 years from now to say, well, you did it to Cam Hayward, why aren't you doing it for me type of situation. So I think, once again, you're talking about Ambassador Rooney, 20, 30, 35 years ago, whenever it was, said this is how it's going to be. It's just not going to change.
Do you think that's good business? They used to not want to hand out a ton of guaranteed money either.
Yeah. I mean, put it this way. It's something that everybody in that locker room knows. So they're not even going to approach that. They know we have to get it done. If you're not going to get it done for Troy, if you're not going to get it done for other guys, you're not going to get it done for anybody at that point. I think, it's fine. I mean, there's other guys that I thought of might have been a guy that you could have thought of doing, but now you look back on it, I don't even know. It might have been Bud Dupree, and imagine if they would have changed their philosophy for him. Then you're looking back saying, "What in the world?"
Yeah, you can't do that. I wouldn't have done it for Minka. I would have considered doing it for T.J. Watt if that thing went on. But they always knew they were going to get something done, and it seems like it's going to get done with Freiermuth. I mean, you feel pretty confident in that.
I was talking to him yesterday, and I said, you got to wear a shirt and tie to this press conference. He said, "I'm not wearing anything to it. I'm just going to wear." Well, I would, you're trying to get information without getting information, but it's just a matter of when they're going to announce it. I still believe that it's maybe a couple extra, dotting the I's, crossing the T's here, but everybody's under the impression this will be done before the season.
I understand where the Steelers would be coming from to not pay Cam Hayward, who's 35. I understand why the Steelers would pay Pat Freiermuth now. I'm expecting.
First of all, he's not going to cost a lot.
He's not going to cost a lot, and at the end of the year, he might, because I do think he's going to have a really good season for the Steelers this year.
He's going to have a good season.
That's exactly it. Necessity is the mother of invention, baby, and we know that Arthur Smith likes to use tight ends anyhow. I mean, you look at the two guys last year, you combine their numbers, big-time tight end numbers, and Pat Freiermuth 2 years ago, people forget this, man, because he was hurt last year and the offense was just so bad. Freiermuth was 6th in the league in receptions for a tight end, 6th in the league for yards for a tight end. And the year before that, when he had a legitimate quarterback, he had 7 touchdowns. I think the best is still yet to come for Freiermuth.
You're just afraid of him right now, aren't you?
He absolutely dragged me on Twitter. He texted me before the game, and we made a bet. And I don't know what I'm going to have to do. But if West Virginia would have won, he was going to have to take my wife and I to dinner. And I said, if Penn State wins, do I get the points? He said, no, wouldn't have helped me anyhow. I said, name your price. So we got to figure that out.
You see this, Harry, dropping some names here. You got texted me, going to take me out to dinner.
I tried to link up with Freiermuth before the game. He was going to come to my tailgate, but then I had no service. He probably thinks I stood him up.
I never knew you two were that tight.
We just became tight this weekend. He listens to the show.
I know. Didn't that last year he mispronounced your name?
He called me Scrawly.
Yeah.
Which I think he does on purpose. But he listens to the show. I think it's a tight end thing. I think he really likes Doran and tolerates me.
Well, of course he likes Doran.
By the way, did you know there was a war fought against emus in Australia in 1932?
You better be careful, because last time we talked, it was on these airwaves about things that happened overseas. It was Vinny and Cook talking about like Iran and stuff. So you better be careful.
I'm not going quite there. It's just Australia. They had a nuisance wildlife management military operation
I don't even know what an emu is, to be honest with you.
It's like an ostrich kind of deal.
Really? I thought it was like a llama type of thing. No?
No.
Oh,
no, they're birds, man.
Not too many emus where well.
You didn't grow up in McKeesport, did you?
I did not grow up in McKeesport, but...
Following World War I, large numbers of discharged veterans who served in the war were given land by the Australian government, but there were too many doggone emus, so they had to go and they had to kill the emus.
They eat them?
I would hope so.
Are they like monster birds, like ostrich?
They're huge, dude.
So you can like eat the eggs and
like one running around in McKeesport would stick people's ears up. Yeah,
I am Googling emu because I have no idea what they look like.
Yeah, they had a big war over that in Australia.
Oh, it's a flightless bird, though. So.
I have a Najee Harris question for you when we come back. And Albert Breer reported something that interested me over the weekend. He's doing Monday Morning Quarterback now, filling in for Peter King, taking Peter King's job. Big promotion for Albert Breer. Something he wrote about the Steelers I want to run by Mark. He's going to be with us until 10 o'clock today. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday. Brian Reynolds and Andrew McCutcheon had late home runs back-to-back. Or no, not back-to-back, but they were in the same inning. Either way, the Pirates won, and it was mostly due to the efforts of those two on offense. Pirates going to play the Cubs again in this series. Game 2 of the series is tonight. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the 3rd round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common-sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Delmont Beer in Delmont. Please enjoy responsibly.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do. So great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with the Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. The start of the ACC college football season has not gone as some preseason favorites had hoped. Florida State lost to Boston College last night and to Georgia Tech 10 days ago. How about Clemson? They were thrashed by top-ranked Georgia. And, of course, Virginia Tech was upset by Vanderbilt. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving. Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, the Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Getting our share of accidents today. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. One outside the Liberty Tubes at the ramps to Route 51 north and southbound. Also, one being cleared in Indiana Township. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Saxonburg Boulevard and Old Saxonburg Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed at the bend at Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound delays from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, that is stacking before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Also watch for delays on the city side approaching the Fort Pitt Bridge's lower deck. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North at Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy. And now, it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
No Doran today. Hope to have him back tomorrow. A little under the weather. Mark Kabolian with us until 10 o'clock.
You know, I feel like right now, Adam, I got to start bringing the energy. I'm a little low-key so far today. Maybe it was that traffic.
You generally aren't the most energetic guy.
I got to get rolling a little bit.
You're a passionate man, but I would never say you're energetic.
I got to get it rolling a little bit here, man.
I didn't know you were a glasses guy either.
I can't. You know,
I have never seen you wear glasses before. Are you a contacts guy?
No, I just do this because I'm an old guy that can't read the computer.
Oh, those cheaters.
No, these are actually legit ones, but they're only for reading. I don't need them to drive, not that I think of, not that I know of. But man, they're getting worse, man. You go to the eye doctor, and I'm like, dude, I can't read. What's the problem? He goes, you're getting old.
That's what happens. Your eyes deteriorate. No big deal. They got glasses for that. They got contacts for that. They got laser eye surgery for that. I'll tell you what's happened to me though. At night, if it's raining, I can't see jack anything.
Yeah.
With the reflections and all that.
I think it's everybody, right?
Maybe. I don't remember ever being like that. But now I'm scared when I drive at night and it's raining.
Well, this morning,
like on the highway, I'm going 50 miles an hour.
You
throw the blinkers on, dude. It's nuts.
You 8 and what is it? 8 and 2,
10 and 12, right?
Whatever.
Or 10 and 2 is what it is.
10 and 2, 12 and whatever. I'm a one or two finger guy, one hand guy. Definitely, I can see you like up really close to the steering wheel, just like looking.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. Normally, I go kind of quick, but ever since I had kids, I'm really, really, really careful.
Oh yeah, you know what?
It's changed everything for me.
Boy,
I don't even want to get into Ubers with people because I don't know that I can trust their driving, even if they've got good reviews.
I think we need to review that just last paragraph you said.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What? Was there a phrasing thing I missed?
Oh man, I can't really say it.
Crowley's a tornado watch guy now too.
I'm a big weather guy. There's that commercial out right now that makes fun of old people for being...
Yeah, you sit in your basement, right?
Yeah, when there's a tornado, I will always heed the warning. If there is a thunderstorm warning and I'm in a stadium, people were trying to stay in the stands in Morgantown. Nope, not me. I'm not staying in the stands. They're telling us to get out. I'm going to get out. I don't want to get hit with debris. I don't want to get struck by lightning. You never know. And that's how I'd go out. Craig Wolfley had 3 family members struck by lightning. Did you know that? So you got to be careful.
Insane.
Got to be careful.
Surprised that he wasn't one of them.
Question for you about Najee Harris.
Yes.
Will the Steelers, by the end of the year, regret not picking up his 5th-year option?
Well, I don't think they're going to regret not picking it up, but I think he's going to have one heck of a season. I think he's definitely a 1,000-yard running back. Maybe he'll probably get over more receptions than he did last year. He's not going to be that 70, 80 reception guy that he was, his rookie year. He's not going to be the 20 reception guy last year, but I think he's looked extremely good in practice.
He looks
quicker,
twitchier to me,
faster. Let's see how that translates into the regular season. But I think he'll be a 10, 1,100-yard running back. No, they're not going to regret it because he's a guy that they were going to have to pay $7-8 million to. When you got a guy that is very similar right behind him, that probably will get paid. I think he's a restricted next year, 3.5. I mean, it's just business right there.
Do you think? What would Najee Harris have to do to get brought back, or do you think it's done?
Nobody wants him. Or if he gets to that point where he has one of those seasons where it's not very good that anybody wants to bring him on and give him a raise, and the Steelers would be like, okay, you can come back.
Oh, so you think it's more likely he's a Steeler if he underperforms than if he overperforms?
If he underperforms, they're not going to want him back.
Because I was
if he
going
overperforms, he's going somewhere else.
Okay.
He has to be one of those in-betweeners where, he's 20, what is he, 27, 28? Let's have that 1 year. Does he really want to go to Minnesota for 1 year and $2.5 million prove-it deal? That type of situation, I could see him coming back on. But if he has a decent year, no, there's no. I mean, look at this free agency this past year. I mean, I think the first 6 people to sign in free agency were running backs.
It was kind of a bounce back year for running backs.
Now they were getting paid between 6 and 7 and 10. So even look free agency wise, those guys were getting paid, air quotes, but they still weren't getting paid nearly what he would have got guaranteed for a 5th-year option.
Which is why the Steelers, I think, were smart not to do it. I think if it were Colbert in the old regime, I think they would have definitely picked it up. I think they're a little bit more new school here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who do you think makes that decision? They portray it as a group decision, but if Mike Tomlin wanted Najee Harris, I can't see Omar saying, nah, it just doesn't make business sense. Okay, Omar, I just don't see that.
I wouldn't say he's fallen out of favor, but he was a captain. Now he's not a captain.
That's because you know what happened there is Tomlin tried to push him into that captaincy, right? He pushed him there hard that first year or the second year, whatever that year was, but that didn't tend to work out. Then they wanted to bring Kenny and give him that spot because he's the quarterback. And obviously that didn't work out, and I don't think you can go back to where you're at right now.
Do you think Russ Wilson was truthfully elected captain, or do you think that they rigged that thing?
Honestly, I always think that it's just a Tomlin thing. I think you
don't think they vote, but then he tabulates them how he wants it.
I was Pro Football Writers president for 4 years, and we used to vote for the Chief Award, and I would tally everybody's votes. Then I would choose who I wanted, anyways.
What? You're kidding me.
To a degree.
How many times did it not line up with the way the vote went?
No.
Who did you screw, Capoli?
I can't say that. One year, there was a little uprising if somebody wanted it. I'm like, over my dead body.
Really?
That's not happening.
You ruled with an iron fist.
Well, they
Mark,
didn't know.
News.
They didn't know.
Well, now they do.
Well, very similar to Mike Tomlin. Maybe they voted for him.
Hold up.
They're not comparing ballots. The offensive lineman. Who'd you vote for?
This is a hell of an admission by you. Does Dale Lawley know you did this? Does Jerry Dulac know you did this?
Well, probably. I don't know if they do. They might not. They
you
might know now.
fudged the Chief
Maybe
Award.
that's why I'm not the president anymore.
Maybe that's why you got fired.
Well, honestly, off the air, I'll tell you who it was, and you'll agree with me.
I probably will.
This person did not deserve it, but there was some kind of uprising of let's give it to this guy. I'm like, that's not happening.
All right, when we come back, maybe I'll tell everybody what Mark tells me during the break. But Albert Breer wrote something that I think's of interest about the Steelers, and we'll get to it. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's football week. Mike Tomlin has his press conference today at noon, his first one of this regular season. Steelers and Falcons, they play on Sunday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving. Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Phones aren't wired to the wall anymore. We carry them in our pockets. Cars can even drive themselves, right? Technology advances have changed our lives.
That's football legend Emmitt Smith.
Some of the most fascinating advances are happening with the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I'm talking about natural regenerative treatments for joint pain without surgery or harmful drugs.
Tens of thousands of patients have discovered these breakthroughs firsthand at QC Kinetics. With over 100 board-certified providers across the country, they're transforming the world of pain treatment using your body's own healing properties to help restore your aching joints.
Why would you keep going back to the old tired ways of treating chronic joint pain? Check out the latest advances at QC Kinetics. And here's an idea for you. You can call them on that smartphone right there in your pocket.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. It's where you go to disconnect so that you can connect with friends and family. There's so many games for you to play at Pins. Duck pin bowling, their signature, foosball, bocce, pinball, and more. Plus at Pins, there's a fully stocked bar filled with fun cocktails and refreshing draft beers. Pins is located in the Southside Works on Cinema Drive. Bring a date, bring your friends, bring your kids, even bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Some breaking NFL news, Mr. Cabali. Trent Williams signing an extension with the 49ers, ending his holdout.
As I normally say on Twitter when there's a big signing, looks like the 49ers are going to go 20-0 this year now. They joined the 20-0 club. They might go 21-0. They're that good.
They are pretty good, though. Wow. They are really good, though.
Well, that is my pick to win it all, but I'm not going out on the edge here.
Who's your pick to win the AFC North?
Ooh, probably Baltimore. Didn't really give it much thought. It's not Cleveland.
I'm with you on that.
My Cleveland and Pirate takes are very similar. Show me first before I even think about it.
I mean, they did make the playoffs last year with Joe Flacco at the helm.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
Then they got absolutely demolished in that playoff game.
I'm just worried about Cincinnati. I mean, there's issues with Chase.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line's gotten a little bit better. The defense is still a little bit suspect. So I would say Baltimore right now. Good defense.
I like
good running game.
Yeah.
Good quarterback. Receivers,
hasn't stopped them before.
I mean, I like their
until
tight
it stops
ends.
them
Obviously,
inevitably.
Andrews coming back. I
Yep.
like Likely.
I mean, they played for the AFC Championship last year. That game could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And I like their team the best. Like, if it were all things being equal, I would pick Baltimore. But the Steelers schedule, the Ravens schedule, the Browns schedule, I know you do. I know you do. And a lot of times it changes.
Always changes.
But for the Steelers, I feel like they've gotten a lot of injury luck the last few years. Have played a lot of backup quarterbacks, and I feel like eventually that just evens out. Cincinnati's schedule middle of the pack is what I'm saying. And I happen to really like their football team, too.
You remember last year we were like, wow, that final 3-game stretch of the Steelers are going to be impossible, so they better win those ones right before that, Arizona, New England. Well, it just happens the other way around.
Yeah.
You lose those 3 and then beat Baltimore, Seattle, and believe Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Cincinnati a favorite on the road against the Steelers, sitting there at 8-6.
It's tough. I hate looking at schedules. I know what you have to look at is historically those teams down the stretch are good. They're division games, which regardless of if they're good or not, that's going to be a tough game. There's a bunch jammed in together. There's Wednesday's games, there's Sunday games, maybe a Monday game in there. That's what I'm more concerned about than actually who they're playing and if they're favored or not.
Yeah, Steelers went 5-1 against the AFC North last year. I bet good money that won't happen again. But, hey, you don't know. They're going to play close games. They're probably going to play 5 very close games. And Steelers have historically under Mike Tomlin in these last few years won these close games. All right, Albert Breer, who's now doing the Monday morning quarterback column every Monday, he reports that there was an internal push by some for the Steelers to name Fields the starting quarterback. You buying that, Mark?
I would love to know where the internal push came from.
Because it wasn't Tomlin.
And honestly, who in the world has the power to have any type of internal push?
If the internal push was Art Rooney II, then Justin Fields would be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, and if it was, do you think Arthur Smith, who just got tired and said, "Hey, Mike, I know I've only been here 3 months, but I want Justin." No, you probably play it low key right now, right? And whatever you want, Mike, for right now. I'm not discounting he might have heard that, but I just don't. I mean, it can come from anybody. Maybe it was a scout internal push. I mean, it's very vague of what that is, and I just don't know. I mean, to me, I thought Russell Wilson is a perfect guy for the perfect time at the perfect opportunity right now for this team. To be honest with you, that he's a play action guy. He's a veteran guy who Tomlin likes. He can throw the ball down the field, and they got some guys, and we can rip on Van Jefferson all you want.
And I will, and I have.
Just look at some of his highlights, man. When he was balling, he can get down the field pretty quick and get some deep balls, some chunk plays. Same with Calvin Austin, so it makes sense. So people tend to, I think, confuse of what's happening this year, what might happen in the future. Just because Russell's starting this year, that doesn't mean jack next year.
I know. That's why I have such a tough problem with thinking about this season. That's how I started the show today. It was a lot of word vomit, Mark, but this is the most purgatory Steelers season that I can remember. Each of the last 2 years, you at least had a quarterback you're trying to figure out if he's the franchise guy, thus the season has meaning. I feel like this year they're basically playing to break that playoff win drought. But even if they do, it doesn't guarantee that either of the quarterbacks that might help them get there are even going to be on the roster next year. Which means that this year, more than any year that I can remember, Mark, is just a year in a vacuum. Like, it's this year and nothing else really matters unless Justin Fields would take the ball and run with it. But I think if you predict that right now, you're going out on a limb.
I think they're okay with that. I mean, you look how one thing Omar has done in his 2+ years here is, and even before that, they're structuring contracts. There's not a lot of things in stone for next year. So if they want to redo this whole thing next year, it might suck for a fan, but they have the opportunity to next year just to say, okay, this quarterback stinks. We're just going to do it all over again. Not even quarterback, other positions as well. So I don't think they're too worried. I think they're just going to keep throwing it against the wall until something sticks. If it doesn't work this year and they got to get rid of all 3 of them next year and go a different route, whoever it might be free agent-wise, I'm not going to say Dak because that money's going to be ridiculous. I think they're willing to do that.
I think they're willing to do that, too. I mean, they just did it with a first-round pick, so you'd absolutely be willing to do it with 2 guys that you're not tied down to. I'd be surprised if Justin Fields isn't around in some capacity next year, but they absolutely could get rid of both guys.
That's tough. That's tough with Justin because, I mean, he's getting to that age where you don't want to be a lifetime backup, and that's all you are right now, even though there are some success stories with Geno Smith and I guess Kirk Cousins to a degree. The clock is ticking. And if you don't have an opportunity here next year, I'm going to go find some place where I'm going to start next year. If it's wherever it is. I mean, if it's New York, if it's anywhere, I'm going somewhere where I can start next year.
Well, and I do want to be clear, too. Like, I don't think the Steelers did the wrong thing this offseason by any stretch. It was the slim pickings out there. You couldn't get Baker because Baker had already signed before free agency opened up. I don't think they should have gotten Kirk Cousins because is he that much better? Is he better than Russell Wilson? Maybe, but he had a debilitating injury at the end of last year, and they're around the same age. So you get a similar player for pennies on the dollar. You weren't really that interested in Justin Fields until your quarterback went boo-boo face. So you get, I think, a good option there as a backup quarterback. I think they did the right thing, but it guarantees absolutely nothing for the future. As for this report from Breer that there was an internal push for Justin Fields, I don't think it was from the players. I don't think you had a bunch of vets pounding the table for Justin Fields. They may well like him, but they did just vote Russell Wilson the captain.
Plus, I mean, there's not a person I've talked to that doesn't just, adore him. Players love Russ. Other people think he potentially could be a phony. That's not saying the players do. Us in the media, fans, potentially, just how he carries himself. I mean, I've said this a number of times, I don't really care if he's phony or not or whatever, as long as you're able to win. And that's what the players are. I've never heard a player say anything. I know you're not going to hear people say, Russ is this, Russ is that, but you don't hear anything negative even coming his way. They love him.
Even if he is, quote-unquote, phony, I'm not so sure that's the worst thing for a franchise quarterback to be, at least forward-facing, frontward-facing, outward-facing. There we go.
He's a positive phony.
Right.
There's some negative phonies out there.
Yeah, as long as you're a guy that is going to get in front of a microphone and TV cameras and say the right things and not throw your teammates under the bus publicly, that goes a long way.
Yeah, when he was named starter last week, he talked for 12 minutes. When I got done and I looked at somebody and said, he did not say one word there that I could use. It was just like, then there was one time it was like, did he hear my question? Because he totally did not answer anything that I just asked him right now.
Yeah, he and Tomlin are good for that. Here's a theory, and I like this one from a texter at 412-928-9370. The Monday morning quarterback report could be the Steelers wanting that to get out there to appease Fields in a way. I could buy that. Like, hey, Justin, we still love you. I think that's part of the reason why Tomlin made it sound like it was more of a competition the whole way, is because they want Justin Fields to feel valued, wanted, and loved.
Yeah, because once again, next year it might come down to whoever says yes, whoever wants the least money. So you probably should keep him happy as much as you can at this point.
Mark, we're going to have you around until 10 o'clock, so you're with us the rest of the show. But I do want to get to the game on Sunday with you coming up next. Couple questions.
Game Sunday.
There's a game on Sunday. You going to Atlanta?
Yes. I'm doing one of those red-eye backs, I believe.
Pat McAfee writing that check?
No.
Or reimbursing you afterwards.
Reimbursing that check, right?
There you go. All right, we'll talk about the game a little bit. A couple of position questions I have for Mark. That's next. First, though, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday, 5-3 against the Chicago Cubs. First game of the series. Pirates are still 10 games back of a third wildcard spot in the National League. Game 2 of the series tonight, same time as yesterday, 7:40. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 6:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic woes continue. This report brought to you by Train. Crews on the scene of an accident now heading down toward the Homestead Grays Bridge at the intersection of Browns Hill and Imogene Roads. An earlier accident being cleared in Indiana Township on Saxonburg Boulevard and Old Saxonburg Boulevard. Parkway West, meanwhile, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from 79 out to Campbell's Run Road. Seeing some delays in the construction zone on I-79 between the Craft and Moon Run interchange and the S-Bends. Parkway North, you're jammed at Bellevue Westview, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent Train dealer. TrainInfo.com. it's hard to stop a train.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That's bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game, which is a nice little treat. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. Mike, who lost 40 pounds with a Wake 180, was in the same position I was in, you were most likely in. Confused.
I spent so much money on personal trainers in the last 10 years. Didn't have a lot of discretionary income left. So I tried to listen to everybody else. What do you eat? You know, everyone said, eat healthy. Define eating healthy. Cut out sugar. Tell me what foods don't have sugar. So their process to me was an education. That was really the eye-opening thing to me is I had 10 choices of food in front of me every day. You know, when I was on the run in sales, I was making 8 bad choices. I wasn't eating the 2 good ones. And I loved the 2 good ones. I just didn't know they were good. So I made bad choices every single day. And the program, Gonna Wake 180, really changed my mind, opened my eyes up to, it was a true education on food, what to eat, what not to eat, and it's been fantastic.
Knowing what to eat, the ability to navigate nutrition labels, a proven clear path for weight loss, exactly what you will receive with Awaken 180. Leave confusion at the door and do what we did. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Mark Caboli in with us until 10 o'clock today. Mark, Jaylen Warren is going to play on Sunday. Do we expect a normal workload for one Jaylen Warren?
Well, he looked pretty good yesterday. I mean, I know it was the first day, but he looked pretty back to normal, or as normal as he can get. So I would guess that he's going to have that normal workload. There's not going to be any restrictions put on him at all. So my question is, how do they incorporate Cordero Patterson into this group too? Because I think he's shown that he needs to be somehow into this group.
If they had Brandon Ayuk or a guy that I thought was a legitimate number 2, if they had Deontay Johnson, I don't know that I'd be crying in my beer if we didn't see Cordero Patterson. But they don't have that.
I find it quite amusing that all of a sudden Deontay Johnson went to, he can't catch the ball, he runs backwards. Man, I wish we had Deontay Johnson.
Well, I have always thought that Deontay's talent is intriguing, and he's a good player. Yeah. But he also, I felt, left a lot on the table and quit on the team. I can understand why they didn't want him around. That being said, as a football player, he is head and shoulders better than Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
So it's not that I'm comparing Deontay to the rest of the league. I'm comparing him to Van Jefferson and saying, if they had Deontay, you don't need to work Cordell Patterson in there. But if I'm starting to tear out their weapons, Cordell Patterson, you don't go very far before you say he probably needs to touch the ball.
You know, one thing to flip back on that, the Deontay Johnson for Dante Jackson trade.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting Deontay, all of a sudden your offense is pretty dynamic now. You got that solid number 2.
Mm-hmm.
But now where does that leave your cornerback position? Would you be more willing to have a number 2 like Deontay Johnson, or a guy who is a ton of snaps, 6 years in the league, Deontay
It was so
Jackson?
early in the offseason that if you wanted to get another starting caliber outside corner, you could have gone and paid for one.
I don't know.
Especially now when you look at the cap space that they have. They could have addressed both needs still. And I think Dante Jackson was going to get cut too. You'll never know. Yeah. Maybe he wasn't. But a couple of beat writers at the time were writing that they thought that Dante Jackson wasn't going to wind up being a Panther anymore. Now, and you also would have to then go out and fight with other teams to get him. They streamlined the process, but I'm not convinced they couldn't have wound up with Jackson and Deontay. And if they had Deontay, I think they'd have Ayuk right now.
Yeah, the thing is, I think there was some miscalculation of. I mean, I think that's obvious that they thought they were going to be able to at least get a number 2 receiver. If it was maybe I don't know when the Ayuk thing came into play. Was it April? I don't know.
They would have signed Mike Williams, man. If Mike Williams would have, instead of going to the Jets on Tuesday, was going to Pittsburgh and the Jets on Thursday, I think he'd be a Steeler.
Yeah,
right
if you want to complain and moan about Brandon Ayuk not signing here, I wouldn't complain about him not actually coming here more than him holding them hostage to a degree that not being able to fill that spot. Now you're probably saying, well, why didn't the GM realize that? You have to shoot your shot at that point, right? If I have an opportunity to Brandon Ayuk, I'm holding off until the last minute. I just don't know.
You probably didn't think that the last minute really meant the last minute.
Well,
you probably didn't think this thing would go as long as it did, but once it does, now you're pot committed, and there's nowhere else to turn. And I know we've talked about, I know other shows on the station have talked about, I know fans on Twitter talk about, you could have had this guy who was cut, that guy who was cut. Okay, this guy or that guy, player X or Y, is not coming in and early making more of an impact than Van Jefferson, who knows the offense. Like, at that point, you're hoping that 3 or 4 weeks in, that guy can really help you.
Yeah, but what happens now if week 3 or week 4, it's become very obvious to the Steelers that we need a number 2? There's nothing against them going out and making a trade, right?
Right.
I mean, maybe a team that's a lower-level team that has a veteran guy and you want to get – I mean, there's nothing against that. I mean, you can trade – and I think when's the trade deadline? November 1st? That might be too late now if you're waiting to that length to be able to go find somebody. But there is a little slight opening where, hey, we can go and find somebody out there if we really need to. But I think they're going to give Van Jefferson and those guys every opportunity until they prove that they.
The deadline is what? It's November 5th.
They pushed it back.
So they pushed it back. You could see Denver or something being 1-7 or 2-6, and maybe at that point you're willing to move a Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, but is it too late at that point? That's what you have to ask yourself.
It all depends on what the Steelers are, what their record is at the time. I mean, if you're sitting there and you're 6-2 or 5-3, you might be able to convince yourself we don't need that guy. But I think you have to, independent of your record, think about how you're playing, and you have to project out if that level of play is going to be good enough to compete in the second half in that schedule, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I listened to Doug Whaley a couple days ago and him talking about Arthur Smith's offense and how you go, the number one guy's the number one guy, then the tight end, then the outlet pass. It almost seems like he's convinced that you don't even need a number 2 at this point, right?
That's been a big talking point around Arthur Smith. I know that Muller's talked about that a lot, but I think it all depends on roster construction. I mean, if you have Brandon Ayuk, you're probably throwing to him. Yeah. You're probably throwing to Pickens, and you're probably throwing to Ayuk, and then your tight end becomes your third option. I think he's malleable. Yeah. I think it just depends on what you got.
My issue would be is maybe that number 1 option of Pickens is not an option because of what you have at 2 and 3. If Fryermuth's your second, and if the outlet pass of Warren or whoever, Cordero, is your number 3, maybe that takes number 1 totally out of the game, which is not good. I think what you're going to see a lot of is the play action, deep shots, big chunks, run the ball, play defense. I think that's their thought, and they think that they have that roster construction to be able to be successful doing that.
You need your offensive line to play well, and that's where I wanted to go, and we'll do that next. Because I have a couple of theories, and then I have one area where I think I've been too hard on the Steelers that I have to walk back a little bit. So we'll do that coming up next. Mark Cavalian with us until 10 o'clock. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Feels like fall out there, folks. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 75, low 50.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth.
Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection, and browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Yet another accident. This report brought to you by Alpine Pools. This one in the Greenfield section of the city, just off the Greenfield Bridge at the intersection with Alger Street. Also an accident being cleared, Saxonburg Boulevard at Old Saxonburg Boulevard in Indiana Township. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree inbound to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North slowing at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Alpine Pools once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira Hot Tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tubs starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. No Doran today. Hope to have him back tomorrow. He's under the weather. Mark Caboli in with us until 10 o'clock. Guardian Protection is your hometown home and business security company. You didn't watch any of this Florida State-Boston College game, Mark?
Man, I was watching Raw.
First of all, there's 17 teams now in the ACC, which is insane.
I couldn't even name them. Could you name them all?
Yes, but I don't want to do that to our listeners here. So, Boston College, one of those teams, and they ran it down Florida State's throat. 263 rushing yards. Teams that aren't suing to get out of the conference, 15-2. And the two teams suing to get out of the conference are combined 0-3 right now. That's Florida State and Clemson. If Pitt's I'm going to say this right now. If Pitt's offense looks anywhere near as good as it did against Kent State the rest of the season, they're going to have a chance. That being said, it was Kent State. Figure it out this week against Cincinnati and then West Virginia, and we'll know if they're for real by the end of this month.
Good thing about Pitt is I know it's Kent State, but they look like they got a legit quarterback.
I think so. He did almost turn it over a couple of times, not to be unexpected in game one with a new offense, new coordinator, new team, and they didn't have any penalties. Like they looked like a well-coached outfit, which is more than I can say about my guys who laid an absolute egg.
Yeah.
Anyhow, moving on. You can reach out to us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Left to right, what's your offensive line? What's the Steelers' offensive line?
On Sunday?
Yep.
Well, we're going to go left Dan Moore. Then we're going to go a little bit Spence Anderson. Then we'll go Zach Frazier, James Daniels, Broderick Jones.
If Faltanu were healthy, would he be playing?
Faltanu actually he was moving around pretty well.
Well, all right, I'll ask it this way. If he had been healthy, would he be playing?
I would think so, yes. But would he have 4 or 5 practices this year, legit practices? You can't do that to a rookie like that, especially, I always say it, complain about Dan Moore all you want. He started all 49 games that he's dressed for over his career. So I'm taking a Dan Moore at this point over Faltanu, who's practiced 4 times.
Yeah, I think they're actually doing the right thing here, and that's where I've changed my mind. Over the weekend, I did some thinking. That's what you do when you go to Morgantown, West Virginia.
So you were bored?
I was bored.
Was this during the lightning delay while you were hiding?
Yeah, during the lightning delay, me and my guy Wes, we were just going back and forth, talking about what the Steelers are going to do on their offensive line.
Wes got some fabulous hair.
He does have good hair. Listen, I would love to criticize them for, quote-unquote, screwing up Broderick Jones, but you're not going to start from left to right. Broderick Jones, who hasn't played left tackle in the NFL, Spencer Anderson, who's played 1 snap in the NFL, a rookie at center, Daniels, and then a rookie at right tackle. You're just not going to do that, especially when your rookie at right tackle has practiced 4 times. You're not going to start the season that way. If Sayamalu were healthy, I think there would have been a chance, But you're not going to start 4 offensive linemen who have basically no experience.
Not only that, what Spencer Anderson is he just moved the guard full time in May? So it's not like I thought he played really well during the training camp and preseason.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm interested to see how he does here. But yeah, I mean you have to go that way because you're putting the offensive line in the best situation to succeed right now.
Right.
I mean, say all you want to say about more right tackle, left tackle, and Roger Jones is the left tackle of the future. That's fine. That's not going to do you any good in Atlanta if Dan Moore can't play right tackle right now.
You'd basically be starting 4 rookies.
You got to play the guys at their strengths right now. Now, you can revisit that in 3 or 4 weeks if Seumalo comes back, which he was around yesterday. It's hard to just get a feel on that pec injury, but, it wasn't bruised or anything. So, I mean, that doesn't matter. It's all strength there. So
right.
You
can't do anything with it either.
You wouldn't imagine. But he's a tough guy. I would imagine he's going to strap that sucker up and be back sooner rather than later. But when everybody's ready to go, then you move the people around where you go. The question is does Dan Moore play as well or as solid as he can, or has he shown here in training camp that they don't want to make that move quite yet? They have to wait till he screws up. Do you think they have to wait till they screw up to put Fautanu in?
I was going to ask you the same thing. Like, all right, if you're not going to do Fautanu now, when would you see him? You would have to see a cataclysmic failure, I think, from Dan Moore Jr., because forget about what Pro Football Focus says, forget about what people like me say to a microphone. The Steelers believe enough in Dan Moore Jr. Now, not so much they didn't draft 2 tackles, but they do believe in experience. And I could see at some point Fautanu at right and Dan Moore at left, man.
Yeah. Unless, like last year.
At that point, I would say they're screwing it up. I get it for right now. But if we get halfway through the season and you've got Broderick Jones riding the pine, that can't happen.
Nah, I don't think that will happen. I mean, unless Dan Moore somehow comes up and at a halftime of a game says something unsavory to the coaching staff and they bench him, right? Right?
At what point? Okay, let's do it this way, actually. Let's say week 12. What's your starting Steelers offensive line, assuming health?
What's week 12? Giants, maybe?
Doesn't matter who they're playing.
A little bit past the Giants. That might be into their stretch run now. Maybe the Browns or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at that point, I mean, it would depend on how Dan Moore plays, but I would assume that it would be the 5 that we figured. Fautanu, Jones left, Daniel, Seumalo, Frazier.
If Broderick were healthy, if Seumalo...
You're struggling with the Seumalo Fautanu.
Yes, and I did it earlier. And
I know. I was going to text you.
I know. Doran's usually here to correct me, and some guy texted in and said, "God bless you for You had Seumalo playing right tackle, and you had him healthy.
You had him playing. When I was driving here, you had him playing both right tackle and guard, I think.
Meanwhile, he's going to play none, right? And
No.
Who are we talking about?
Yes.
Neither one of them are playing this weekend.
I was kind of confused.
I think if Fautanu were healthy the entire time, he'd be your right tackle.
Yeah.
And Broderick would probably be your left. But I do think you can't discount what the Seumalo injury does to everything.
Yeah.
Because you're just not going to play.
He was our best offensive lineman this year.
And you wanted to set it up, if you were going to have Broderick at left, he'd be playing next to a veteran who's playing next to then a rookie, who's playing then next to a veteran who'd be playing next to a rookie. I think they like the idea of that. Each of the rookies has a vet on the other side. Well, now that can't be the case.
Yeah, another thing is you can't discount Broderick Jones' injury. I mean, at any point, we don't know how bad it is, but we obviously know it's an elbow injury. I am pretty sure there's something going on with his hand/thumb.
Oh.
For the first time in my life, I saw an offensive lineman in an NFL wear actual gloves, padded gloves at practice yesterday, which was very interesting to me. So how much can he battle through this before something happens will be a big key here, I think. That maybe that decision's made for you. Maybe he can't go and he needs a couple weeks off. Then all of a sudden here comes Fautanu. Then
Well, do you think do you think they would ever bench him for performance, Broderick Jones?
I don't think so.
it would have to be under the...
It would be performance based on injury.
Mm-hmm. I thought the offensive line had a chance of being a strength coming in. I think it's hard to make that claim now. Wouldn't surprise me if they're good by the end of the year. That's what they've done each of the last 2 seasons. But I can't feel good. No one can feel good about it going into the year.
Yeah, I mean, you look at week 1 here, and what are you having? About 90 career starts between those 5, and 80 of them come from James Daniels? You don't have much experience going into it. Lucky it's Atlanta, and there's going to be 80% Steeler fans there, but it's not a slouch of a defense with Raheem Morris either.
No, Raheem Morris is a really good defensive coordinator, and now he's the head coach, so you know he's going to put that spin on it.
If you don't have the offensive line, you don't run the ball, then all of a sudden this looks like Matt Canada's offense, right? Nothing works because it's all going to be based off the offensive line, based off the run, based off the play action. It's all intertwined here. So if the line does not play well, then you're going to see some 10, 13, 14-point games early in the season. You're going to be like, my goodness.
You're going to have to run it a lot, though, because I have a lot more faith in this line's ability to run block than I do pass block. Broderick Jones and Dan Moore. And I think when you're young, that comes faster than picking up stunts and things of that nature. Plus, just the physical side of things going to the NFL level.
Plus, I mean, they're doing, with Arthur Smith, they do a lot of that outside zone, so they're really just blocking a area rather than a person as well. So that should help them a little bit. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how they adjust this quick. Like you said, the past 2 years, they didn't get off to a flying start there, offensive line-wise. And Russell Wilson is a guy that's obviously they want to play action, and he holds on to the ball a little bit, trying to get the ball down the field, which probably why people are screaming into their radio right now. That's why we want Justin Fields in there, because he can maybe make something out of nothing. I'd rather make something out of something rather than, okay, let's see if something breaks down, then we have a fallback plan.
I can grant you this. I mean, I do think if the offensive line is a hell in a handbasket, I think he could create more than Russ. I also think in his attempt at creation, he's also going to make some mistakes. Yeah. And then you really can't win.
Yeah, you can't make mistakes. And that's the 2 reasons why Russell is starting here is his leadership and his idea of his ability not to make as many mistakes as Justin Fields. I mean, it's going to be boring early, but they don't want they want to rely on that $160 million defense and their punter who's good. And
they have this.
Let's win some ugly games early until we figure it out.
And it's so early for this, but I don't know who I'm going to pick to win the game yet. I want to pick Atlanta, but Kirk hadn't practiced. I mean, he didn't play. He's coming off a massive injury. Defense generally ahead of offense. We saw it a couple times recently. Steelers going to Buffalo.
That's a good offensive line, Atlanta.
It is.
Good skill players as well.
I think you're going to get the worst possible version of Kirk Cousins in this game. I think he's going to have a nice year. I think they got pieces around him. But I think that you're going to get the worst possible version of him. And I do think, whatever the total is, I haven't really dived into it. Is that the correct word? I don't know.
I don't know.
I haven't really
F7,
looked at that yet.
Hit F7, right?
I feel pretty good about the under right now at this particular moment, even without having looked at the number.
Well, you can't discount it. Like I said, it's going to be a home game. It's going to be, because we were there 2 years ago, and it was like, okay, we're at Heinz.
The famous Connor Hayward game.
Where
Kenny almost overthrew him in the back.
Freiermuth had a big 60-yarder that game as well. Yes, I mean, it's just out of control how many Steeler fans will be there.
Do you think Arthur Smith reaches into his bag of tricks to shove it to his old program?
I don't think we're going to see Justin. My prediction is Justin Fields 0 snaps.
I just mean in general, you might see some goofy stuff. Mm-hmm. If you need to manufacture offense and you're in a place where you want to stick it to him, I could see him going out there and doing something like that.
I think they're just going to be basic, man. Run the ball, convert first downs, third downs into first downs, and get out of there with a win. I don't think.
So like last year.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, at least early on here, you don't know what this offense is really like. I mean, my goodness, they had 1 decent drive in 3 preseason games.
Mike Tomlin press conference today. I want to know what Mark wants to ask Tomlin. We'll get into that a little bit. And a topic I had earlier on in the show, just looking at quarterback rooms around the NFL and comparing and contrasting where the Steelers are. We'll do that with the expert, Mark Caboli, coming up next. But first, a reminder, you can text us, brought to you by Egger, Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday. They came back against the Chicago Cubs. And great offensive efforts by Brian Reynolds and Andrew McCutchen to hit late home runs allowed for that Pirates comeback. Now they're going to play the Cubs again in the second game of the series. It's going to be tonight at 7:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. It's AUDACY Odyssey. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Dorn.
Trust is a key component in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. So why don't you pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success motto is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Welcome to Staples. My son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and notebooks. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find low prices on tons of school supplies. And all in stock. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Might I suggest 2 carts?
Staples has everything for school in stock and priced low. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 9/14, in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last.
Sunny today, the high 74.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Lowe's knows saving pros time and money means getting the job done easier. Right now, save 10% on Georgia Pacific vinyl siding panels. Plus, save an additional 20% when you buy in bulk. And get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Offer valid through 9/4. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Javon Kearse. The 48-year-old former All-Pro defensive end was honored Saturday by his alma mater, the University of Florida. The Freak claims he could still give a team 12 to 15 plays if they were spaced out. And by the way, I wouldn't doubt that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of morning rush delays despite it being the midday. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. Parkway West jammed inbound between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, an accident reported near the Green Tree Crafton exit. Watch for delays around that. Also, crews working on the ramp from the inbound Parkway east to the Wilkinsburg interchange. Watch for restrictions there. Inbound delays are solid from Wilkinsburg. And Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Shop their Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
See that player for Robert Morris making that one-handed interception? Says he broke his hand. So that's why he had to go up and make the catch. I did not know that until Starkey talked to him yesterday, because my take on it is a really unpopular one before I had that information. Like,
you sure you want to go this route?
Yeah, I mean, go up and catch the thing with 2 hands, man. Like, you don't need to do that, but then you find out his hand's broken, and it makes it maybe the second most impressive catch of the weekend, but one of the best catches you're going to see all year. Like, you don't have to do that unless your hand is hurt. Like, I thought he was showing off.
No.
Turns out he had to do it. It's a hell of a play. Hell of a play. He'll wind up someplace else next year, right?
Yeah.
Guy making that play.
Maybe.
Like, West Virginia took the best corner from Duquesne. Not that he helped on Saturday.
The University of Pittsburgh, huh?
Mm-hmm. You could have this guy playing for Pat Narduzzi. Narduzzi's put some DBs in the NFL.
Is there any NIL money in Robert Morris? I'm
sure there's
unaware
some.
of this. I'm unaware of how this works.
I'm sure there's some, but they're not going to have as much as Pitt. You're not going to have as much as Power 4 schools. Not going to have as much as
your Power
Group
4
of
guy
5 school.
now, huh?
Well, it's just accurate. You know what's driving me nuts, and I don't know why it's happening, is there's a 2-minute warning in the NFL, but in college you have to say the 2-minute timeout. And then Reese Davis said you're not allowed to call it the warning. I don't know if the NFL has it trademarked or something like that.
It's very possible. The 2-minute warning was way back when, wasn't it? Where they had to actually stop the clock to make sure the refs had the same time as the. I mean, you're going back to like the 50s or something like that, of why there's a such thing as a 2-minute warning, so they could sync up their refs clock with the actual game clock in the stadium.
My God.
How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get why you'd still have it now, because it does help make the end of games more intriguing with an extra stoppage, so I don't mind them putting that in the college game.
But a 1-minute warning, too.
Yeah, and then 30 seconds. Give me one at 15, and then it doesn't matter if Mike Tomlin uses all his timeouts. All right, speaking of Tomlin, what are you going to ask him today? Is there anything you're burning to know?
Well, there's two things here. What you're going to ask him and what he's going to answer, right?
Correct. Yeah, so what do you want to know? Because we know you ain't getting the answer.
It's all, I spent a lot of time trying to go over in my head of how to phrase the question so he does not respond in a one-word answer, and it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I say it this way, he's going to come back with a one-word
Do you
answer.
think he likes you? Because I don't think he likes Brooke.
I don't think he likes anybody.
Well, yeah, but there's definite tiers. Like, he doesn't like Brooke at all. I think he respects Benzie, but he doesn't get along with him because Benz is going to ask questions that he knows he's trying to twist them.
Plus, Benzie got the long questions, just like a Dansky with the long ones. I think...
Just darts
put it
flying
this way,
left and right.
even if he does like me, so to speak, it's not going to prevent him from darting me.
Mm-hmm.
And the dart is like the one-word answer, like, whoa, okay, I see you didn't want to answer that one. But...
What do you want to know?
I don't know if there's anything that's burning that I would want to ask him right now that he would answer. I would guess it would be something offensive line-wise, but he's going to poo-poo that. He's going to talk like that's not a big deal. And
if you know you're not going to get an answer, do you not ask it then?
No. Sometimes you have to ask.
Right.
Just to see the reaction. I mean, you knew you weren't going to get... Well, sometimes you do get the answer. You remember a couple of years ago with the USC thing? Everybody was looking around and goes, okay, who's going to ask this one about USC? Well, none of us want to. He's not going to answer it. Then he does answer it, right? So you have to ask it. But it's so early in the season and not much has happened right now since the last time he talked.
Right.
That I don't see it going to be much... I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some Raheem Morris talk and stuff like that, but...
He's going to make... Kirk Cousins in this offense out to be the greatest show on turf. We know how that goes, a 15-minute preamble about how good they are.
Yeah. I don't know, man. These things are just a dog and pony show to me. I'll be working on something later in the week, so I'll probably ask something more than specific that's not related to the game. Maybe something offensive line-wise. Maybe something... Russell-wise, something like that. Nothing specific to come out of the game like, what's your relationship with Raheem Morris?
I have a quarterback question for you coming up next, and then a question about the team at large. I want you to get mentally prepared. But first, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, it's played tonight. At 7:40, you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6:45 at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. The weather is turning this weekend. It's going to be in the 60s. The leaves are going to be changing, and that means they're going to fall. And where are they going to fall? In your gutters. And you're going to have to clean them out. Or else, guess what? You're going to have water damage, which is incredibly costly. And out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, I know for me, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing that I want to do, the last thing anybody wants to do. You don't want to get up there. Injury risk, it's gross. So hire the experts at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's right. You can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. Don't get up on a ladder and do it yourself. You can make matters worse. You hire the experts that you should trust. Protect your home. Never clean out gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection. Get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The W's are flying on the north side of Chicago. The Cubs are on fire, winning 6 games in a row. They've won 9 of their last 10. And tonight, the Cubs look to stay hot as they host the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Cubs on the money line, -120, and that's a 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. I'm doing that on Thursday, Mark, getting the old heart looked at.
You want to find out you actually have one?
Oh, people know I have a heart. I wear it on my sleeve. I'm an emotive guy, an empath.
You know what they're going to do to you?
Just get one of them echocardiograms, little EKG.
To like run on a treadmill or something?
Stress test? No. But my dad, he got his heart transplant. He got sick around the age I am now.
You do that because of your dad?
Yeah. Because when he was 32, 33, and he went in for a routine checkup, and they're like, this ain't right. Had an enlarged heart, arrhythmias, things of that nature, and sort of caught him by surprise, and 30 years later got a new heart. So hopefully I'm
30 years?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they managed it with pills for a while, and then eventually you just get old and it deteriorates.
Huh. Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. Go get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Could save your life. And I'm putting my money where my mouth is because I'm doing it on Thursday. Mark, a question. Would you rather field the quarterback question or the question about the team at large first? Choose your own adventure here.
Oh, you know what? Why don't Harry Callis choose? He's been kind of quiet today, and I think the show needs more Harry Callis today.
All right, Callis, you want to talk quarterback or you want to talk team at large?
Oh, I just love being honored with this decision. Quarterbacks.
All right. Not about this year's.
I thought for sure you were going to go off.
I thought about doing it, but I don't have Doran today, so I need to rely on Callis. I can't throw him under the bus. So not about this year, but about the quarterback position in general. Which teams are in a worse spot than the Steelers?
Wow.
Because I think they're in a bad spot. I think Russ gives them a better chance to win than, say, the crappy situation going on in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Like, I think Russ can win you football games, but I'm not sure that means he's your quarterback of the future, and I'm not sure Justin Fields is the quarterback of the future, so that's what I'm getting at.
Well, first one jumps off the page to me are the Giants, right?
Yeah.
The Giants are just
because you have a guy that you
paid a lot of money
Yes.
to.
So next year, if they were to cut Daniel Jones next season, they're on the hook for $22 million dead money. Year after that, it'd be $11 million. But that's a lot of money to pay a guy who stinks out loud. I put the Saints.
I don't even know who their quarterback. Oh,
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, yes.
And Spencer Rattler, the backup there, who 2 years ago I thought might be QB1, and then he wound up falling in the draft.
I swear he's probably like 32 right now, Spencer Rattler. He seems that way.
He's got the Kenny Pickett, was in college for a long time thing going.
That's a tough thing. You're going to bring you're going to say the Patriots, or is that still up in the air?
That I would much rather have the Patriots situation than the Steelers, because you draft a quarterback who's got a ton of pedigree, and you don't know, but you feel better about that. You feel like for the next 4 years, you know who your quarterback is.
Yeah, I'll tell you one right now. It might not be. It'll probably be a popular thing around here is the Browns. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's done nothing since he's been here, getting paid a ton of money. Basically has, 2 years left on his contract, because I think 3 years from now the number goes to 72, and you got Jameis Winston behind him. That's a little interesting situation.
You're basically going to have to give up on a season here, not this year, but one of the next two where he's getting you're getting a $72 million cap hit with that guy.
Plus, they're still $50 million under the cap.
Mm-hmm.
How's that even possible?
That's where the cap is kind of fake. and it's faking it for them this year, but that bill is always going to have to come due.
There's a lot of quarterback. Carolina.
See, but at least you have a guy that you thought highly enough of last year. Who you got the worst owner in sports, definitely the worst in the NFL, and I think that's the bigger issue there.
Denver. You a Bo Nix guy?
I'm not a Bo Nix guy, but I can massage it to where they're in a better situation because you've at least got a player that you believe in, and you're going to find out over the next couple of years. Like, if Russ leads you to a playoff victory, there's no chance he's here next year, which is why I look at this as the ultimate purgatory season for the Steelers, because you want to break that playoff winless drought, but if you do, it doesn't mean that the guy that helped do it is even going to be here next year.
I'll tell you who has an interesting situation.
Titans?
Would be the Titans, obviously.
Will Levis and our guy Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, Mason.
Your guy.
Well, yeah, I think that's not a good situation to be in unless Levis does something here. I mean, Mason is what he is.
What's the one you were going to say? Because I cut you off.
I totally forgot. Oh, the Jets. I mean, the Jets are ready to win now. And if Rodgers doesn't come back, even if he does come back to be playing good football, that's a year. I mean, do you really think he's going to be playing 42, 43? That's an interesting where you have a team set up, have everything except the quarterback potential.
They could be in exactly the same situation the Steelers are in. We just don't know it because at last we saw Rodgers, he was playing at an MVP kind of level. And we can't say the same about Russ. All right, here's my Steelers team question.
Mm-hmm.
Ceiling and floor. I think those numbers are very close together. I think with Tomlin, the floor is always roughly 9-8. But I think lately with Tomlin, the ceiling is pretty much 9-8, 10-7. What do you think?
I mean, history says that, right? They haven't had that huge season since they haven't been really in contention where you had thought that they were going to have a chance at a run in the playoffs since, 16, 17. So it's been a while. So, yeah, I mean, until you prove otherwise, they are that team, which I don't think is a bad thing. The people look at that. Honestly, I will be totally honest with you. People, and I forget who heard it. I don't even know who said this. Somebody said this, or if I'm stealing from you, whatever. You know, it's not bad. You can sit there and complain about being 9-8 every year until you're, 4-13 one year. Then all of a sudden 9-8 looks pretty doggone
but
good.
I think Steelers fans, and maybe I'm wrong in this, I think Steelers fans would be okay with that if it led to the next one. Like, you weren't getting Ben unless you finished 6-10, and they did, and so you get your franchise quarterback, and immediately you're 15-1. Then you're winning the Super Bowl.
Shouldn't have gotten their franchise quarterback, but the Browns helped out that.
They did, but that's the thing, man. Sometimes you need to tank. Now, I do think it is commendable that Mike Tomlin has such a high floor. My biggest problem with Tomlin is that the floor and the ceiling it's a blurred line. It's like the Robin Thicke song. Blurred lines, with all the nudity. You have no idea what I'm talking about?
No
I'm sure it's in your search history. That's my biggest problem with Tomlin. It's not, he does seem to every year, he doesn't even seem, he does every year, they're in the darn thing.
Which is not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but you are never left thinking there could have been more. Like last year, they had no shot to do anything. Year before that, they had no shot to do anything. Year before that, they had no shot to do anything. Year before that, you have no shot to do anything. This year, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. Like, you can meet me there, right?
Well, yeah.
0% chance they win the Super Bowl this season.
Well, last year you had them about 80%, right? So you thought that ceiling was a little higher last year.
I did have them at 12-5, yeah.
See,
as Callis cackles behind the window.
Honestly, I think that people focus a little bit too much on non-losing seasons compared to, what is he now, 17 years? Whatever it is. 17 years and playing one meaningless game in 17 years? That is amazing to me.
I say it every year down the stretch that what I have done is Ben's final season, I said it'd be nice if you just stink. But then when they didn't, those games were fun down the stretch. Kenny Pickett's first season. It wouldn't be the worst thing. You get real change if they stink, but it was fun down the stretch. Last year, could have gone in the tank, but it was fun down the stretch. There's no doubt you are having more fun. There's more happiness in your life when your football team is in it. But if you are going to win it, you probably do need to have one of those bad seasons in tank.
But you couldn't have had more change than you did this past year, right? There's a ton of change going on.
Correct, but my argument is...
both staff-wise and player-wise.
Does it get you... Are they any closer now to their ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl? No. I think they have a better chance of winning a playoff game, but this is not a Super Bowl contender. It wasn't last year. There probably, realistically, wasn't much that they could do to take them from a contender as a playoff team last year to a legitimate Super Bowl team this year. They made as much change as you really can. You would have liked to see another wide receiver, obviously. Maybe more corner depth, obviously. But this team isn't winning the Super Bowl.
You know, depending on, I don't know, man. I just think so many things can happen right now that I'm more excited with having a chance to switch things over and go in a different route every single year here until something works. And there's no guarantee if you tank, you're getting Ben Roethlisberger. Okay, let's go 6-10. We'll get Ben Roethlisberger. No, you stink and you got Kenny Pickett one year, right? You stink and you get Drake May one year, right? There's no guarantee that you stink that you're going to get that 18-year Hall of Fame franchise quarterback.
For sure.
Either.
There's no question about that. But you look at what's happened for them with Bradshaw, with Ben, you know, what do they say? Night's always darkest before the dawn? That kind of deal. All right, we got social media's biggest loser coming up next. I got 3 of them. Robin Thicke's blurred lines here. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Go ahead, do yourself a favor, look up that music video on your phone during the break, Mark. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 7:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. Pirates won yesterday in the first game of the series. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush easing down a bit. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. Delays on the Parkway West are jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East still stacked at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 just a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. Delays on southbound 79, though you are stacked from the Route 65 exit across the Neville Island Bridge and into the S-Bends. You do have crews working there. That would be the cause of that problem. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster!
I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh my God, we killed the clock. Shocker. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. 3 things real quick. Number 1, I hate the 49ers. Why? I can't stand them.
Why?
Because they got to keep all their good players, and for an entire offseason they had so much friggin' drama about them not keeping their good players. What's going to happen with Trent Williams? What's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk? Oh, you know what's going to happen? They're going to friggin' stay with the 49ers. So that's number 1.
Sounds like a good organization to me.
Number 2, well, yeah, it's just drag us through the weeds on it. Number 2, are you familiar with Ben Herbstreit, the dog?
No, Kirk Herbstreit.
Kirk Herbstreit has a dog that he's now bringing to College Game Day.
Yes, I did see that.
And people are annoyed by it.
Why?
Agreed. Agreed with the why. My man loves his dog. He wants to bring the dog on the road. It's sports. It's college sports. It ain't that serious. So bang, there's number 2. And then finally, you know how I just banged on the table about my hatred of the 49ers? That was performative. Just like Brian Kelly after his loss. Did you see that one? Bangs on the table. Oh, it happened again. Fake outrage. He's mad.
A little forced.
Yeah, a little forced. But we have no time. We got to hand things over to Starkey, and I've mismanaged the clock like I'm Neil Brown at the end of the second quarter against Penn State. So we're going to hand things over to Starkey. I am very thankful to you, Kaboli.
All right.
Last-minute change here with Doran unable to come in. So thanks for joining me.
Yes, I appreciate you making me come through that traffic. So.
Now head on through the traffic again to get to the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot. Tomorrow should have Doran back. Definitely have Doug Whaley from 9 until 10. Jam-packed show. Looking forward to talking to you then. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high 75.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday work contributing to tie-ups. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. One of those places is I-79 southbound. You'll have a single lane restriction as crews are working just as you come out of the S-Bends. That's causing delays now back across the Neville Island Bridge, so just be aware of that. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. HOV lanes now closed along the Parkway North. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot. If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM Team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bexel with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates, in comeback fashion, beat the Chicago Cubs last night at Wrigley Field 5-3. Chicago went up 3-0 after the fifth inning, and the Pirates stormed back with 4 in the eighth, scored 1 run in the ninth. Brian Reynolds' 22nd home run in the top half of the eighth inning, a 3-run shot. And Andrew McCutchen, just 2 batters later, followed with his 18th home run of the season. Nick Gonzalez added on an insurance run in the top half of the ninth as Jalen Beeks got the win, and Dennis Santana came in for the save for the Pirates after Aroldis Chapman pitched a scoreless 8th inning. Paul Skeen starts today, 7:40 first pitch. 6:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on 93.7 The Fan with Dan Zangrilli. Kyle Hendricks will start for Chicago. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's a meltdown happening right now, City Limits. I'm out with Joe.
What's wrong? I had a whole open planned and everything. Joe had me get ready.
He can't find cleaning agents or something?
Well, why didn't you play it? That was half the idea.
Something.
You got it? Play it. You got him? Smoke
There's something going on here with Joe. I'm not sure what it is.
Are you going to play the opening, or am I just going to talk? I'm good either way here, Limits. You just there we go.
Men deep, including Brian Finneran. Maddox lets it fly all the way downfield, and it was caught. It's caught on the 1. There's no time. The game's over. Oh my God. Mexico Burris caught it.
His body was in the end zone, Sam. The ball wasn't.
Oh. This is unbelievable. Outside the end zone. Mendenhall.
There we go.
Mendenhall. First down inside the 30. Mendenhall keeps his footing and scores to win the game.
I love the crowd reaction there. Paul.
That was what are we going over?
That was 15-9, a very unusual score for a football game. That was Rashard Mendenhall in overtime with a 50-yard touchdown. He ran right past Kabali, apparently, or so Kabali claims. And that actually happened in the Steelers-Falcons rivalry. They've played 18 times. Would either one of you like to guess what the Steelers' record is in those games? 18 times? Paul, you go first.
I don't know. 12-6.
Limits?
I'm going to say
wrong.
11-5-1.
15-2-1. and won. And even though it's obviously an abbreviated history, they don't play that often, we've had some moments, Paul.
Yes.
You just heard Plexico burst. You were probably at that game. 37-37, I believe, was the final. Michael Vick was unbelievable that day. Joey Porter was incredible that day. And then you had Plex with the last play of the game, a Hail Mary where he lands at the 1-yard line. You had Hines Ward run out of his shoes in Atlanta one day. Do you remember that? When Hines caught a ball. I mean, it might have been from Charlie Batch.
That's right.
And he was running in his socks.
That's right.
And for a guy they said didn't have much speed, it didn't seem like Hines, when he was of a mind, got caught all that much when he was in those situations, even in his bare feet. And then, legendarily, a couple of years ago, when Arthur Smith was coaching the Falcons, you had Tomlin snap on that guy. Time. You remember that?
Yes. Well, I forget, what did he snap on? I forget what he snapped on, though.
Some guy got in his face.
Oh, yes,
apparently a Steeler fan.
I'm working. Or he says, I'm working, bro, or whatever he says.
With an expletive.
Yes.
I'm working. I thought it was great. Ron said Tomlin shouldn't have done it. My feeling was, Ron, if you were writing a column after a game, under that kind of pressure, doing your pacing. Remember when Ron used to pace for his columns? And some fan came running up to you, even if they were well-intentioned, you can understand how you would be heightened at that moment and not be in the mood for it.
I would have loved to have seen that, actually, with Ron.
Oh, me too.
When he was in his pace mode, when he was pacing around the way he used to do that.
And Tomlin's, he was working. And there might be 1 second. You don't have much time at halftime. There might be one little piece of tape, one little adjustment, one little thing. I think he was talking to one of his assistants that could change the course of a game. Right. And then you have some guy, hey, Mike, good luck in the second half. I can understand why he did that. I was on Tomlin's side there. Were you?
I didn't really have a problem.
And I thought it was funny.
Plus, I kind of know, the one thing I kind of know is that Tomlin, whenever the game's going on, he's always in steel face, no, nothing else matters mode. So, yeah.
Which coach or GM do you know of that you ran across who had that game day face? Jamie.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie was.
Like, I knew Jamie. We all knew Jamie very well. I saw him once, maybe an hour before the game, right outside the media room. And he walked past me like I was a ghost.
Yeah.
He just had eyes for the game.
Yeah. Always. And then if they lost, I mean, he was in a zone. People need like 15-minute cooling periods. That guy needed like a 5-hour cooling period.
I know. It was great.
He was the worst.
Jim Rutherford had it too. Big time on game days.
Yes. But my thing is, with respect to who was it? Jamie.
Yeah.
He was the worst. When they lost, he was the worst post game. I mean, there were times when he would just be like staring into space and incoherent somewhat, just because he's so rattled that they lost the game.
On the other side of things, who was Agnes Baronato? Was that her name?
Yeah.
She, before the game, invited me into one of the women's basketball huddles, Paul.
Right.
I'm not talking like game day shoot-around. I'm talking right before they took the court. She's like, hey, come over here.
Yeah.
And I'm in there with all the women on the team for their pregame cheer before they run out onto the court. It was unbelievable.
Right.
I liked her. Did you?
Very much so. Very much so. I still talk to her and stuff. She's good.
So we have a football game, Paul. We have a real, live, honest-to-goodness NFL game. Steelers-Falcons. It's a fascinating matchup, if you ask me. It's their fired head coach is now the Steelers' offensive coordinator. The Steelers are a 3-point underdog to a team that just fired its coach, to a team that hasn't had a winning record since like 2017, and to a team that, last I checked, is called the Atlanta Falcons. They're a 3-point underdog, Paul.
Yeah.
What's your first reaction generally going into this game?
I mean, they fired their coach, but they went out and spent $100 million on a quarterback. They added a number of players. They went out and got what's the defensive player they just got
Justin
maybe last
Simmons.
week from last week. They just got from the Patriots, their best player.
Judon. Yeah.
Yeah, Judon. I'm just saying. You look at what they've done. They're not the same team.
Are they a better team than the Steelers? Do they have a better roster? They might.
If Kirk Cousins is good, I think they're better than the Steelers. I don't know what they're going to get from Kirk Cousins, though. That's the big wild card.
Him and Russell Wilson.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, why don't we do a six-pack regarding all of this? Falcons, we have Mike Tomlin's news conference at noon today. We have Shelty, the Pirates, coming off a big win. We have Crowley's West Virginia team peeing, well, all over themselves. We have everything. Limits, unfortunately, is on the phone this early in the show. Can you do a six-pack back there? Oh, wow. How about that, Paul? You're in a good mood today. I can sense it, and I don't mean to bum you out. But the first item on our list is that ACC teams, this is according to Adam Crowley, ACC teams who are not suing the league are 15-2 so far. ACC teams that are suing the league are 0-3, including your Florida State Seminoles. What is happening? They're 0-2. They lost to Boston College.
They have a bad quarterback, and that's what happens. When you have a bad quarterback, you can't win.
Are you angry?
Number one. Well, I know because I made my peace with it when they decided to bring him in. I mean, we saw how he was bad in Clemson. He was bad at Oregon State. Why did Florida State staff think that he would be good here? But that being said, okay, the whole suing the ACC thing is irrelevant. And I'm going to, now you've opened up a wound, okay? And I'm going to speak to ACC fans of every other team not named Pitt, not named Florida State, and Clemson, okay? If you are one of these ACC fans who's ripping Florida State and Clemson for suing the ACC, you're an idiot, okay? A short-sighted idiot. You should be mad at your own team for not suing the ACC as well. Because the bottom line is Florida State and Clemson are the only two teams who have the brains, who understand that the media rights deal that you've signed through 2036, by the way, is terrible compared to what the other leagues are getting. And so you're not going to be able to keep up with the other leagues. You are relegating yourself to second-class citizen in the world of big-time football. That's reality. You're not going to be able to compete. And in 2 years from now, okay, 2 years from now, when all these other media rights deals kick in, guess what? You're going to be wondering why your teams are being left behind. Florida State and Clemson aren't suing because the league's not competitive enough. They're suing because the leadership of the league and many of you school presidents were too stupid to see how the market was going to change and therefore just locked into a deal. Once again, bad government 101, locked into a deal because you think it was going to save the viability of your league. Meanwhile, it's the deal that is going to bring your league down and make it blow up. So you shouldn't be mad at Florida State and Clemson. You shouldn't be mad at the two schools that actually understand economics, who actually understand the world of college football, who actually understand this.
Hold on a second here. First of all, I'm glad that those teams are 0-3. Secondly, you wrote on May 16th, 2023, that the ACC schools that were even thinking about challenging the grant of rights, the land of grant, whatever the hell it is.
The grant of rights.
We're out of their minds. You said Florida State hasn't been relevant in football since Jameis Winston. Virginia Tech not relevant. North Carolina, Virginia, NC State.
And hold up.
You said hold on. Let me say
what was my point?
That they've all lost their minds, that they have no right to do this because none of them are relevant anymore except Clemson.
Well, guess what? The part of that is because to get out of the grant of rights, it was going to cost all of these schools like $400 million.
Okay.
Yes.
So you've changed your mind
since then?
Absolutely. All right.
Absolutely. Gotcha, guy. Absolutely. Now what you got? Huh? I just took your whole thing, took it in the air, shot it out of the sky. How about that?
By saying you've changed your mind?
I changed because you were trying to play gotcha with me. The bottom line is, guess what?
No, because my original point
who has won the ACC the last 10 years? Besides Florida State and Clemson, how many of these other teams have won the ACC? One.
Yeah.
And they needed a 29-year-old quarterback and the rest of the league to stink and a 30-year-old offensive line to do it.
Okay, so you've changed your mind. That's simple.
I don't know that I've changed my mind.
You said they were all out of their minds for wanting to challenge this deal.
Because it was going to be $400 million. The bottom line is, if all 15 of them decided to do it, guess what? They could get out of it.
So all 15 of them should have done it.
They should.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I haven't changed my mind. The information has changed.
Meaning what? The money?
The money for the other team, for the other conferences has changed. Completely.
Right. But if you thought they were out of their mind for suing, now you don't because the money's changed.
I think all of them should sue. Every one of them.
Okay.
Every single school in the ACC should be joining Clemson and Florida State.
Remember when I said Paul was in a good mood and we were going to ruin that?
Of course.
Remember that?
My 15 minutes in, it's going very well.
My point with that is the whole thing is when the numbers change, yes. But more importantly, the biggest thing about that was the more I've read about this grant of rights and why it came about, and the more that I've seen it, the more that it's even dumber now than it was a year ago.
Okay.
So, and the other
I'm glad to see that the teams that sued were 0-3.
Why?
Because I agreed with your column at the time that who the hell is Virginia, for example, to go in and sue no matter what the money is.
Well, I mean,
where are they going?
Who's Northwestern and who's Vanderbilt? They're making millions and millions of dollars for doing nothing. That's the point. That's what you have in a conference.
Right. So the conference should act together instead of having rogue schools do it on their own and screwing over the others that they made a deal with.
You just made my point. They should all act together. They should all be joining Florida State and Clemson and trying to blow up this media rights deal.
And maybe they should have waited till the whole conference was of the same mind to do that.
What?
Instead of going rogue.
Well, they
Florida
saw,
State
but again, at the end of the day, North Carolina was, when Florida State and Clemson. Here's what's funny: when Florida State and Clemson were going out there, putting themselves out there and being the enemy and everything else. Conference darling North Carolina was going through back channels to try and get into the SEC and to try and get into the Big Ten and trying to get out of there. But, of course, North Carolina was doing the same thing because they understood. But they're North Carolina, so, we can't lump them in because they didn't join the lawsuit. Well, they're idiots. They should join the lawsuit. Pitt, if you're Pitt, listen, you're always whining about, Pitt fans are always whining about how you're going to be falling behind West Virginia and Cincinnati, and all the schools in the Big 12. So that absolutely, to me, this whole thing of where, yes, you're right. But at the end of the day, when you can look now forward and see where all this is going, and you have numbers that are astronomical being thrown around at all these other conferences, you're hamstringing yourself. Period. So to me, if you're Florida State and Clemson, you got to get out of this because you have no chance of competing if you don't get out of this. It's going to cause, in fact, when they were talking about $130 million, maybe a settlement to get out of the grant of rights, $130 million, and Florida State was saying it's worth it. We'll pay that. That tells you how much money they're going to lose over the next 7 years or 8 years.
All right. What started out as a lighthearted shot at Florida State has turned into something much more than that. But we're going to move on.
Well, why are we moving on now?
Because we have other topics.
Why are we moving on?
Than Florida State football. There we go. Thank you, City Limits. Paul?
I'm getting concerned and scared back here.
Besides the feud that you and I suddenly have brewing, guess who else has a feud going on?
Who's that?
Two Andrews. Destin, otherwise known as Destiny's Child, and McCutcheon.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
Did you hear about this?
What?
Last night, after McCutchen hits the game-winning homer, our friend Destiny's Child tweets out, Andrew McCutchen has 18 home runs this season. That's his most since 2022 and his second most since 2018. Who's the first subtweeting it? Andrew McCutchen, who tweets out, checks notes, I hit a few in 2021. Destiny's Child got it wrong. McCutchen called him on it. What do we make of this?
Well, I didn't see this.
Is he feuding with everybody in that locker room now? Shelty?
Talk radio, my man.
McCutchen? Everybody?
So he tweeted something back at him?
Yes, he did. And then Destiny's Child took ownership and said, shoot, I meant 2021. I can't even tweet a stat with the year correctly. So he undercut it with humor, which he does. He's a nice man, right?
He's a nice man. Yes.
Limits, what did you think of this feud?
You know,
so
I'm very curious to hear what Destiny's Child has to say about it later today, because we've made him this walking internet sensation and maybe meme at the same time.
Well, here's the thing about him that's beautiful is he's a walking paradox. He's the last person on earth that you would associate with Destiny's Child's music. And he's also the last person on earth who would have feuds with anybody in a clubhouse. Right, Paul?
So he got the year wrong, basically, is what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it wasn't a typo. And then McCutchen chimed in. Checks notes, I hit a few in 2021. So, yes, less than a feud, but noteworthy nonetheless.
Oh, I see. Okay. So he hit 27.
Yes, he did.
He hit 27 in 2021, 17. He has 18. So, really, 2018, okay. He did hit a few in 2021.
Yes, he did. Fred Iridi checks in. Please stop sharing your coffee with Paul. That was traumatic for, I think, City Limits and I when Paul freaked out
and
there.
when Paul stood up, I thought that he was very upset.
He called me gotcha guy.
Gotcha guy. That's it. Yeah.
Were you scared for a moment?
Got you, Joey.
Tony. Gotcha, Joey.
Everybody's getting me these days.
I was a little concerned, yeah.
I was concerned. Well, first he stood up.
Who's playing? Yes.
What?
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
Yeah.
Next, let's move on to the Steelers. Russell Wilson named a captain. I was mentioning to Crowley and Mark Cabali as I came in this morning that the Steelers may set the NFL record most consecutive years with offensive captains who are riding the bench by the end of the year, Paul. 2 years ago, Pickett was their offensive captain.
Yes.
Or no, Trubisky, benched. Last year, Pickett, benched. Will Russell Wilson follow suit, or will he still be the quarterback late in the year?
I think if he's healthy, he'll be the quarterback. I mean, his health, that's obviously always going to be a question, but I think yes. I think he is. Absolutely. And so, I feel like it's this is going to be his team. Whether or not he makes it to the finish line will depend on his health and not the way he plays, because I think he'll play well enough to keep his job all year.
I tend to think that too, but not with a ton of confidence, as I have mentioned many times. Next, Limits. And by the way, what happened to Najee as an offensive captain? 2 years ago, he was captain with Trubisky. Last year, no longer captain. Do you believe that the players actually vote on this, or that Tomlin makes the call?
Well,
and why isn't Najee a captain anymore?
I think players might vote on it, but I bet you Tomlin puts his finger on the scales a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. And that's why it's interesting that, how could a guy go from being a captain at that age, Najee, to all of a sudden he's not one last year or ever more, it would appear.
Right. That's to me, I think, the biggest thing with him is he's one of your most veteran players on offense. If you think about it, even though he's going into year 4?
Yeah. Maybe his last year. Maybe that's the problem. Can you clip Limits? Can you clip Paul yelling,
I will.
Gotcha guy.
Should that be our social video today? Gotcha guy?
That could be my new nickname.
All right. Good.
I like that one. That along with Tony. I'm being attacked.
Don't you, Joey?
Tony! From all corners here. Next, give us one. All right. DK on Pittsburgh Sports had a column the other day saying that Derek Shelton, unless things change in September, is done. There's many facets to this story that I find interesting. But he said he's done. Unless something significant happens in September, to which I say, what? Like, if they think he's done now, what would happen in September? A bunch of wins? And aren't they then maybe at cross purposes with their mission in September? Because it should be about playing young guys. So does he have to have a winning record in September? Would that cause him to manage the team differently? I don't know, man. But DK reports, and he says he's not guessing, that unless something dramatic happens in September, Shelty's done. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, I would think that what he's talking about is that this team doesn't go completely into the tank. In other words, there's some evidence that he didn't, quote unquote, lose the locker room. I would think that's really, you know what I mean? Like, I think that if they go into the tank and they go, I don't know, 5-25 or whatever, then you say to yourself, okay, he completely lost the locker room, was not able to get it back, was not able to get these guys to buy into playing hard all the way to the end. Perhaps.
I just don't know how you measure that. I don't know how you measure it in wins. I don't know how you measure it in effort. And if you're management here and you think that you want to move on, I don't know how September would change your mind in any way, shape, or form. I agree,
but I think they want him to be able to show that he can, keep the locker room together and keep these guys playing hard. I don't know.
I don't think they are playing especially hard at times. Like Wayner said a couple weeks ago, that's part of what has led to the demise here. Here's the other thing, Paul, is he says that the fate will be decided by Bob Nutting and Travis Williams. Well, I didn't know up till this point exactly what Travis Williams does. Well, he's going to help make this call?
Isn't he Frank Coonley, essentially? Wasn't that what Frank?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wasn't Frank Coonley in on those decisions?
Pretty much, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, although we never hear from him. And you're right, I don't really know what he does. He will.
And what about Charrington then? The whole thing just has me racking my brain here for what's going to happen with the Pirates. But that was the news from this column, and I'll read it verbatim. Dayon says, based on conversations I've had while here this weekend, which was Cleveland, correct?
Yes.
Derek Shelton and his coaching staff need to get it together over the final month, or they're as good as gone. I'm not guessing at that. Repeat, I'm not guessing at that. What's your reaction to that, Limits? I know, Paul, you and Paul both believe he's going to be here, and nothing would surprise me with Bob Nutting. Are you still of that belief?
My belief is starting to shift by the day. I'm closer to 50% now, and I was at 30 about a week ago. Just the way that the season is continuing to go, and I know last night's win, does that help in the long run of it, of coming back and winning a game and looking better on the record? Who knows? But it doesn't seem to me like this is a team that's fully engaged in closing out the season on a positive note.
Paul, have you budged at all, or are you still adamant that he will return?
I still kind of feel the same. I think that they're going to just sort of do enough. And Bob Nutting at the end of the day is basically going to say, you know what? We're going to give Shelton and Charrington one more year to try and figure this out. I mean, I don't know the answer to this, but has Nutting ever fired a manager in a year when he didn't fire the general manager? I know that he fired Hurdle and Huntington together, When did he fire Littlefield? Did he fire Littlefield and whoever the hell the manager was before?
No, he didn't even fire Huntington and Hurdle together. Hurdle was fired the last day of the season. Huntington wasn't for like another 3 weeks.
Yeah, but it's the same season. They fired
more
him.
or less.
Right.
Not the same.
I thought you meant like the same time period.
But
he has the same year, the same season. They basically the same.
Yeah,
season.
it was a package deal, a package firing.
So that's what I
mean. And he ate a lot of money because he got rid of Kunle too.
That's my thing because.
So he has proven he'll do it.
Right. I don't think that I don't think that he won't do it. I just don't know that if he's going. I don't know that he's going to do it. The same. I don't know that he's going to do it and not do Cherington, which I think that would be really unfair, to be honest.
If he did one without the other.
If he did one without the other, I think actually he did. Now that I'm looking at this, Dave Littlefield was fired when he was the general manager. He got fired, I think, 2 years before John Russell. I mean, whatever.
I forgot about John Russell
Right.
for a minute there. All right. Well, let's continue this. What's become maybe a 12-pack here. Yes, Limits? And we have Shelty at 11. Is that confirmed?
Shelty now confirmed at 11. The Tomlin press conference at noon, and right in between that is.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
11:40, Destiny's Child for a 10-minute roundtable.
Littlefield actually got fired the same year Tracy got fired.
Did he?
Yes. Then they hired Russell. Then Huntington hired Russell. And then Huntington fired Russell and hired Hurdle. So Russell is the one guy in the Nutting era that actually got fired when the general manager did not get fired.
It's interesting to me that when it comes to firing Shelton, if that happens, that Travis Williams has more of a say than Cherington. In fact, Williams has a say over Cherington's future. He's his boss.
That's the big thing. We all have bosses, and it's pretty clear they have. A hierarchy there. I mean, I think the first thing you got to ask is, what does Travis Williams
do?
Have? No. What does he think of Cherington?
Yeah.
We might be asking the wrong questions.
I know. For all we know, he is heavily influencing Bob Nutting. Who would have thought after all this that Travis Williams is the key to these guys' futures? He can't like what he's seeing, can he?
Well, again, and the other part of it is he's the business guy. He's in charge of the business operations. So if you think about that, he can't like what ticket sales are going to look like in September.
Now, based on a couple of the recent games that we saw. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, here's what we got. Shelty, Destiny's Child, and Tomlin. Not necessarily in that order, but actually in that order. You said a baseball roundtable with Destin?
With Destiny's Child, yeah.
That's going to be unbelievable. We also have more Steeler questions here on the offensive line. For one, will Justin Fields get in the game at all and touch the ball? Will Freiermuth and Hayward get extensions? We have more college football. Let's talk about all of this. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Paul has a new flow coming up momentarily. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Does Pitt have a quarterback? Does Penn State have a star quarterback? How good is Penn State? How bad is West Virginia? And how do we think that Mike Tomlin tries to engineer victory this weekend? All that ahead. Our Steelers reaction brought to you by Bet365. Paul?
Man, are you lacking confidence in the bedroom? Are you feeling humiliated because of erectile dysfunction? New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is serious about helping you achieve that. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call New Flow today for your free consultation, 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
I had foot pain for many years. The joints of my big toes when I would go for walks, let alone try to run, which wasn't often. anything really I tried to do. Yeah, I want to start a new exercise program. It would hurt. Didn't know what it was. Got misdiagnosed. I imagine a lot of you can relate to that when it comes to foot problems. Well, that's why the Good Feet store exists. I finally found some pain relief through the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. That's what it's designed for, to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. And it's all customized to you and your shoes. There's no, you got to buy new shoes, you got to do this, you got to do that. No, they work with what they have. Whatever your pain might be, there's nothing like foot pain that can crush a new exercise regimen, even if it's something as simple as I just want to walk around the block a few times to get started. Could be sharp pain in your heel, needles in your heel, something in the balls of your feet, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. The Good Feet store worked for me. It can work for you. You can stop in to one of the stores, or you can go to goodfeet.com. There's a store, Robinson Town Center. That's the one I went to across from IKEA. Cranberry Township on Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and now one open in Crowleytown, otherwise known as Morgantown, in Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have named Joe Brand their new radio play-by-play voice. He had spent the past 3 years with the Blackhawks as a studio host and fill-in play-by-play broadcaster. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Russell Wilson, name sound familiar? The 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback is no stranger to the NFL. He entered his 13th season in the league. Wilson won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks in his second year as a starter, beginning a decade of success in Seattle. Wilson was traded to the Broncos in 2022 and had a couple of down seasons in Denver. But the Steelers signed Wilson this past offseason, hoping the NFL vet can return to his former self.
What's better than watching your team win? Winning money while you do it. I'm Jim Costa, and on Cash the Ticket, Mike Valeni and I give you the edge to make every game playable. College football, NFL, we're breaking it all down game by game. Your podcast feed is going to be filled, and you're going to love it. You can click on the games you care about. We do it all. With our analysis, we're finding games that other people aren't talking about. We're turning every Saturday and every Sunday into days when you got a chance to win. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Cash the Ticket with us. Follow Cash the Ticket in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home!
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API-SP test limits.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
and he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. In the just-concluded PGA Tour season, Ted Scott out-earned Victor Hovland, Tommy Fleetwood, and Jordan Spieth, and Scott wasn't even a player. As Scotty Scheffler's caddy, Ted's cut of Scheffler's $62 million prize earnings was a cool $5.2 million. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira Hot Tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Still reeling from round one here today. The boss came down.
Absolutely. Now what you got? Huh?
It was a joke. The boss came down and he enjoyed the segment, Paul. One thing you're not going to get from us is fake emotion.
Nah.
Do you agree with that?
I agree. I tell people all the time, I'm probably someday going to die of a heart attack, but never an ulcer. I let it all out. When I got to let it out, I let it out. Once I let it, here's the thing. Everybody shout, let's go, Bucks! I always say, the biggest difference between men and women is that we can...
Oh, no, I'll say that before you start talking.
We can have this kind of, scream at each other's face and everything else, and 5 minutes later, we're better. We just got to get it out of us. Whereas women, they can hold a grudge for weeks. Believe me.
I mean, to be fair, so can I.
If my daughter and I have a blowout like that, which we do quite often,
yeah,
it might be 2 days before she talks to me again.
To be fair, I still have grudges against, like, checkout clerks from 35 years ago.
Whereas my son, you know what? We can have a knockdown, drag out, screaming at each other, and, okay, let's go have a beer now. You know? It's just different.
There we go. What excellent timing. Did you hear that, Paul? By him. Listen to this. The next item in our six-pack, and I might remind you that Shelty's top of the hour, Mike Tomlin at noon, and in between them, the biggest name of all, Destiny's Child, Andrew Destin. Leon Draisaitl just signed a deal. 8 years, $14 million per year. That's the highest per-year contract in NHL history. So my question for you, Paul, Sidney Crosby hasn't signed yet, which has a lot of people up in arms worrying. Could Sid have played this one perfectly and been waiting for such a deal to come down the pike and go for more than that? Because as far as I'm concerned, Sid should go for his payday now. He saved the Penguins a ton of money on his 12-year deal. And I mean a ton of money. And now it's come to the end, nearing the end, whatever. 5 more years, I don't know, something like that. If I'm him, and really, I think everyone should agree to this, he should go for the money at this point. You know? If that hurts their ability to build a team, well, build a team better.
That would mean that he probably would have to leave the Penguins.
Maybe.
If you're the Penguins and he came to you and said, I want $15 million, what did Draisaitl just get? 14 for how many years?
8.
Okay, you're not going to give him 8 years, obviously.
No.
But what if he says he wants $14 million a year for 4 years?
I mean, with Sidney Crosby, if you're the Penguins, don't you just hand him a blank check and say fill it in? It was like when Ben was on the Steelers. It's like, we're going to pay you what.
But the Steelers actually didn't, though. They actually made him take less his last year.
For sure, that last year. For sure the last year. But up till then, it was take whatever you want.
If you're the Penguins, though, if you are the Penguins, and I guess you'd have to do a cost analysis of ticket sales and all that stuff, but Penguins sell tickets anyway. Are you giving Sidney Crosby $14 million a year for 4 years?
Yeah,
maybe,
I am.
Maybe 3.
I mean,
maybe 3. That 4th year would be tough.
Maybe, yeah, but he's Mario the second. I mean,
true.
I just feel like you have to sign him at his price. Now, maybe he doesn't. maybe this has nothing to do with Sidney Crosby's deal at all. But it is starting to get more interesting.
Right. It does kind of set the bar.
It is. The new bar's been set.
As to just how underpaid Sidney Crosby is and has been, right?
$8.7 million? And you should see some of the guys who have made more than him over the years.
I mean, if you think about it, it's just kind of amazing that Crosby has taken so little. And it's not, listen, there's always the jackass that calls in and says, well, it's not like he's, working for a living, and nobody's saying he's on the bread line, okay? That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, if you look at the number of what people are making in this league.
Yeah.
Do you understand that in 2023-24, could you make an argument that Sidney Crosby was one of the 10 best players in the league?
Yeah. The players still vote him as the best all-around player in the world.
Okay. I'm still actually scrolling to find his name on this.
Dougie Hamilton makes more than Sidney Crosby. Timo Meyer. Zach Werenski made more than Sidney Crosby. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, he saved the Penguins literally tens of millions of dollars over that time.
And listen, that's why I would give him...
To give to other players.
I would definitely give him a lot of money. I actually might overpay him, actually, if you think about it. I might actually overpay him.
Darnell Nurse.
I just don't know that I want to give him 4 years because that's a long time for a guy his age.
No, I hear that. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills.
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this list, and I'm down to number 60, Patrick Lane, and I still haven't found Crosby.
Darnell Nurse made more than Crosby. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Derek Shelton coming up here, top of the hour. Lots of questions for the Pirates manager after an August that just blew the Pirates out of the water. It did. So now what are the goals? What are the objectives for September? We'll ask Derek Shelton all about that. Coming up next, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevy, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today with sunny skies. Let's talk some football. Let's talk some NFL. Here we go. Week 1, a little more than 48 hours away. The first game. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. That's every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday against the Chicago Cubs in comeback fashion, 5-3. Pirates will send Paul Skeens to the mound tonight. It's a 7:40 first pitch, 6:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on The Fan. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Foss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates scored 5 unanswered runs in the 8th and 9th inning. A 4 spot in the 8th, 1 in the 9th is an insurance run from Nick Gonzalez to down the Chicago Cubs as Dennis Santana closed it out in the 9th inning. But a Brian Reynolds home run, 3-run shot, his 22nd of the season in the top half of the 8th. And Andrew McCutchen home run, a solo shot, his 18th of the season, put the Pirates ahead, followed by the Gonzalez RBI base hit to right field in the top half of the 9th inning. Pirates will send Paul Skeens to the mound tonight, 7:40 first pitch, 6:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Derek Shelton Show starts now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derek Shelton. The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derek Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Like that man said, it is time for the Derek Shelton Show. Pirates manager on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Shelty, how are you today?
Doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing well. Coming off a very interesting game last night. Fun game to watch. And McCutchen keeps establishing himself just as a story this season. Destiny's Child even got the number of home runs wrong last night in a tweet, and McCutchen called him out, so he was still alert after the game, Shelty. But he's shown more power than maybe I thought he would have this year. What can you say about McCutchen and his year? And, man, he crushed that ball last night just when you needed it.
Yeah, he did. He did. He's had big at-bats for us all year. This guy knows how to hit, and he does a really good job of picking pitches, sitting on pitches, and he's been able to impact the baseball this year, especially when he's been healthy. I think the most important thing for us over the last month is going to be just making sure we monitor, his days so we can get the best out of him, because I think when he's healthy, he's been really productive.
What was he sitting on last night?
Well, on last night, I'm not going to tell you. He hit a fastball, but I'm just talking in general. You're making a comment about how good a hitter he is. I'm just saying the fact that, as he's a veteran and is able to adjust and watch pitchers and watch how they react. I mean, he does a very good job of working through the at-bat.
I think one of the things about him, and you talked about his approach and all of that, you got a number of young players. Is the older veteran guy like him mentoring younger guys, teaching them sort of how to, basically be a professional, really good baseball player for a long time? Does that stuff really happen in locker rooms and clubhouses, or is that more of a creation for guys like us to talk about?
No, I think it probably, in Kutch's case, yeah, he is talking about it, and I think guys watch, and he does a really good job leading by example. Some of the things that he does, you wish you could teach other guys, but he does have conversations, just like Brian has conversations with people, and I mean, even IKF, now that we've added him into the group, having conversations. Some of the situations there is, you can talk about things, but being able to do them is a completely different thing. So I wouldn't say that it doesn't happen. I would say that it's probably talked about more just in generality throughout sports, because certain guys can just do certain things. And Kutch is one of those guys that's been able to do things because of his ability for a long period of time.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Shelty, one of the big news items from the last week is removing Bednar from the closer role. Was that the type of conversation where he pretty much knew what was coming, or how did that go? What was his reaction?
I think his reaction was more, I mean, obviously there's frustration there. I mean, David hasn't pitched as well as he would have liked this year. But it was more of, hey, we need to get you right, because we've seen over the last couple of years how effective he can be in that role and how good he's been in that role. I mean, he's a two-time All-Star. So the most important thing was just the conversation of initially, hey, this is going to happen. And then second, like, what are the things that we're going to focus on to get you back to you being as good as you were before?
Going back to spring training with him, I think it was maybe right lat tightness, something like that, and then he went on the DL with a oblique strain. Is there anything you would have done differently coming out of spring training? Was he hurt coming into the season?
He was not hurt coming into the season, and I think if you go back and look at how we handled him the first couple of weeks, we were very careful with him in terms of making sure that he was healthy. It's just one of those things where this has been a year where his execution hasn't been what it was. So to say like we would have done anything different, I think we will always review the process, but he was healthy coming out of spring training.
You had Dennis Santana close last night. Just was it a matchup thing, or is this something you're going to look at? I mean, what to just that whole decision and how it came about and what it means.
Yeah, it was a matchup thing. I mean, Chappie got the top of their order in the top of the eighth, and ended up getting, because he walked Suzuki, ended up getting Bellinger too for 4 hitters. And then we had a stretch of 3 right-hand hitters in a row. We like Dennis in that spot. And Dennis has been good for us since we've acquired him. I mean, he's done a really good job. He's probably been one of our most effective relievers over the last month. And so, yeah, it was just a matchup thing. As we go forward, I think it'll be more of a matchup thing, depending on Chap's availability and where we're going to use him in the game. I mean, he closed the game the other day in Cleveland, so that's an opportunity too. But I think matchups and score will definitely dictate that.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Shelty, Chapman had a little bit of a slump, as most relievers do, maybe all in a given season. But since the beginning of May, this guy has been unbelievable. In May, 18 strikeouts in 10 innings. In June, 15 in 10 innings. In July, 13 in 9. In August, 22 in 12. What's the key to his success at his age? Is it just one of those arms that he's blessed with, or something that he does in the off seasons? He's as good as I've ever seen him. Plus, he hit 105 in a game.
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple really components to that, Sark, that you bring up. The first one is the first answer to that question is just, being in the zone. When we've seen Chappie not be effective is when he hasn't thrown strikes. That's been, the thing that stood out. The stuff is always there. It's just been harnessing it. And, he had a little blip, and as we've talked about, relievers always seem to have some stretch of, during a season, it's very rare where there's not. I think to Chap's point is, something that you talk about there. The way this guy trains, not only during the off season, but during the season also, is something like I've never seen before. I mean, it's unbelievable how strong this guy is. It's unbelievable the amount of time, especially for a pitcher, that he spends in the weight room. And I think contributes a lot to his success. I mean, you would not know that he's, 37, 38 years old, and how he takes care of his body. And I think as we've seen as the year goes on, that strength in and of itself has allowed him to continue to get better.
You've obviously gotten a chance now to see for probably a week, maybe a little bit longer, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa play short. What are your thoughts? I mean, do you see a guy who might be able to be a long-term solution at shortstop, or does he have work to do? I mean, what are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I thought he's done a nice job. So yes, to your question, I think he does have the ability to be a long-term option at shortstop, and he has been very consistent. And I think we got exactly what we thought we were going to get when we acquired him.
How about early returns on Cruz in center field? What are you seeing? Jumps on balls, all that stuff.
Yeah, he really hasn't been challenged very much on balls in the gaps. He's done a nice job. I mean, he's made nice decisions on where to throw the ball to the right base, which I think is something that we talked about, early on, that we knew as you learn that position. He's had one ball against the wall that he didn't catch. Brian didn't catch. It wasn't a catchable ball, and he kind of stumbled going into it, but there was nothing there. So overall, I think it's been good. We just need to continue to get it reps.
That's the key. Is in these next 29, 30 games. Obviously, you want to win every game, but are you looking also maybe trying to figure out what you have in some of these other players, or even a guy like Cruz at center? I mean, is there a part of this is where you're trying to get a discovery of what you have at some of these positions?
I think, especially in Cruz's point there, Paul, it's really important. One of the reasons that we decided to move him when we moved him was to get game reps and to make sure that we got him, as much volume as possible. Now, the one thing that we have to be thoughtful of is, as you guys know, you go from playing the infield to the outfield, there's different running involved, there's different moves involved. And when you do that during the season, we have to be thoughtful about his legs and how they react. So giving him a DH day or giving him a day off will be something that we will, continue to monitor. But getting him reps is something that's really important for us.
Schulte, we've seen Mitch Keller for the second straight year struggle late when we talk about off-season training and things like that with a guy like Chapman. Is there something that needs to be looked at in how he prepares for the rigors of a season? Because now it seems to be a pattern with 2 straight years.
Yeah, I think that's something we will definitely talk about. We need Mitch to finish strong. The last 2 outings have been probably as strong as we would have liked. I mean, the Texas one was a good one. It's something that, as we've talked about with like Skeens and Jones and finishing a major league season and how you go into the off season, it is definitely something that we will talk about. But, he still has 4 or 5 starts left, and we need to make sure that he finishes those strongs. But got out of his delivery. I think we know from watching Jared pitch that, he's full scale all the time. I mean, he's going right after people. The first one, it looked like he was a little amped up. Last night, I thought he threw the ball extremely well. He gave up the homer to Dansby Swanson. The other run he gave up was after Pete Crow Armstrong beat out the double play ball that probably there's about 3 guys in the game that actually could have. So he executed a pitch, and then, Half got a ball down the line. But overall, I thought Jared was better. The usage of his slider was better. That he mixed in. He used it a little bit more than he did the first outing. So, yeah, it was more what we were accustomed to early in the year.
Henry Davis, since he came back, let's see, on the 26th. I think he's 2 for 16, 4 strikeouts, no walks, no extra base hits. What are you seeing? What did he work on, and what's still not happening for him?
Yeah, well, I mean, he had a good swing last night on a ball that was a base hit. He had a good swing in Cleveland the other day that actually I thought was going to be a possible double or homer. I think the most important thing is, there is more contact. The time before when he came back, there wasn't as much contact. So I think we're working in the right direction. He's very similar to, the case of we've got to get in reps. We got to see, what's going on. And as we've talked about with other people, like specifically Joey Bart in previous weeks on this show, sometimes, this timetable is not it's not linear. Everyone expects it to be like, okay, he's going to come to the big leagues and go. So, we just need to be patient a little bit with Henry, and, we feel like we really got a good player here still.
How much of what's going on with your bullpen has been health related, and how much of it has been sort of execution related? I mean, you guys went through a real slump there for about 2 or 3 weeks where your bullpen was really struggling. Was some of that health related, or was it just not making pitches? I mean, have you been able to put your finger on all that?
Well, I think if you looked at it a full scale, it would be we didn't make pitches. We had some games that we were winning in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and didn't make pitches. So yeah, I think that if we were targeting one thing, it would be execution, specifically like in totality of the full group. Now, we did have some guys that, we just got Holderman back. I mean, we've missed Baraki for the entire year. I'm trying, there were some injuries mixed in there, but on probably the larger scale, it was more the fact of execution of pitches.
Back to Davis and the catching situation. First thing, do you anticipate Endy to get any major league at-bats this year?
I don't think we've talked about that yet. I mean, we're still seeing how his rehab's going to go, and then we'll kind of bank that off that.
And then it would appear a log jam at catcher with Endy, Henry Davis, and Joey Bart. If you had to pick one of those guys right now and imagine them at a different position, who would it be? And could you imagine Joey Bart as a first baseman?
Well, imagining that. I mean, Endy has played other positions, so he has that ability. Joey has never played first. It is not something that in the short term we have discussed. I mean, having a log jam at catcher is probably a good situation for us because of the state of catching in the game. And if we have a log jam that we think we need to move someone, or that we think they're a viable option someplace else, then we will, discuss that when it comes to it.
The September 1 came and went. You made your decisions to who you were going to use your very limited expanded numbers for your roster. How did that all come about? Like, what were you considering when you made those decisions?
Well, it was really, honestly, it was a little easier for us because Kutch was on the IL, and he came off, and Baraki and Holderman were on the IL, and they came off. So we were in a situation where we had guys that we thought were going to be part of our team that were not with us, so they just ended up being activated.
Shelton, when he gets to September and everybody's saying, let's see the young guys, let's see some of the young guys, how does somebody in your position, which some may describe as a precarious position, needing to win games in September, how do you walk that line between you putting out what you think is the best lineup to win a game and you putting out younger guys so they get a chance to develop?
Well, in our case right now, we're playing the younger guys that are here. And, our goal is to win every game and as many games as possible. So that's the way I'm approaching it. In terms of the younger guys, if we did make a decision where we were going to bring up, other prospects or other people that, we were going to take a look at, then we would have probably a different conversation. But I think right now with the group we have, we're getting those younger guys the reps that they need.
And that's that. But is that always a delicate balance? Because you do have some old, veterans, some older guys that have been here, all year that have contributed, obviously, Is that a tough balance at times to have those conversations with some of those guys that, hey, listen, we need to take a look at some of these younger guys?
Yeah, with the veteran guys that maybe aren't going to get as many reps, yeah, you definitely have that conversation with them and explain to them. And I think the other thing that's important is, while the AAA, especially while the AAA season is going on, it's a situation where we need to make sure people are getting reps. I mean, we're not going to have some of those young guys come to the big leagues and just not play. And like I said in the previous question is right now the guys that we feel like we're getting the reps to are the guys that need them.
Skeens tonight, we've seen him have some pretty interesting games against the Cubs. Are there any limits on him going in tonight, or if things are going well, can he go to, let's say, 100 pitches or more?
Yeah, I think as we've talked about, we're monitoring Paul the rest of the way. We're not going to come out and say what it is or how much it is just because, we feel that's a competitive advantage on the other side. But, just hoping for him to go out and continue to have another good start against the Cubs.
Shelty, we appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
All right, guys. Thanks. Have a good week.
Thank you, man.
So Skeens tonight, that's going to be interesting. I mean, I understand what they're saying. All it would take, by the way, is for his agent to call the Pirates and say either he's done, or limit him. Right. We want to preserve him, or the opposite. And you kind of got to go with that if you're the team, don't you?
Probably at this point. You're not making a case that you're trying to win games now, even though you are trying to win games. But I don't know. I tend to think that he's a gamer.
Yeah, me too.
He's a guy that wants to play. I think he would be very upset if you said, listen, we are going to, limit you or shut you down or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just the game has changed so much. Certainly since we both were a kid. We're about the same age. Like he already has been taken out of a no-hitter, Paul, this year. And I probably I would have taken him out too, I guess, but maybe I'm just brainwashed.
At this point,
I never would have thought of it 25 years ago. No. He has a no-hitter. Let him pitch.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think right now you've got a problem, really. You've got a problem now because you're not really in a race. So you want to make sure you want to make sure for real that you continue to build him up and build his arm strength up and all that, so that next year, if I don't even know where he's at innings wise, but say he's 120 innings this year, getting to 150 or 160 next year is a lot easier. So you have to do that. I get that, but it's tough. It's tough because they're not really playing for anything. So if he decided that he wanted to be shut down, I guess you would have to shut him down.
Man, the way the season has unfolded, and I'm not just talking about the collapse. Like when they collapsed in 11 and 12, it was still a bad feeling if you go back to 2012. But at least you were saying they have some young pieces here in obviously McCutcheon's an MVP type guy, Neil Walker, Alvarez, Garrett Cole is on the way. You had those pieces. Here you have Skeens and Jones for sure, and Keller, although he's faltered lately. But, man, the way that this season has unfolded, Paul, do you have a closer for next year? Do you have?
And that's a big question. And the biggest part about it is, if you really think about it, you kind of believe that Bednar was going to be your closer for the long haul.
For sure.
And I guess you will probably go into next season with the idea that maybe he, will figure it out and get it back together. But, boy, if he doesn't.
And then what? Because Chapman's going to be gone.
And we saw this year, you know what we saw this year? How quickly your team can unwind if your bullpen is bad.
Oh, yeah. Holderman looked like a closer in waiting. He was an all-star candidate. He just didn't struggle. He fell apart. And then there's the Key Brian Hayes dilemma.
Right.
And then there's your prodigy shortstop is no longer a shortstop. And then there's your number one overall pick in the country doesn't look viable as a major league hitter in Henry Davis. Well, what do you do with him? There's so many issues and problems.
No, there's no question. But like I said, I think one of the most amazing things to me is during that losing streak, they lost a couple of games late because of the bullpen, because of Holderman. Remember, they lost like 3 or 4 games because of Holderman?
Yeah.
It seemed like that sent them into like a tailspin for like at least 2 or 3 weeks. And then they came out of it, and it was like, well, now we're completely out of the race.
Right. And it would be another thing, too, if you said, all right, this all fell apart, the questions we just mentioned, but now they get to dip more into this deep stocked farm system from all those years of tanking. And then you look at the post-deadline farm system rankings at MLB.com, and the Pirates come in at, 20-something by, I think this is Jim Callis at MLB.com. 20th. That's where they come in. Paul, how are you only 20th? After 5 years of tanking, I know a couple guys have graduated, but how are you only 20th?
The one organization like that does rankings like that has them 27th.
Baseball America.
Yes, they're 20th, I think, according to
and then I see Tampa Bay's number 1.
Right.
And they've had a little bit of an off season, but what they did was stock up at the deadline. Minnesota's good. They're number 2. The Orioles are great. They still have the number 3
and think about
farm system.
Think about
Cleveland.
Think about
Dodgers.
all the guys, right. Think about all the guys they've brought up.
How do the Dodgers have the 5th ranked farm system? Yeah. All they do is trade prospects.
Which is why I don't buy the idea that somehow, because the rationalization was, they brought up Skeens and Jones, and that's why it's skewed. Well, okay, the Orioles have brought up 19 guys.
Yeah.
And they seem to be doing okay still, too.
The Dodgers are 5th? That's depressing.
Well, again, it's people talk about their money, and obviously their money is a huge, huge part of their success. But look at how those guys, look at that team's farm system and how they draft and how they develop guys.
It's unbelievable,
especially their international scouting.
Right.
That's where they get a lot of these guys.
Yeah, that's why you just saw a bunch of Pirate guys in that department get fired.
And they're drafting guys in the 20th to 30th ranking. I mean, total in terms of the draft, position-wise. And they're making second-round pick stars. A lot of their best pitchers are all back end of the first round, second-round picks.
They got 5 of the top 100 prospects. That's more than the Pirates. And then Jim Callis writes at MLB about the Dodgers. We write this every time we do system rankings, but the Dodgers never stop winning or developing prospects. 12th consecutive playoff appearance, and they graduated 3 top 100 prospects that are on their team right now, and they have 5 more on the way, plus an incredible wave of teenage talent just getting started. Then he names 3 shortstops and 3 outfielders. How are you ever going to catch up? They're spending $1 trillion on players, and they're completely lapping you in prospects, even though what you said.
That's the embarrassing thing.
It really is, and it's incredibly depressing. I don't know what happens with Ke'Bryan Hayes, David like Hayes and Bednar, those were 2 guys that you depend on to at least be good this season, and they were both horrendous. To me, they're the 2 biggest disappointments on the team, I guess, with Henry Davis. But he didn't even have a track record to go on. They did.
Right. Well, again, that's why circling all the way back to one of our 6-pack items, when we talk about, firing, is Derek Shelton, fired or whatever, Dejan reported or whatever. If you're going to separate and ask me to pick the most to blame for the state of the Pirates, it's Ben Cherington, isn't it? Just all that stuff you just read off right there.
Yeah, which by extension is Bob Nutting, though, because he hired him.
But what I'm saying is if you're going to fire somebody for exactly all that stuff that you were just talking about.
Yeah. Yes, it's Cherington.
Absolutely.
All right, let's ask Destiny's Child about all of this and his little back and forth with McCutcheon. That's coming up next. We want you back with us to talk more Pittsburgh sports. This can be a very stressful time of year. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked. by the experts at UPMC. They do a great job there. I went there about 2 years ago to get my heart checked. Felt very comforted there, like I was in great hands. It's really simple to do and really important to do. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul has a new Flow Men's Health coming up. Right here, we'll also have the Mike Tomlin news conference. How about that? At the top of the hour, and I would imagine spend the rest of the show reacting to that afterward. Paul?
Paul pause.
That's right. It's another Paul pause.
I had it up.
Research statistics during our live radio show.
I'm ready. Let's do
Again, the perfect lead-in to this particular ad.
That's right, the pause. Matt, are you lacking confidence in the bedroom? Are you feeling humiliated because of erectile dysfunction? New Flow Men's Health, the area's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is serious about helping you achieve that. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call New Flow for your free consultation at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers week 1 against the Falcons this Sunday at 1 o'clock from Atlanta. The Mike Tomlin press conference can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan in a half an hour. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What is the dimension of a MLB base?
Callus.
So what would it be, 5 foot by 5 foot?
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, not 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
I think it's 15 by 17. Callus, you'd be stealing bases if they were 5 by 5.
I'd be stealing rectangles.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. You could be teleported to the past, wander in the present, and even travel to the future. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations, while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Sure, libraries are beautiful cathedrals filled with amazing books, but they're also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, world expanders. Just about anything you can imagine, you can do at your neighborhood library. September is Love Your Library Month, so make a donation and spread some of that love today.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Plenty of sun this afternoon, the high 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. What happened to Florida State? Ever since the Seminoles were snubbed by the College Football Playoff Committee last season, nothing has gone right. They were blown out in their bowl game and now start 0-2 after losing to Georgia Tech in Ireland and Boston College at home. They need a miracle to be a playoff team. I'm Maggie Gray.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
At Uline, They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira Hot Tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrili here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it. And integrity with the court is so important, too. When we make an objection before a judge, because of our past track record, because of the integrity that we bring into the courtroom, there's a pretty good chance that objection's going in our direction, that it'll be ruled in our favor, our client's favor, because we've been doing it for so many years, and they know when we raise an objection or raise a point of law that there is credibility behind it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. Western PA Injury Lawyers. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We used to bring him in with Destiny's Child music. Those were the days. Now we just bring him in. His name is Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. Do we have him yet? Yes. Momentarily here. We just had Shelty, and in case you missed it last night, Andrew Destin reported Andrew McCutchen as having a certain amount of home runs, I don't know, over the past few years. And McCutchen himself fact-checked Destiny's Child, who then made a correction. And we all make mistakes. We get that. I've made a few. in the newspaper business. So has Paul. But what did you think when McCutcheon himself weighed in, Destiny's Child?
Oh, man, Jeff. First off, thanks for always having me on. It was, I was laughing pretty good. I just filed my story, and I was including the note, and I was like, second most home runs in a season since 2018, most since 2021. I put it the story correctly, and then I'm tweeting out my story, and I see on Twitter that all these people are in my mentions, quote tweeting me. I'm like, why is anything getting traffic? Like, I never get that many likes or anything on a tweet. And I see McCutcheon had ratioed me, as the kids say, and I was just laughing because I was like, oh, man, I got the year wrong. I was off by one, an innocent typo, but it made for some fun banter. And I'm sure it'll make for a fun conversation today in the clubhouse. He got me pretty good with that one.
Paul, Destiny's Child, a few weeks ago went to Lake Tahoe with his family. Have you been there?
Yes.
You have?
I've been to Lake Tahoe. It's beautiful.
I want to go there. And then he was kind enough to text me afterward where to go, places to go in Lake Tahoe, how to get there.
You were on the were you on the, was it Nevada side or the California side?
Nevada side, yeah. We have a buddy of mine from high school that I play basketball with. His family's got access to a house out there and let us use it. And it's beautiful for, like, the sunsets because you got it setting over on that west side. So it's awesome there on the Nevada side in Tahoe. I can't recommend it enough.
It's beautiful. In fact, that's where they have that golf tournament every year. The Pro-Am with the American whatever it is. It's a big event every year.
Yeah, the one with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Yeah. Steph Curry and all those guys pulling up. Fun time. We didn't play there, but we have played there before. It's a nice course, but it's like, it's not too expensive. You can play at it for a reasonable rate. I want to say you could get 18 in for like $50, $60 at a course that they use for a Pro-Am for guys like that. Like, it's not a bad setup there. Definitely recommend it as a family vacation or any vacation spot.
It's a beautiful course, and there's a number of holes that are along the water that are just beautiful. So, yes.
I thought Destiny's Child was going to pipe in there.
Yeah.
And say something. No, it's okay.
I was trying to catch on. I was like, oh, yeah, I mean, agreed. Beautiful holes along the water. You can't go wrong with being on the water. I mean, even us, we boated one day, and it was just a true blast. Or flooring it with my dad behind the wheel. Like,
that's awesome.
Didn't know he had his sea legs, but there we go.
In fact, the setting is so beautiful that I stood behind Charles and watched Charles Barkley hit, and it actually even made his swing look reasonably good. That's how beautiful the setting is.
Oh, man. I saw Charles Barkley at the Lemieux thing year after year. It was a tough watch.
Yeah.
But he was great. Anyway, Destiny's Child, what is happening here? Is Derek Shelton going to make it till next season? Is Ben Cherington going to make it next season? You have ears on the ground over there. You know a lot of people. You cover the team at home and sometimes on the road. What's your gut feel?
My gut feel would be that it's more likely than not that those guys return. I've had no inclination one way or the other on either of them, which leads me to believe that if there's nothing truly concrete or set in stone happening or being rumored, that it's too early for us to speculate anything. It's too early for us to speculate anything besides staying the course, which maybe is not what fans want to hear. But at this time, there's not any true rumblings we're hearing. It's probably still a point of, hey, there's a month's worth of games left, 24, 25 games left. Like, these still, as much as the team is out of serious postseason contention, right? Like, they're not going to make the postseason. That's nothing new. But the idea that there's still very much stuff to play for in terms of overall win-loss record relative to last year. Is it improvement? Is it a step back? Like, I think those are all important data points for determining, like, what is the next step. I think those are very important parts of this puzzle, and why I don't think anything is set in stone in terms of direction, whether that's GM, whether that's manager, whether that's coaching staff, whether that's people on the minor league side, coordinators and coaches and managers there. So I think everything is still to be played for here these next few weeks, not just at the major league level, but throughout the organization.
So you really think that what happens the next 2 or 3 weeks is actually going to be relevant to what happens in the offseason?
I would say so, and I think it's on the individual level as well as the coaching side. I think that, for instance, like I'm looking up at the stats Rowdy Tellez has this year where that OPS is up over 700. If he continues to swing a hot stick, maybe that really factors into the possibility of him coming back. Defensively speaking, what do you get out of O'Neal Cruz in center field? Is it adequate? Is it unplayable? Is it better than expected? That's a key data point for determining how they approach free agency. What do they do with Brian Reynolds? Does he remain in left field? Does he improve defensively down the stretch and give them, the possibility that, hey, that's somebody that you can continue to pencil into left field? Or do you need to consider a position change there? How does Henry Davis look down the stretch? Does Jack Sawinski come back up? Do Billy Cook or Nick York get up here? You never want to truly call, at least in my opinion, I don't believe this is meaningless September baseball. I think that there's a ton to play for in terms of people's jobs and livelihoods, and also on the side of how do you construct the 2025 roster. It's a very different scenario, I'd say, than a lot of teams that I've either observed or covered for September baseball. Like, this is one that there is still so much up in the air, and it's not just a matter of how many innings do Jared Jones or Paul Skeens get to. I think there are a lot of position battles in terms of the 2025 season that maybe they're not up in the air right now, but they can bolster some cases right now for sure.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We're talking to Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. You can read his stuff at postgazette.com. Our baseball coverage in this segment presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Believe it or not, Destiny's Child, we're down to a minute because we got to get to Tomlin on time. You ready for a very quick game of back and forth? Let's do it.
Yes.
McCutchen back next year?
Yes.
Sort out Rodriguez, Davis, Bart by position for next year.
Davis, Rodriguez, Davis catcher, Bart catcher, Rodriguez first base, and then eventually catcher.
Holy birdseed. Who's going to be the starting shortstop?
To start, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Don't rule out Leo Verpagero.
Give me the rotation at the start of next season.
Skeens, Jones, in no order. Skeens, Jones, Keller, Ortiz, and Falter.
How about Oviedo?
Eventually, but he will need some time to get worked back in there coming off TJ.
Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you next week.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today with sunny skies. Paul, Mike Tomlin up next. The first game week news conference of the year.
And he put out they put out their depth chart, and Isaac Ciamalo is still listed as a starter, which means the depth chart is actually useless.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what he says about that position, who's going to play. And I guess it's going to be Broderick Jones. We'll hear from the coach next. Jennifer recently contacted Gina to sell her home in Scott Township and said not only did Gina do an outstanding job selling the home, she was also very courteous, professional, stayed in communication throughout the sale. Gina was able to get an offer that was over $250,000 for Jennifer's home, and Jennifer was thrilled with the results and how easy it was to sell her home with Gina. Jennifer said she highly recommends Gina to anyone thinking about buying or selling a home. So do I, because you can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Only change to the Steelers' depth chart is Zach Frazier, officially the starting center. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sunny and pleasant today with highs back in the mid-70s. I have noon temperatures near 70. Winds will be out of the east at about 5 miles an hour. And looking ahead, pleasant weather sticks around for the rest of the week with our next shot at seeing rain coming on Friday, but almost everyone will have to wait until Saturday to see some. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends at the Bath Authority, and if you've got a bathtub or shower that's outdated, has mold and mildew or broken tiles, you've got to call my friends at the Bath Authority. Right now, they've got an incredible deal going. Free installation on your new bath or shower plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. What are you waiting for? Call the Bath Authority today, 412-249-1140. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at 412-249-1140 or visit thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. Their professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
High five! Up top! Heck
yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, here we go. First Mike Tomlin press conference is coming up next. Listen to it right here on The Fan. More at 93.7thefan.com. Our headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Now, more Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good afternoon.
That's going to happen in a second here. City Limits, this is his first big shot at this. As soon as Mike Tomlin starts talking, Limits is going to feed us into it. Bob Pompiani right now. Is he over there doing the intros?
Missy Matthews filling in for Bob, she said.
Missy Matthews.
Where is
Very
Missy
good.
Matthews? I mean, where is Bob?
Yeah, where's Bob? We don't know.
That's a good question. Bob will join us on Thursday, by the way.
So it's the Arthur Smith Bowl, and Tomlin's going to make the Atlanta Falcons.
And here we go.
With some of our business regarding player availability. Isaac can be described as out this week, but we did get good news regarding his pec injury. We'll characterize this as week to week, and we'll see where next week leads us, but really optimistic about his return sooner rather than later. We've had a couple of guys working in a partial capacity yesterday in our bonus day, and we expect that to continue and increase as we push toward game time. Those guys are Roman Wilson and Troy Fatano. And we're optimistic about both guys. Jalen Warren can also be included in that discussion along with Corey Trice. We had some guys dealing with some short-term misery regarding injury, but those guys that I mentioned appear to be turning the corner and moving toward availability, but we'll watch as we go through the week, make sure we don't get any negative trends, but not only from a health standpoint, Some of these guys don't have extended resumes, and so we'll be watching the quality of their play as well as we re-engage them in this readying process. Let's talk Atlanta here briefly. You know, they got a new staff, and that creates some challenges, particularly in week one. Got intimate knowledge regarding their staff. Obviously got a close relationship with Raheem Morris. I've known Jimmy Lake, their defensive coordinator, for probably 20 years. I know Zach Robinson as well. I got a lot of respect for those guys. But week one presents some challenges in terms of forecasting what their personalities might be in all three phases. They didn't play a lot of their starters in the preseason, and obviously even from a schematic standpoint, you get limited exposure to what people's intentions are regarding the preseason and what it is that they do. But we know the schools of thought that these guys come from, and so we've been preparing with that understanding. Obviously, I work with Raheem Morris, and he's made his bones on the defensive side of the ball. He was in L.A. last year along with Jimmy Lake. We played those guys with the Rams, and so we have that as a point of reference. But one thing I know about Coach Morris and company, that, you know, he's going to utilize the talents of the people at his disposal. And so some of the things that they did in L.A. Will be similar to what they do in Atlanta. Some of the things will be different, largely based on people and putting them in position to play well. But we got some challenges from that perspective. On the other side of the ball, same thing. Zach was in L.A. last year. We played those guys. He's worked alongside Sean McVay for a number of years, and you understand the challenges that come with that, their utilization of personnel, the utilization of pace in a variety of ways, situationally, field locations, etc. You know, the awesome job that they do in terms of marrying the run game along with run action and misdirections and screens and so forth in non-situational moments. I expect them to kind of do and reflect some of those things, but also I'm excited to maybe see what personal touches he brings to it. There was some evidence of that in the preseason, but not a lot, as I mentioned. Again, you work some high-volume things generally in the preseason. Some things you hold back. And so, you know, we got to be really, really good fundamentally in this game, like a lot of teams do in week one. There's an element of the unknown that always accompanies week one competition. And so the better you are fundamentally, the higher your floor, the better you position yourself for success. You know, baseline things like pre-snap execution on both sides of the ball is going to be really critical. Our ability to manage the play clock on offense, clean pre-snap shifts and motions and so forth will be a weapon for us. On defense, snap readiness, motion and shift adjustments, communications that go along with those adjustments, how we deal with the environment. First time playing on the road and some of the challenges that come with working in a hostile environment offensively. You know, those are some of the baseline things that really kind of have our attention, coupled with the lack of schematic knowledge about what their intentions might be because they got a new staff. Talk about some things that we do know, some significant players for them. Starting on offense, man, Kirk Cousins obviously is a catalyst for them. They went out and acquired a savvy veteran quarterback who has experience in this system. The system which he employed in Minnesota was really born out of that same L.A. Rams system that they're going to utilize in Atlanta, and that's what made him such an attractive acquisition for them. You know, I think they've got, 3 top 10 draft picks here on offense in recent years, and Bijan Robinson and Drake London and Pitts. And so you package that young, talented group with a savvy veteran quarterback that makes good and fast decisions the way that Kirk does, and you see the vision of what they're trying to do offensively. You know, Kurt always gets the ball out quickly. I'd imagine that's going to be his agenda and their agenda, given the fact he's coming off of an injury. But, you know, that is very much in his wheelhouse, and I'm sure they're going to do some schematic things to keep him clean in that regard. But more than anything, it's about distributing the ball to the variety of people that are really capable, that I mentioned earlier. Bijan Robinson is top tier. He can do a lot of things. He can stop, start. He can stick his foot in the ground and juke. He can put together multiple cuts. He's a home run hitter. You know, he's the first running back taken there last year, and I think his skill set and what he was able to put on tape last year really kind of reflect that. Drake London and Kyle Pitts, man, are matchup issues. They really are. Both of them are big-bodied guys who can play the ball above eye level and are vertical threats. As I mentioned, both guys are top 10 draft picks, and I just think that is reflective of their pedigree and talents. And so we got to be cautious about the matchup component of play as it pertains to those guys. They acquired Ray McLeod from San Fran. Ray has always been a dangerous return man and offensive gadget guy. I would imagine, they're drawing some things up for him in that regard. They got a rock-solid offensive line group. They really do. We competed against these guys just 2 years ago. They block things well schematically in terms of getting hats on hats, but they're also just really talented. They've invested a lot in that group. They drafted a lot of them high. Several of them were in their second contracts, and so that's a really strong collective. On the defensive side of the ball, there's been some turnover there. They acquired Judon and Simmons in the developmental process. And you're talking about two NFL football players whose resumes speak for themselves. Judon is multi-talented. He's got a really good feel for the game. He's capable of rushing from the right and the left. His production needs no endorsement from me. What he did in New England was really impressive. I think 10 and then 15. I think he had 4 when he got hurt last year. And so we better be cognizant of what his capabilities are. Obviously, we're familiar with him because he was a Baltimore Raven in the past, and obviously we played against him in New England as well. And so he's something to be reckoned with from a rush perspective. They've acquired Simmons, man, to go along with Jesse Bates. And so they got a really savvy veteran safety tandem, one that specializes in taking the ball away. I mean, let's be honest, both guys have taken the ball away wherever they've been. Simmons did so at Boston College and in Denver, and Jesse Bates did so at Wake Forest and Cincinnati and Atlanta last year. I think he had 6. And so we better do a really good job of managing the downfield component of play. Both of those guys are very capable, and particularly in terms of taking the ball away. A.J. Terrell is a top-notch coverage corner. And so they got a real solid secondary, man. They've acquired a top-notch rushman. As I mentioned, Raheem Morris has always done a really good job of utilizing the talents of the men that he coaches and having defensive schematics reflect that. And so we're going to have some real challenges kind of in that regard. But it's week 1. Really excited about it. The anticipation, the angst, if you will, that comes with this time of year, the excitement. I'm really excited about getting to know our group, and what better way to do it versus a group that's the caliber of the Atlanta Falcons and their venue. And so we respect it, and that's why we're preparing with an edge. We'll continue to do so. Had a good day yesterday. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Right, how would the makeup of your offensive line look in regards to your tackles relative to maybe Troy Stone?
We'll determine that as we get closer to game time. He was a partial participant yesterday. It went well. We expect it to be more so tomorrow. And so the closer he gets to health, we'll have a better reflection of how we might divvy that up. But obviously the first 2 guys are going to be participants. He potentially could be as well. And Spencer Anderson has played some tackle in the past as well. I think those are the candidates, and what the mix is will be determined by how we distribute reps and how they, perform in those reps given.
Mike, you mentioned some of the challenges of the unknown with the Falcons and a new coaching staff. In what ways do you kind of lean on Arthur Smith or use him because of his familiarity with their personnel?
Nothing out of the ordinary, to be quite honest with you. Obviously, he has an intimate understanding of a lot of their personnel, but everybody in the National Football League has personnel departments. It is our business to understand personnel, and so I don't know that we've had any earth-shattering information provided in that regard.
Some of the youth and reconfigured nature of the offensive line and the wide receiver room, is it your belief that even though Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson are new to you guys, that their veteran status, experience as a play caller can overcome some of that collective newness within the offense?
I think their experience was an attractive component to both guys, certainly.
You mentioned Anderson. Is he the next man up at left guard?
Yes, he is.
Like with the depth of your offensive line kind of tested over these last few weeks, how have you seen the group still come together in terms of cohesion when they've had to deal with this depth testing?
We got a lot of young guys in there, and so there's a lot of meat on that growth bone, and we've seen a lot of it, to be quite honest with you, for several reasons. We had some young guys that we drafted high in the draft that shown that the NFL is not too big for them, and I'd imagine they'll continue to show that and continue to grow with exposure. But we also got some second-year players like Broderick and Spencer, and that second lap around the track is reasonable to expect growth and development because of the knowing component. And so we've challenged them in that regard, and they've responded. We got some talented young people, and so it makes for an exciting mix, certainly.
Mike, you've added some new players at receiver. What have you learned about the depth you have in that receiver core?
I'm comfortable with the performance of these guys, man. Had some questions even dating back to the spring, and to be quite honest with you, I probably went in the receiver room about a couple of weeks in the camp and told them that. I just believe in being really transparent. But the consistency in which those guys performed in Latrobe and through team development has made me more comfortable. And specifically, I'm talking about Scotty Miller and Van Jefferson, man. I just can't say enough about the consistency in which they performed, their floor, if you will. They behave like veteran NFL players, and that's provided some comfort in the midst of the transition that comes with dealing with new people and getting acclimated in that way.
Mike, he didn't play the second preseason game and split snaps in the third. What did he do to prove you guys that he should be you guys in?
I don't know that he's done it yet. We have player elevation opportunities and things of that nature during the course of a work week that determines how we divide the labor up. Benny's an exciting young guy. We'll watch him during the week along with some others, and we'll make decisions at the end of the week that's best suited for winning this game.
Have you determined yet which side you think Broderick is best on, at least to start out?
No, I made no determinations regarding that. Obviously, he's worked a lot at right. But again, we're going to continue to watch that as we progress through the week because versatility has been an asset for him and us.
Mike, heading into his third season, where do you think George Pickens has grown in his game and maturity-wise?
I think he's grown in all areas, not only in terms of skill relative to his position, and he has a lot of that, but the nuances of the game, getting in and out of cuts, hand selection, and so forth. He's grown in a lot of ways. And then, obviously, as a human, he's grown in the ways that you expect young guys to grow in terms of knowledge of the game and what it means to be a professional and how to conduct yourself.
Following up on the question about the wide receivers, after you guys traded Deontay, did you find the landscape of building that room more challenging than anticipated at the time, be it through the draft, trade, or?
Not at all, to be quite honest with you. There is a plethora of receivers. Not only in the draft, but in free agency. I mean, you can look at that position in the top 3 rounds of the draft over the last 5 years, and it gives you an indication of the amount of talent and the readiness of that talent in recent years. And so we were really comfortable with it and not overly concerned about it, to be quite honest with you. We're really excited about Roman Wilson we got in the 3rd round, for example. We've always done a nice job of acquiring receiver talent and not necessarily in the 1st round, and I just think that speaks to the depth and readiness of the position.
Mike, do you think that George is in a place where he's going to be able to handle the extra attention that he's probably going to get until maybe the younger guys establish themselves?
I think George has gotten attention all of his life as it pertains to football. I think that's nothing new to him.
Yeah, are you confident he'll be able to handle it in a positive fashion?
Absolutely.
You mentioned Roman Wilson. How big of a role can you expect for him to have, given the limited reps that he had in training camp with the injury?
We'll see. That's what the week of work is about, certainly.
Kyle Pitts is a pretty unique weapon at tight end with his athleticism. How do you guys organize a team effort to contain him along with the other weapons?
We see unique tight ends week in and week out, to be quite honest with you. We have some dangerous ones in this division. Njoku in Cleveland, Mark Andrews and Likely in Baltimore, all of them are matchup issues. And so, it might be a challenge for some, but it's somewhat routine for us. Not being disrespectful of his talents, it's just we see some really talented tight ends and ones that are the focal point of offenses.
You think it's more regular these days? It's just a natural part of every week in the NFL almost?
I don't know about regular for all, but somewhat regular for us because of the divisional component that I mentioned.
Mike, I'm sure you approach every season with a sense of urgency, but given all the moves you made, big moves, any more urgency or expectation this year?
You are exactly right. I approach every season with a big-time sense of urgency.
Mike, Art talked about, you guys need to score more points, and you guys have talked about it as a staff.
More points relative to win.
To before, so he said I like to score more touchdowns.
Arthur's not toting those bags. Those bags aren't his.
I'm talking about your boss. I'm not talking about Arthur Smith.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Arthur Smith. Okay. You're going to say those bags aren't his.
Where do you see this offense? Does you believe it has more firepower than it did in the last few years?
I'm not interested in making you comfortable today, to be quite honest with you. Those are just words, and really at the end of the day, it's somewhat meaningless. We'll have an opportunity to put some tape out there this weekend that's kind of reflective of that discussion. I'm more of a doer than a talker. Talking glowingly, particularly when you're undefeated this time of year, is easy, and I'm not attracted to easy. We're just going to work. And we're going to put some tape out there that's kind of reflective of our intentions.
Like when you guys signed Russell Wilson, you said that his drive was one of the most attractive things about him. How have you seen that kind of translate and show up since he's been here?
It's just who he is. I don't know there's a translation component of it. It's just who he is. You don't have the type of resume that he's had and have done it at the level that he's has for the length of time that he has without bringing some unique traits and approaches to business, and I think that's just been reflected in his day-to-day.
What has Peyton Wilson shown you throughout the course of the team development?
He's a talented guy. He's a quick and eager learner. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes twice. He's got a skill set that might allow him to contribute, particularly in some passing circumstances. He's an easy runner. He can cover people. We'll just continue to carve out a role for him, but make no mistake, we're excited about the prospects and his talent level.
You talked about Russell's deep ball. What makes a quarterback a good deep ball thrower?
Arm strength and accuracy. And not only that, trajectory. And he brings all three. He's got arm strength. He's got pinpoint accuracy. He can drop the ball in your front right shirt pocket, if you will. And his ability to throw the ball over defenders or power a ball in terms of being able to change his trajectory based on circumstances are some of the things that kind of comprise that discussion.
Mike, at the running back position, do you guys have an ideal distribution of reps, in your heads, and how would maybe Jalen Warren's injury affect that from week one here?
It remains to be seen in terms of the impact of his injury or his availability. We got a week's work ahead of us. In terms of how we divide the labor up, man, that's going to be week to week. We got some really capable guys, and you throw CP into that mix as well. More than anything, I just love the demeanor of our running back room, man. These guys don't run away from confrontation. They run to it. That collective, those three guys, I'm really excited about. They're going to lead the charge for us in a lot of ways. That competitive component being a significant one.
How have you found Russell's veteran influence manifesting the most with the team so far? Is it more off the field stuff, or is it like communication, calm in the huddle? What is it?
I think that the journey is going to really define that. I think that when you're undefeated, man, it's easy to point to glowing things, but really that's revealed through the challenges that is the journey in the season. I'm not surprised that he's going to be positioned to do those things based on who he is and his experience. But it just happens in a really natural way. But the significant component of that discussion lies ahead, certainly.
Mike, does it say anything to you about how Dan Moore has approached in the past couple of years, probably first-round guy, but it just seems to always get better?
I think that's professional football. I think we're continually trying to replace people. And people better be continually getting better in an effort to sustain and grow. And that's kind of reflective of his approach and what's happened with him. He's gotten better continually. He's gotten snap opportunities in an effort to do so. And obviously experience is a significant component to get better. But I just think that's a really natural thing. I think that happens across all positions on every team at this level. Competition is ever present. New talent, new competition is just a component of our game at this level.
When you have two guys potentially making their first NFL starts on your line, you rely on Dan Moore and maybe James Daniels to kind of help get them to.
They are going to have to make their plays. Dan's not going to block two people. You know what I mean? certainly in terms of mindset and communication and things of that nature. But the guys that you mentioned are really capable, and they're going to be capable of absorbing their assignment and blocking their people.
Mike, you've asked Spencer to do a lot of stuff, and I guess if you're a seventh rounder, you got to do whatever you're asked to do to make a team. What has stood out to you about his development here?
As I mentioned earlier, man, his versatility was a calling card that allowed him to sustain. But the longer he's here, you better specialize in a certain area. And really, his growth and development kind of reminds me a lot of Calvin Beachum, if you remember years ago. Versatility was initially his calling card, and then he settled into the tackle position and went on. Shoot, Beach might still be playing. I think he is. And so Spence will be fortunate if he has a Calvin Beachum-like story.
Anyone? Mike, are you looking for other ways to get Nick Herbig on the field? Has he gotten to that point where he's earning other reps or other looks?
We're interested in playing everybody that's capable of helping us. Mon Adams, Leal. It's not an 11-man job, particularly in week one, as you meet the challenges of conditioning, in-game conditioning. And so we're going to cast a big net from a participation standpoint. I would imagine that a lot of people are, globally speaking, as we get acclimated to in-season conditioning and the workload associated with playing 60 or so. Great. Thanks, guys.
Paul, I was kind of hoping, no matter what the answer would have been, that somebody would have asked Justin Fields, is he going to get work this week in practice at a position where he can get the ball? Or might he come in as a quarterback for a series or two in a certain package? You know what I mean?
Well, I would say the biggest thing is nobody was thinking in terms of that. I think they've asked, if there was very little that was asked about the quarterbacks in general. There's a question about Russell Wilson for the most part, but
I want to see that. I want to see Fields on that indoor track get 5 touches this week. Limits. You agree with that?
I 1,000% agree with it. At least 1 or 2, maybe 3 touches offensively.
Injury-wise, obviously Sayamalo out. Roman Wilson, he seemed to give a real chance to play. Fatano, we'll see how the week plays out. Warren and Trice, he said he was optimistic on all 4 of those guys, that there was some reason for optimism with Trice, Warren, Fatanu, and Roman Wilson. So that'd be interesting to see Roman Wilson in the game.
Any sense at all for them to try and get Fatano into the game this week if he hasn't been practicing? Makes no sense to me.
The only level it makes sense to me is to have him ready in case Broderick Jones turns into the Broderick Jones of the preseason. Somebody better be ready because your other backup tackle, Spencer Anderson, doesn't it sound like he's starting at guard?
Yes, he is.
So, yeah, man, if I'm the Falcons and their defensive coaches, I'm looking at Broderick Jones and that side.
He was a 7th-round pick. You have a 7th-round pick starting, a 7th-round second-year guy starting at left guard right now.
I know. And a rookie at center.
A rookie at center.
And a big question mark at right tackle based on the preseason. And then Dan Moore. Somebody said, is Dan Moore going to help these guys? Tomlin said, we're not going to ask him to block 2 people. I'd be satisfied if he blocked 1 ball.
Yeah.
The guy in front of him. I'll be very satisfied if Dan Moore does that and keeps somebody off Roman Wilson's back. You know?
Right.
What else stood out to you about that whole thing?
Well, it took about 15 or 18 minutes, but Will Graves managed to get under his skin.
Do you have that clip limit?
It's usually Will Graves or Tim Benz, or Brooke. One of the 3 is the one that every week you can count on him.
It was tremendous.
Sending them a dart.
I forget what the topic was now, but Tomlin said, I'm not here to make you comfortable. You have it?
I'm waiting for our system to slowly load.
Well, we're definitely going to get that. Offensive line is going to be a big, big issue going into this game. The Falcons are the better team, I think, going into this game, Paul. That might sound ridiculous. This game, to me, boils down to, as so many do, Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins. Is Kirk Cousins, who's certainly not going to be moving around much, is he comfortable enough and healthy enough to make quick reads and quick throws in that offense? He's certainly going to be under duress. Their offensive line is good, but the Steelers are healthy defensively, presumably. They're going to get after Kirk Cousins a little bit.
Honestly, I will tell you this. I almost feel like the worst thing that could happen for the Steelers is that Kirk Cousins gets hurt a little bit early in the game, and they put in that Michael Penix. And because he looked pretty good in the preseason, but more importantly, there's no chance that you're spending hardly any time at all preparing for Michael Penix, who's a completely different quarterback than Kirk Cousins.
Kind of like Cousins and Penix is Wilson and Fields in a way. But Wilson has the same questions as Cousins. Does he have – he was hurt in camp. Does he have enough of a rapport with his receivers yet to make quick reads? The Falcons had big questions on their pass rush. They're thinking that Matthew Judon can help solve some of those. I just think overall they might have the better roster. They certainly have more offensive playmakers, right?
Yeah. Well, they do. I mean, I think that, and I think I do think they might be a better team than the Steelers.
They might be. The Steelers, I think, have an edge defensively. Obviously, they have the best defensive player in the world, I think.
But I think the matchup of the Steelers' defense against Kirk Cousins is going to be where the Steelers are going to win the game. Because I think Kirk Cousins can't move, hasn't played in how long.
Yeah.
He's old to begin with. I think he's back there. I think he's going to be a sitting duck. You know Kirk Cousins will put it up for grabs a few times. I think that the game will be dictated there. The Steelers will probably win the game because their defense will just destroy Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, and I think it's always important to get a lead, but in a game like this, it feels critical for both teams because I'm convinced that Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin believe that their best route to winning is like what we've seen the past couple of years, honestly, with the Steelers in the condition that they're in offensive line wise right now, not to mention receiver wise after Pickens. I think they're just going to line up and try to win by not losing. They're going to run the ball a ton. They're going to try to wear the Falcons defense down, and mostly they're not going to take chances and turn the ball over. And like you said, by doing that, part of their philosophy is, well, we're not going to turn it over, but eventually they will. But if they fall behind, that kind of goes out the window. And then conversely, the Falcons, if they get a lead and the Steelers are in pass mode, then they can get after Russell Wilson against this offensive line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if the Steelers can grab a lead, then Cousins does become a sitting duck.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think
he's the kind of guy, honestly, he's such a perfectionist, Kirk Cousins, that he's his own worst enemy. You know, he has all these mental coaches and everything just to try and get him to be able to play each week. But I have a feeling the Steelers are going to hit him early and often and just sort of render him. If you ask me how do I think this game is going to go, I think the Steelers' offense is going to sputter. I do. But I think what they won't do is make mistakes that kill them. And, you know, eventually Kirk Cousins is going to put the ball up for grabs. There could be a strip sack or two. I mean, I could just see basically the Steelers are winning this game because of Kirk Cousins.
Well, let's hear some of the key clips coming up next, including a nice little back and forth with our friend and yours, Will Graves, who, yes, along with Benzie, they've now moved into the forefront. They've moved to the forefront, I should say, of people who get under Tomlin's skin more than anybody. Who are the all-time leaders in that category, Paul? David Todd.
David Todd was absolutely usually number one.
Aditi, for sure.
Yes. Brooke,
Benzie.
For some reason, Brooke. I don't know
for
why.
some reason. I don't know why. And Jury Rand.
Jory Rand, too.
He might be in the Hall of Fame of Tomlin irritators.
Benz, yes. Benz, I mean, but see, the thing about Benz is...
Benz, it's calmed down a little bit, I think.
Yeah, but here's what I like about Benz, and I think that Tomlin actually respects this. Benz doesn't go into these press conferences looking to kiss ass and laugh and joke it up and yuck it up and get one-liners. And I mean, he's all business.
Yeah, I think right now it's
and
Graves.
There's Will Graves.
It's Graves and maybe Brooke Pryor for some unknown reason.
And then there's Will Graves.
For some unknown reason.
Hilarious.
Let's get Brooke on the line tomorrow, perhaps, City Limits, and get her thoughts about this game. All right. I need to tell you that the Derek Shelton Show last hour was brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember,
There's not a Parmore store near you. There will be soon. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Paul has a new flow coming up. We're going to talk more Steelers here. We're going to play the choice clips from Tomlin. Top of the hour, we're going to look at the NFL as a whole, some over-under win totals. And we'll all give our thoughts on whether these are accurate from Vegas, who's going to go over, who's going to go under. They're usually pretty accurate, but it's the NFL, so there will always be a couple teams that will shock us and a couple teams that will disappoint us, probably because of quarterback injuries more than anything. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I want to tell you about JP Roofing and Siding. Actually, Paul, why don't you go first? That was selfish of me, and I apologize.
No worries at all, man. Are you lacking confidence in the bedroom? Are you feeling humiliated because of erectile dysfunction? New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED successfully. Long-term results, Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is serious about helping you achieve that. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call New Flow for your free consultation at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Why, thank you, Paul. Now I want to tell you about JP, Joe Potocznik, and his mustache. We were up, I think it was at Pheasant Ridge. Yes, it was, golf course where the great Jim Colony works. We were doing a tournament up there, and, of course, I got paired with my friend Joe Potocznik. And as always, he was very even-keeled. He was on top of everything. He was a leader of the team. I just followed his lead. I won't tell you where we finished. I'll tell you how hard we tried, thanks to Joe. Okay, we finished last. It was my fault. Here's where he finishes first, though, and that is in Northeast Trifecta MVP for the business that he's in. He's a back-to-back winner for marketing, what he does in the community, and, yeah, what he does with roofing and siding. You don't have a business that thrives like his for 43 years in this market if you're not leaving the customer satisfied. And that's what Joe does with all the traits that I mentioned and all the success that he's had. I can vouch for it. They've been out to my house a number of times. They did exactly what they said they would do, and I didn't worry about the problem anymore. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin described Isaac Seumalo's pec injury as week to week. He's out and will not play against Atlanta. But the Steelers expect Seumalo to be back sooner rather than later. Spencer Anderson is the next man up at left guard. Steelers are optimistic this week also about Jalen Warren, Corey Trice, Roman Wilson, and Troy Faltanu potentially playing this week. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, they make it easy to care for growing minds and stomachs. And with their Deals for School Days program, you'll enjoy savings on thousands of items throughout the store. But don't wait. Featured items are only available at these low prices for a limited time. So stop in and stock up for the ultimate back-to-school pantry. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Bored with the same old night out? Get ready to have a ball at Pins Mechanical Company. Pins is not just old school games. They're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your friends to pinball, arcade games, bocce, and signature duck pin bowling. Pins is located in Southside Works, 407 Cinema Drive. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
Time's running out on those crazy window deals. You've seen them, right? Buy one, get 17 free. Well, that's where Pella is different. No gimmicks, no tricks, just unmatched quality. With Pella, what you see is what you get. Durable, energy-efficient windows. So why put your money and faith into a company whose promotional offer sounds too good to be true? Right now, get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Brian Kelly isn't happy. LSU lost its opener USC and their coach has had enough. But his temper alone isn't going to win games. Kelly makes a lot of money. LSU expects them to compete. The Tigers better turn this around quick, or Kelly will have to start worrying about everyone else's anger as well. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira hot tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Paul, I can't wait for the NFL. We got Ravens-Chiefs. We're going to be, 48 hours from now, we're going to be doing our predictions for that game and for the season. And Steelers-Falcons is a fascinating opener, not just for us, obviously, but I think nationally for everybody. I think a lot of people are picking the Falcons to win the AFC South. I looked at The Athletic yesterday. Their predictions for the season, they ran 10,000 simulations. They have the Falcons as the 10th best team in the NFL. 12th best, I'm sorry. And the Steelers at 21st. 21st, they have the Steelers. And everybody's going to be watching it for the Arthur Smith angle, for Kirk Cousins, for Russell Wilson maybe especially. I mean, this guy has been a lightning rod for 2 straight years, the way he rode into Denver and the way he was ridden out of Denver both of those things, I just think it's a fascinating game myself. We just heard Mike Tomlin's first news conference of the year. Interesting little tidbits. Health-wise, he said there's some optimism with Roman Wilson, Fatanu, Jalen Warren, and Trice. He said we're optimistic on those fronts. The only one I'm surprised with that they're optimistic on is Roman Wilson.
Why?
Because it felt like he was hurt for pretty much all of preseason, and it would seem like he'd be at least a little ways away from playing and contributing. Like, wouldn't you be taking a risk by giving him a helmet? And he also spoke so highly of Scotty Miller and Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
So is Wilson going to dress? I wonder about that.
Well, I mean, if you got Scotty Miller, Van Jefferson, and George Pickens, so you got to dress one other guy.
Right.
And I'm assuming what's the status of Calvin Austin?
That's the question. I mean, he can draft. He's not hurt, is he? He
No.
didn't mention him at all.
That's what I was going to say. You want to talk about a guy who's just completely fallen off the radar.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'll still be a little bit surprised if Roman Wilson dresses. You know, you're getting Miller, you're getting Jefferson, you're getting Pickens, as you say. Then how many tight ends? 4? I mean, Connor Hayward is a pass catcher, H-back, tight end, fullback, whatever you want to call him. Washington, Freiermuth. Does Michael Pruitt, does he dress for the game limits?
I would imagine so, yeah. They'll dress 4 tight ends.
Too bad Paul missed Brian Bacco going through every guy on the roster yesterday. That was exciting, wasn't it?
Paul, you missed learning a lot of different things about fishing and camping and some of the other activities that the players like to do off the field.
I thought that was fantastic.
Brian is really good for all that kind of stuff.
He is. He really gets to know these guys. All right. We heard a back and forth with Will Graves. That was rather humorous. Let's hear that. Can we? You going to use a Paul pause this early in the game here?
Where do you see this offense? Does you believe it has more firepower than it did in the last few years?
I'm not interested in making you comfortable today, to be quite honest with you. Those are just words, and really at the end of the day, it's somewhat meaningless.
No, we got to go back, if you can, to the origination of that with the Arthur Smith thing, where he said, those aren't Arthur's bags or something like that. In other words, that wasn't his fault. And then Will followed up, and we got to where we got. I don't know, Paul. Like I said, I think that they approach this game with a don't lose mentality. And I'm not so sure that's the wrong way to do it. Like, eventually I want to see this offense score points. And as Tomlin said last year when they fired Matt Canada, we want to engineer victory more fluidly. We need to score more. But in this particular game, I think a Kenny Pickett game plan might get it done. You?
I think they have to do that.
All right, Joe, you want to hear it?
Yes, I do.
Here it is.
And you guys have talked about it as the staff.
More points relative to win.
To before, so he said I like to score more touchdowns.
Arthur's not toting those bags. Those bags aren't his.
I'm talking about your boss. I'm not talking about Arthur Smith.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Arthur Smith. Okay. You're going to say those bags aren't his.
I mean, where do you see this offense? Does you believe it has more firepower than it did in the last few years?
I'm not interested in making you comfortable today, to be quite honest with you. Those are just words, and really at the end of the day, it's somewhat meaningless. We'll have an opportunity to put some tape out there this weekend that's kind of reflective of that discussion. I'm more of a doer than a talker. Talking glowingly, particularly when you're undefeated this time of year, is easy, and I'm not attracted to easy. We're just going to work. And we're going to put some tape out there that's kind of reflective of our intentions.
That was a wonderful answer. And if you can take that, I'm not interested in comforting you. Is that what he's making you comfortable today? Intersperse that with our opening segment blow up today and put that in the final segment.
And I'm not attracted to easy.
Well,
yes, I like that.
This is the thing that I think we have not talked nearly enough about.
Yeah.
And I wrote this out because I'm writing about this later. I'm writing a column about this later. We have not talked nearly enough about the disaster this offensive line could actually really be early this season.
Yeah.
So here's how I wrote it out. Here's how I would describe the Steelers' offensive line. If I, take names out of it, okay? This is currently the starting offensive line, at least for Sunday. Are you ready?
No, but go ahead.
Left tackle, a mediocre player the Steelers have tried to replace almost since his first start. Left guard, second-year, seventh-round pick who played 2 offensive snaps last year.
Mm-hmm.
Center.
That would be Spencer Anderson.
Center, rookie making his first start. Right guard, solid, reliable veteran who started 32 of 34 games the last 2 seasons. Right tackle, second-year player whose best position is left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, that's
a breakdown of the offensive line.
Meanwhile, the other guys have an intact entire line returning in the Falcons, and
Right.
Tomlin complimented them. But you're right, Paul, and that also gets back to not getting a lead, or at least not falling behind in this game. If you can keep it at 10-10 for a while, that'd be nice. But if you start to fall behind by 10 points, something like that, then all of a sudden, whereas I think even young guys, you can say sick them, right? You can have them block in the run game. What you don't want them doing is dealing with deep into the game plan, different types of pass rushes, different tricks and stunts and everything else, different blitzes that the Falcons could throw at them. And the Falcons have a lot of experience in terms of their defensive coaches. You start with Raheem Morris, who has been around and run some really good defenses. And then Tomlin was also mentioning Jimmy Lake, who's been around forever and has a very good resume as their defensive coordinator. So run block, that's what you need to do. Do not fall behind and subject yourself to exotic blitzes and whatever else the Falcons might have dialed up if they're up 10, 14 points, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, I think if you get down, you've got real problems.
Real problems.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Let me ask you this. I think this is a game that would call for Najee and Jalen together in the same backfield. To be 100% honest with you, I think it might be a game that would call for Justin Fields as the quarterback, too. I honest to God believe that.
Yeah.
Just line up and run it 50 times with him as one of your runners. But I get it. Russell Wilson's the quarterback, but I wouldn't mind seeing Warren and Najee share the same backfield. They can both block, too. They can both catch.
Yeah.
What do you think of that game plan?
I don't know. I mean, again, I'll tell you what I like. The more we get closer to the season, Joe, the more concerned I get about the Steelers. I think that we've probably spent the offseason convincing ourselves that some of these positions, they're better than they actually are.
Such as?
Quarterback. Receiver. Although we've been offensive line. It was depressing to actually go through the offensive line. Do you know what I mean? It was depressing to go through the offensive line and realize, wait a minute, we've been talking about all these guys. Like Broderick Jones is a first-round pick. Have we seen any evidence that he's this dominant tackle for the next 10 years? I don't know, especially not on the right side.
And not in the preseason.
And I think we do that a lot with the Steelers. We just convince ourselves that they're better at places that they're probably not better.
I think if they win this game, it's going to be a similar plot to when they smashed Joe Burrow and Josh Allen those 2 years, Paul.
Yeah.
At the beginnings of seasons. They do have a chance to come out Sunday and just be violent defensively. If Cam healthy, ready to go. Keanu Benton is a game destroyer. Ogunjobi is healthy for now. TJ, Alex Highsmith, Patrick Queen, Minka. They could actually just bust up that Falcons offense and then do nothing offensively and still win. That could happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That could happen.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I said. I think if Kirk Cousins plays and plays the whole game, it's probably good for the Steelers.
Yeah.
I do.
You might be right about that. It could take him a while to get going.
I have David Todd on Twitter now trying to start a thing of William. You didn't really just say, you'd rather have Michael Penix play, or the Steelers would be in bigger trouble with Michael Penix, blah, 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 blah. Actually, what I said was, in some ways, it could be the worst thing that happens for the Steelers, that Kirk Cousins get hurt and they bring in a guy like Michael Penix, who they will not prepare one single down this entire week for his style of quarterback, and he's the kind of guy, because of that, maybe he runs around and makes a couple of big plays. Yeah, I'd rather have an old guy with a bad Achilles who hasn't played in forever standing back there like a statue with the Steelers running at him and hitting him than a guy who might break a play or two. Yes, I did say that.
Well, I would say this. In terms of playmakers, I think Atlanta has an advantage.
Right,
and I wonder about a guy like Kyle Pitts, whether he's been held back by their quarterback situation. And, yeah, I mean, Cousins is the guy to go in there and dice them up if he's healthy. I just wonder where he's at as far as comfort with the offense, as far as making quick reads, and as far as his health goes. That, to me, is the story, as so many NFL games are, is the quarterbacks. It's going to be fascinating. Well, what is Russell Wilson going to be like here, in a live game? I don't care what happened in his one or two cameos in the preseason.
Right.
I could see it going great, and I could see it going horrifically bad, like horrific. That's on the table. That is on the table. There's a 40% chance that this is going to be as ugly or uglier than anything we saw with Kenny Pickett. That's on the table here. I'm not betting on it. I'm leaning the other way, but not strongly or confidently. Coming up, let's take a look at over-unders in wins for NFL teams. City Limits was kind enough to get these today. Could lead to some discussions about what's happening around the NFL in every division as we approach Game 1. Man, this is going to be good stuff. All right, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We're going to wrap it up later with a little Paul Skeen stuff, a little Paul Zeiss stuff. We had a big blow-up in the first segment. We'll replay the best of that. It was absolutely incredible. Our boss came down. He actually liked it. I'm not sure I liked it. For a second, I was scared. Were you, Limits?
I'm not interested in making you comfortable today, to be quite honest with you.
That's what Paul said to you.
A little bit louder. A little bit louder, he said that, didn't he?
He was furious.
Yeah.
No other way to put it.
Yeah, he was in a fury. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today. Just a perfect day out there with sunny skies. All right, let's talk about FanDuel going into the NFL season, because there's something interesting happening there. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every single regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. That's every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said that the Steelers are still trying to decide where Broderick Jones is going to play. Also said that he's comfortable with the performance of the wide receivers and highlighted Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller at today's press conference. Steelers, Falcons, 1 o'clock Sunday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh Sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers, like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
From the mind of a 2-foot-tall talking spokes puppet comes this year's biggest challenge. It's time for Bob's Dare to Compare, the hottest game show on TV that asks, what happens when you compare Bob's to the competition? You get style. You get quality. You get beeps and boops and dings and whomps. And thousands of dollars in savings. Everyone's a winner when you dare to compare with Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop in store or at mybobs.com to play now.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you could afford. And from a reputable, family-owned business that's been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates came back and won 5-3 against the Cubs yesterday. Buccos are once again in Chicago. It's the second of a 3-game series against the Cubs. Kyle Hendricks goes for the Chicago Cubs, and it's Paul Skeens for the Pirates in Wrigley. 7:40 is the first pitch. 6:45 on the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins from Wrigleyville, where you can listen also on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Finally, it's a football week, and that means we're going to be making predictions. We're going to be looking at over-unders. We're going to be talking football all the time. And with that in mind, City Limits. Why don't you read for me and Paul over-unders? Let's go through the league. Let's start in the AFC East. Paul, he's going to read the over-under on, I don't know who he's starting with, probably Buffalo or the Jets. And we're just going to go through the league, and you say over-under and give a very quick explanation. Are you ready, Paul?
Yes.
Let's do it.
From FanDuel.
Yes.
Buffalo Bills, over-under set at 10.5 wins.
Ooh, I'm going to say under that. The Bills have a lot of question marks. They lost Matt Milano again. They lost Stephon Diggs. Paul, I think the idea in Buffalo should be see if you can get in and if Josh Allen can take you somewhere. But I think they're going to under 10.5 wins. You?
Well, here's the thing. The tough thing for them is then, they finished second last year, so they have a second-place schedule. But I'm looking real quick, just they have to play at Baltimore and at Houston. They've got to play Kansas City. I agree with you. I think 10-7 is max for them. So I go under.
Miami Dolphins, over-under 9.5 wins.
Oh, man. That is right on the cusp for them. They melted down in such historic fashion. Do you know they have the longest playoff winless streak in the NFL? You think the Steelers are bad, Paul? It's 7 years. You know when the Dolphins last won a playoff game? 2000. 23, 24 years ago, whatever that is.
Who?
The Dolphins. I'm going to say under. I think they're a 9-8 football team. A lot of firepower, a lot of noise. But it seems when they need to win a game, they don't.
I'm going to preface this by saying I'm clearly 100% biased and prejudiced, and this is one of the few times I'm not able to be objective. I think their little troll, boy genius coach is a fraud. I think they're a fraud. I think they're the softest team that is for the planet. I think their quarterback is mentally soft. They're a soft bunch of guys who look good when they have a few early season games against bad teams, and every year it's the same thing. So I'm saying under because I just think they're a farce. They're a fraud. They're the most fraudulent team in football, and it starts with their coach. So under.
I agree with a lot of what Paul said. I think they're a fraud, too, and if they play in cold weather, they can't win. Over-under New England Patriots, 4.5 wins.
Oh, man. Listen. This roster absolutely stinks. 4.5. They're probably best to win like 2 games. I actually really like Drake May. I think they're going to play Jacoby Brissett for a while, and I think they're kind of in tank mode, Paul. So I'm going to go under 4.5 wins. You?
4.5 wins. You know how bad you have to. 4.5 wins. I agree with you, though. I actually think they're going to finish 4-13, so I'll go under.
Under, by far. Also,
how far can you go below 4.5? Not
3.
far to go.
3, 4.
That's not far.
Well, by far in terms of course they will. Jets, over under 9.5 wins with Aaron Rodgers.
See, this is one of the toughest calls in the NFL. They have a really good defense, really good. But I don't believe in Aaron Rodgers, flat out. I don't know if he's going to make it physically through the season. I don't believe in them. I think they get off to a great start and then crumble. I simply don't believe in him. If he comes through, they'll smash that and win 12 games. I just don't think they will. That head coach, that quarterback, they're under 9.5.
I think the quarterback gets hurt. I do. I think it's going to be another year where the first few games he's just going to be, this is it for him, right? This is the end of the road for him.
Has to be.
So I say under just because I don't believe that Aaron Rodgers is going to. I don't believe Aaron Rodgers is going to play 8 games, much less 15 or 16.
So what's the next one? AFC North?
I was going to go to the South. We could do the North last.
Paul, you go first on the South here.
Tennessee Titans, over under 6.5.
Ooh.
You know what? I'm not a believer in Will Levis. I'll say under. I think that team's going to be really bad.
I disagree. They've become a popular pick to be an improved team again, like many teams, it's going to come down, yes, to Levis and Butthead to the quarterback. I actually like some of what I saw. But, Paul, their starting receivers are Calvin Ridley and DeAndre Hopkins. They brought in Tony Pollard. I think they have a really interesting team. I do. I think they have some young borderline stars defensively. They signed L'Jarius Sneed from the Chiefs. I think very sneaky. I think they're the best bet in the NFL to go over at 6.5.
Okay, the Titans.
Yes.
Who did they hire as their coach? Isn't it Callahan's son?
Yeah, the guy from the offensive coordinator of the Bengals.
Brian McCallahan. And guess who we brought in? His dad to be their offensive line coach. They're sneaky good, man. I'm telling you. You looked at me like I'm nuts, Limits.
I think you are nuts. I don't think Will Levis is any good. I really don't.
That would be a problem.
That would be a significant problem for them.
But then we know what happens if he stinks. Mason Rudolph.
A bunch of below-average quarterbacks just fighting it out to the death. Next, Jacksonville over under 8.5.
I think we do a thing in the Post-Gazette where we predict, different things about the season, right? My prediction for first coach fired is Doug Peterson. So that should tell you everything you need to know about whether or not I think Jacksonville's going over 8.5 wins.
I just changed my mind as I thought about this. I didn't know they were so low. What is it, 8?
8.5.
I think they're the best bet in the league to go over.
I agree.
I think Trevor Lawrence is going to have an MVP-like season.
Wow.
I do. He got Gabe Davis from Buffalo. He's got Brian Thomas as a draft pick. He's got Christian Kirk.
Wow.
He's got Evan Ingram. He's got ETN. They might have made a horrible draft pick with Trayvon Walker, but I like this team a lot. They were on the borderline last year. And it seems to me the only team in all the NFL where the coach gets credit when his team either barely misses or makes the playoffs is right here. Peterson's getting shredded. All these guys get shredded when they go 8-9 or 9-8 or barely make or miss the playoffs. I think they're gonna win 11 games and win that division. Thank you, Limits.
I don't know about win the division, but they're definitely going to hit 8.5 with this team, the Houston Texans, at 9.5.
Paul?
The Houston Texans at 9.5. Here's where it's tricky. Because it feels like because of what they did last year, they're going to take the next step and they're going to be a 12 or 13 win team this year, doesn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't that what everyone sort of
People
assumes?
are saying. Some people are saying.
But the guys in Vegas aren't usually that far off when it comes to some of this stuff. That tells me they're not quite as bullish on the Texans as maybe some other people are. But I still am going to go over for the Texans. Over 9.5, maybe to 10 or 11 wins.
I have to go under because I can't pick everybody in the AFC South to be good. And now I've painted myself into a corner. Although I think Tennessee's going to win 9, and I think Jacksonville, I said 11. So this team could win 10 for sure, but I'm going to pick them to go under at 9-8. Stephon Diggs, as talented as he is, he was not good for the Bills by the end. Not good energy-wise, not good production-wise. I'll be very interested to see how this works. On the other hand, C.J. Stroud is great. So what am I doing? What am I doing here? What's their number, 9.5?
9.5.
Yeah, they're going to win 10 as well. I'm going over.
That's why you just do what I'm doing and pick the Indianapolis Colts to go under 8.5 wins.
By the way, they got Joe Mixon, too. Houston did. All right,
That's what I mean. Like, it feels like they're the team that everybody is like really bullish on.
Yeah.
This is the team.
Right.
But the fact that it was only 9.5 gives me a little pause. That's all I'm saying.
I'm with you on that one. Who's next?
That's right. It's another Paul Pause.
Paul gave him pause. Very good.
Gave him a pause.
Yeah, very good.
Indianapolis Colts 8.5.
Paul?
I think way under. I think the quarterback. I love
best bet in the league to go under.
I think they're the best bet to go under. I think they're under. I think their quarterback is bad. It's funny. Did you read what the Bengals said about the guy? They ripped him to shreds.
Was it Mike Zimmer who said that?
No, it was the players.
The Bengals players.
About Anthony Richardson. He doesn't throw the ball.
Are they playing them in week 1?
No, this was a joint practice.
They had a
preseason.
practice. They had a joint practice and killed him.
What did they say? He doesn't throw the ball?
He doesn't throw the ball. He just scrambles around in these joint practices.
Wow. Yeah. Having said that, he does remain very intriguing to me. There were games last year where he looked like an absolute beast before he got hurt.
He played like 2 games.
But I'm still going to go under. They've got some talent, that team. They do, but I'm going under for them. Next.
To the West. Denver Broncos, over under 5.5.
I saw somebody on Good Morning Football pick the Broncos to go to the playoffs. They were very high on Bo Nix. What's the number?
5.5.
They stink. They stink. They're going to go under.
They're going to win more than 5.5 games. They're going to go over. Oh, you're first. I'm sorry.
I'm done. Yeah, under.
They stink, but they're going to go over 5.5 games by accident. I think they've got a reasonably okay coach. I think that their home field advantage is probably worth 2 or 3 wins. Their division isn't really that big, that great. I think they'll get more than 5.5 wins.
Let's rapid fire the West with the Chargers at 8.5.
Chargers are overrated because of the Harbaugh factor this year. I see everybody picking them for the playoffs. Who is Justin Herbert going to throw to? Oh, here's the guys.
McConkey.
DJ Clark, Joshua Palmer, and Ladd McConkey. Sorry, that's not happening there. Gus Edwards is their number 1 running back. You talk about not surrounding a star quarterback with firepower. Harbaugh will win there eventually. Not this year. I'm going under.
I agree with you, under. And I'll also say this. Despite the fact that they have an incredibly talented quarterback, they are going to be one of the most painful teams to watch because they're going to literally try and they're going to literally try and have like 50 minutes of possession times every game by running the ball and just being boring as hell. So under and boring.
So it'll be like any other disappointing Charger season, whether it be in San Diego or
like they've actually been fun to watch recently because they at least throw the ball over the field and throw a bunch of interceptions and make all kinds of mistakes. Now they're just going to run into the line and punt. It's not going to be all that interesting to watch.
Or I guess predictable, which is what they've been recently. Raiders, 6.5.
Oh, I think the Raiders are going to go over. Gardner Minshew doesn't have a very good record, but I think he's better than a lot of starting quarterbacks in the league. I do. Look at his numbers other than the record because he's been on crap teams. He's got tons of touchdowns compared to interceptions. He's got Brock Bowers and Devontae Adams to throw to. And then defensively, they're flat out good. Paul up front, Max Crosby, John Jenkins, Christian Wilkins. They're going to wreck people up front. I think they're going to win about 8 or 9 games. I think they're an over. And Luke Getsy's their new offensive coordinator. You like that?
I had picked on that same survey. I picked Max Crosby as Defensive Player of the Year. So I think they're over.
We agree on that one.
I think they're going to be better than we think.
Kansas City Chiefs 11.5 wins.
Let me see the Chiefs' record. Let me use a Paul pause here late in the game. Just the first part of it.
It's another Paul pause.
There we
Paul
go.
will now silently
just the
research
first part of it.
during our
Thank
live
you.
radio show.
They start out with, listen to this, Paul. Baltimore, Cincy, at Atlanta, Chargers at San Fran. They wind up with Chargers at Cleveland, Houston, at Pittsburgh, at Denver. As always, everybody's shooting for them. They also have to go into Buffalo this year. And as usual, they're going to be right around 11 or 12 or 13 wins, right? They're a team that it doesn't matter what their record is or what they're doing during the season. They're going to get in. What's the number? 11.5?
11.5.
I'm going to go under. I'm going to say like last year they win 11. Just because they know when the important time of year is, Paul. I'm going to go slightly under.
Yeah. 11.5. I mean, I could see them be. I actually have them winning 12 games, so I'm going to say over. I think they'll be 12-5.
Let's get to the North next. We'll do that. First, fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Paul has a new flow coming up. The fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's 1:25, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Paul?
Matt, are you lacking confidence in the bedroom, or are you feeling humiliated because of erectile dysfunction? New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term results. Pittsburgh Guys helping Pittsburgh Guys. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is serious about helping you achieve that. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Cubs tonight from Wrigley Field at 7:40, 6:45 when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates after a 5-3 win yesterday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hello? Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey, half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Brian Kelly isn't happy. LSU lost its opener to USC and their coach has had enough. But his temper alone isn't going to win games. Kelly makes a lot of money. LSU expects him to compete. The Tigers better turn this around quick or Kelly will have to start worrying about everyone else's anger as well. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira Hot Tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle-up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's Design Studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. We have helped thousands of patients just like you avoid spinal surgery, fix their problem, get their discs to heal, and get their quality of life back. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, our treatment, Introduce Arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. In fact, we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where were we? Oh, yes. What's Cooking brought to you by, very kindly, your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Thank you, South Hills Chrysler. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Thank you, Fan Hotline.
See, you can read my mind.
Yes, I've learned to be able to do that over the months.
That's what I like about you. And your haircut's wonderful. Paul, what do you think of his haircut?
I think he looks good. Always looks good.
I got it cut on Thursday last week, and you just noticed now, but I appreciate it.
Was I here Friday?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Nah, were you?
No.
You were here yesterday?
I can't remember.
I can't either.
Let's go back to our over-unders. Paul's up first. I assume we're going to the AFC North.
That's
yes?
correct. Cleveland Browns, over-under 8.5 wins.
I would say over. I like the Browns to win maybe 10 games this year. I think they're going to be pretty good.
Holy bird milk. I didn't think that was coming from you.
Yes?
I think that they're going to go back to being the Browns. I think that Deshaun Watson stinks. This current form of Deshaun Watson is just horrible. And I think that the Browns were totally overrated what they did last year. Their sweep of awards was an absolute joke. And I think, Paul, they take a fall. I think they're going to be under. And I think they may crumble this year down to about 7 wins.
Ooh.
Limitless wonder?
I think they're under as well. Cincinnati Bengals, 10.5 wins this season.
Ooh. Paul?
See, I still don't think they've adequately 100% rebuilt their defense. I think there's a little bit of disharmony type things on the offense, just with all the guys, the receivers holding out and jealousy stuff. I think it's going to be just enough to unwind them a little bit. I think they're 9-8, so I say under.
I say over. I say they win the division. Now, what Paul mentioned, if the Jamar Chase thing really starts to sort of poison them, then I'll have a different opinion, but I don't think it will. So I'm looking at Joe Burrow seems healthy. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. Defensively, Trey Hendrickson. They redid the entire safety situation, which was a disaster. They brought back Von Bell, and they went out and got Geno Stone, who had a bunch of picks for Baltimore last year. I think they're the best team in the division. I think they're going to win 11 or 12 games. I say over.
I think they're the best team in the division and maybe the second best team in the AFC with a healthy Joe Burrow, as long as it stays that way. They will finish over 10.5 wins. The Baltimore Ravens, 10.5 wins.
Paul?
The Ravens are usually pretty good at figuring out a way to win regular season games.
Yeah.
And this should be no exception. I say they're over.
I'm going to put them right at 10, which means under. He's right. If Lamar's playing, they're going to have more wins than losses. That's for sure. I'm not buying the Derrick Henry thing necessarily. He may be great early in the season, but unless they're going to split up carries, somebody who's taken, even somebody with that kind of body who's taken the beating that he's taken, I don't know that I believe in that. And then they suffered some severe losses defensively. I just mentioned Stone, who led them in interceptions. Patrick Queen is gone. I think they took some hits, man. I'm going 10.
Wow.
I like over right at 11. And Cincinnati gets the tiebreaker against them.
Thank you, Wonder Twin.
You're quite welcome. Finally, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Over under 8.5 wins.
Oh, is that a great number? Paul?
I think over. I think over. I think the Steelers are going to, what have we seen from Mike Tomlin? He finds a way to get to 9. So I think over, even though I'm not really sure I'm all that bullish on a whole lot of what happened.
This guy, Adrian, says not one football guy will tell you that the Atlanta Falcons are better than the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, what the hell are you guys talking about? Then why are they favored by 3 points? Tell me that. Why are they favored by a field goal? You want to go position by position with a football guy? Who's got the advantage at quarterback?
Right.
I think I actually like Russell Wilson. A lot of people would pick Kirk Cousins. Who's got the advantage at receiver? I don't even have to ask you that. Who's got the advantage at tight end? Them. Who's got the advantage on the offensive line? Them. Defense, the Steelers have advantages.
Right.
So it's an extremely even game, and I think a lot of people would tell you, including Vegas, obviously, since they're favored, that the Falcons may have a better roster. This guy acts like the notion of that is crazy. We could have a normal back and forth, and you might pick the Steelers, and yeah, you could make good arguments. They have T.J. Watt, obviously better linebackers than maybe anybody in football. Okay? But let's not act like it's a ridiculous conversation, Paul.
No, I mean, exactly. It's like, well, the biggest thing is the guys in Vegas have them installed as a 3-point favorite, which when you factor in home field advantage, it suggests that they think at the very least these are 2 even teams that are playing.
I just told you about The Athletic ran 1 million simulations practically on these games. They have the Falcons as the 12th best team in football and the Steelers as the 20th. What's Atlanta's over-under in wins? Same thing?
Falcons are at 9.5.
There you go. So Vegas thinks they're better, not just because they're playing at home this week. They have a higher over-under win total than the Steelers. Adrian, what's this guy talking about, Paul?
I think he's just one of these guys that just is a super Steeler homer, fanboy homer, who can't conceive of the fact that people actually look at these things critically and that you're not disrespecting the Steelers to say there's a good chance that the Falcons might be a better team.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Tomorrow, we'll get to the NFC. We're going to make all kinds of predictions. I think Paul's off Friday, so Thursday we open the season, and we're going to do our time capsule, which is going to be absolutely incrediculent, is it not?
And we have a mystery guest picker for Friday as well.
Do we?
We will.
We have Chris Hoke when?
Thursday, 11 to noon.
We have Pomp when?
Thursday.
Yes, we
show.
do. Tomorrow we have the big boy.
Correct.
Tomorrow we have who else that I'm forgetting?
Dan Zangrilli.
Dan Zangrilli. So we have a banner show tomorrow, and, man, we'll get you ready for the NFL and for Steelers Falcons on this show. Let's get somebody from Atlanta. May we? Limits, one of their beat writers. I want to hear more about the Falcons. They're a very, very interesting team to me. 9.5 wins. I mean, you just mentioned, what's Cincinnati at? 9.5 or 10?
They're at 10.5.
There you go.
Who do we have in Atlanta?
Like someone we know?
Like
Orlando Ledbetter?
Orlando Ledbetter is the guy. He's great.
It feels like there's a few guys, the people that we use in Atlanta.
Yeah, we're going to get them. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High 75 today with sunny skies. Good night, Limits. Good night, Paul.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night.
I want to tell you about JP Roofing and Siding. I want to tell you about Joe Potocznik's mustache. I was out at a golf tournament a few weeks back at Pheasant Ridge, where Jim Colony is the starter. In case you wondered whatever happened to old Jim, there he was, as bright and enjoyable a personality as ever. And there was Joe, the leader of my team. And it feels like he's a coach. It feels like he's a GM. It feels like he's a team owner and a quarterback. He's all of that for JP Roofing and Siding. Plus, he wins awards. He's the back-to-back trifecta Northeast MVP in his line of work. That includes marketing. It includes things he does in the community. And, of course, it includes what he does with houses, with roofing and siding. And the weather's changing, you might notice out there. Great time to batten down the hatches. $500 off any roofing or siding installation right now. Give him a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Zach Frazier, the only change on the Steelers' depth chart. He's listed as the starting center. Isaac Seumalo is out this week for the Steelers, but is listed as being able to come back sooner than later, according to Mike Tomlin, who also said that guys like Roman Wilson, Troy Faltanu, and Jalen Warren have a good chance to play this week. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Cleveland and Kansas City continue to do battle in a key AL Central series. The Royals took over first place briefly, but have dropped 6 straight games and now trail Cleveland by 4.5 in the division. The BetQL model is expecting the Bats to take over today. Their 5-star best bet in Major League Baseball is the over between the Guardians and the Royals in Kansas City. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the book with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done. by Precision Pointing.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Paul Alexander here. Most goals we set for ourselves have a pretty clear course. I want a trip to Nashville. So you read a couple of reviews, talk to a few friends, save up some money and book it. Maybe a couple of choices along the way, but overall, it's a clear course to reach your goal. Now, if your goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, where's that clear path? You read reviews, talk with a few friends, and try something out. When it doesn't work, you're disappointed. We've all been there, and it sucks. Know what I say? Stop trying, do what I did, and start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success without the disappointment. No guesswork, no trial and error, and no medication side effects. I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it was simple. A word never associated with weight loss, by the way, except when referring to Awaken 180. Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Veronica and her banker, Roger.
Veronica, you were nervous about trying to get a home. Why is that?
Nobody likes to hear the word no. You know, one day I just said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to the banker.
How'd it go, Roger?
If there was a bump in the road, we hit it. But we navigated right through it. Veronica kept pushing.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington.
Real people compensated for true stories. Loan subject to credit application and approval. Equal housing lender.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you could afford. And from a reputable, family-owned business that's been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
Plenty of sun this afternoon, the high 75.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a Paul Skeens night in Pittsburgh. Well, technically Chicago, where the Pirates will take on the Cubs. 7:40 first pitch for Skeens, who will be on the mound against the team that he should have beaten his last time out, but the guys in the bullpen blew a 7-run lead for him. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of Pony and Muller.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Isaac can be described as out this week, but we did get good news regarding his pec injury. We'll characterize this as week to week, and we'll see where next week leads us, but really optimistic about his return sooner rather than later.
How will the makeup of your offensive line look in regards to your tackles relative to maybe Troy's health?
We'll determine that as we get closer to game time. I was a partial participant yesterday. It went well. We expect it to be more so tomorrow. And so the closer he gets to health, have a better reflection of how we might divvy that up. But obviously the first two guys are going to be participants. He potentially could be as well. And Spencer Anderson has played some tackle in the past as well.
All right, we are back in the groove. Come on, Mike. Get in midseason form. I didn't get a we'll leave the light on for him reference there when talking about Troy Fautanu potentially getting healthy to play in week 1. I am not the first to congratulate everyone, but I won't be the last either. Welcome and congratulations on making it to football season. After that long, summer's always nice weather and things like that, but it is a long-ass wait, especially when your team gets trounced in the wild card round of the playoffs like the Steelers did back in January, and we had to wait through February, the Combine, free agency in March, which definitely had its moments with the Wilson deal, and Fields came too, and the Patrick Queen signing, and oh my God, the con artist is up to his shenanigans. April with the draft, landing those offensive linemen. I'm forgetting the fact that Matt Canada was shown the door last season and replaced by Arthur Smith, so A ton has happened between now and where we are today. No Muller. He's off. Last day he'll miss for a long time because he'll be in full football mode. The ultimate football guy, Donnie Football, though, is with me as we look ahead to the Steelers and Falcons, and we have Mike Tomlin to react to for a real game for the first time in 9 months. It does feel good to have it back. I know as much as I fight against it and work hard to keep people engaged 365, I understand that there's a big chunk of our audience that is in during football season and not so much when it's not football season. So we're happy to have you back today for the first show of this football season. This will be my 15th on The Fan. How many for you, Donnie? Here, 4 with us? This is year 4? This is like your senior year of college?
No, not. I think only 3.
3.
I took over officially in December of 2021.
Okay. Why did I think 4?
So like the tail, I was part-time for like 2 years before that,
All
so
right.
maybe sprinkled in.
Well, I'm going to start with this. Tomlin, the newsiest thing to come out of his press conference today is the Sayamalu injury. He's calling it week to week. We know for sure he's out and trying to figure out what this offensive line is going to look like in Atlanta on Sunday. I know the audience, having done football shows here for a decade and a half, you guys care about the offensive line. This is an offensive line town. I don't feel like I'm getting in the minutia. I don't feel like I'm getting in the weeds. I don't feel like I'm going too in-depth when I bring up offensive line. In fact, I think we might even overstate, meaning fans here, I think obsess over offensive lines to the point where we have absolutely taken calls from people on this show who, when given the choice, would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or, say, I don't know, the Eagles or Lions offensive line, would pick the line. There are absolutely fans in this audience right now who believe that Tom Brady won championships in New England more to do with the fact that he was protected and didn't get hit than the type of quarterback he is. So I know that. So I know I have a captive audience when I talk about the Steelers and the offensive line. And here's what the offensive line has done to me. And the injuries and the things that haven't happened for them as we are now days away from kickoff, it has made me very worried about this game. The Falcons are a 3-point favorite, despite the fact that Donnie threw it out there earlier today. The Falcons have not beaten the Steelers really at all in their 60-year history. You have to go back to 1970 to find a regulation win. Their other win is an overtime win. That's it. The Steelers, the history of this matchup is hammer versus nail, or lanternfly v. windshield. Odds makers think Atlanta's favored, and I can't blame them for that. You get excited about the return of the Steelers after waiting so long to watch them play a real game. I'm not counting the preseason, or I'm not counting minicamp. I'm not counting Latrobe. I'm talking about real games that we build our lives around, that we plan trips around, that we make sure we don't schedule big events like weddings or birthdays on game days. That's how seriously we take this crap. As I need to move my camera over here so people can see me on the video stream over at 937thefan.com. Here's the feeling I have on this game, and as we embark on this season. I'll make a golf analogy because now everybody here plays golf at the station. That's where Chris is today. Believe it or not, I played golf one time all year, and it was on Sunday. And I feel about golf the same way I feel about this pending Steelers season. I was excited to play because I knew what it meant. It meant that I was going to be out there with buddies, smoking cigars and drinking a few beers and away from the stresses of my life for 4 hours. 5 hours, because we actually went to playoff holes. I was out there in the serenity of the golf course with the fellas, having a few pops, BSing with each other, having a good time for 5 hours. But I also knew at the same exact time that I was going to suck. I knew that I wasn't going to play well. I was resigned to that fact when I showed up there. There weren't going to be any birdies. There weren't going to be any 50-foot putts made. I wasn't going to get any hole-in-ones. No, this is what I get for never really playing. But I knew that I was going to have at least fun because of the company that I had and what I would be doing in addition to playing golf, which was engaging in cigars and what's the drink Muller likes that has the grape?
Transfusion.
We had some transfusions out there, yes, okay? I got all into that. The social factor of it, amazing. The actual golf, bad. That's how I feel about this game on Sunday, and that's kind of how I feel about this season. I am on one hand ecstatic that the Steelers are back. I am very, very worried about this game, and I'm worried about the start of the year because of their offensive line issues. I think we're all in agreement that one thing the Steelers did not do well at the end of the Ben Roethlisberger era was protect a quarterback that was almost 40. And if you listen to Mike Tomlin press conferences, you knew the guy really could not move anymore. He was a statue back there. He was as big as the Willie Stargell statue outside of PNC Park and probably just as mobile. Sorry, Ben. Your podcast is back. Thank you for starting that up again. I heard there was some personal stuff going on. We're happy that you're back doing audio work, although I wish you were still doing it with me, but that's another story. We knew he couldn't move anymore. I pulled up the offensive line from week 1 of Ben's final season. Donnie, do you think you could name it off the top of your head? You are a sicko when it comes to that stuff.
Okay, so that would have been 2021.
At Buffalo, they did win the game, to their credit.
So I know we had 2 rookies up there. It was Dan Moore at left tackle. It was Kendrick Green at center.
Yep.
Man, this should be – I don't know why I'm having so much of a hard time with this. Right tackle would have been Chooks.
Yep.
Then the guards were neither of the guys they have right now. It was not Daniels.
Nope.
It was not Sayamalu. Man, who are the guards?
I'll save you time. Kevin Dotson was on the left side.
Yeah, of course.
Trey Turner was on the right side. So left to right.
I completely forgot about Trey Turner.
And no one's faulting you or casting aspersions on you because he was not good. He was a rental who was mediocre at best. Moore, Dotson, Green, Turner, Chooks, left to right. For a quarterback that couldn't move, rookie 4th-round pick, Dotson, who they ended up hating, Green playing out of position, Turner signed off the street, Chooks, one of the most overpaid offensive linemen in Steelers history, if not the most. He is the most overpaid in history. That was the line. Now I'm going to recite to you what the line is going to look like for a 36-year-old Russell Wilson who has been sacked more than any quarterback in the NFL the last 2 years and might end up getting sacked more than any quarterback in league history. This is your offensive line for Sunday. Dan Moore. He's like a cockroach in a nuclear holocaust where bombs are going off and everything else. He is still there. He survives over and over and over and over and over again. This guy always is there. Dan Moore. Spencer Anderson is going to be the left guard. He's a 7th-round pick from a year ago. His first career start will be Sunday. Zach Frazier, first career start on Sunday. I have very high hopes for Zach Frazier, but he's going to need to get acclimated. I mean, he did snap the ball at the wrong time with Justin Fields because he was trying to get silent counts down. Not that I think that'll be an issue on Sunday because I think there'll be more Steelers fans than Falcons fans there. So Moore, Anderson, Frazier, James Daniels, and then Broderick Jones out of position. That's your line. It just feels like they're making the same. And look, some of this is outside of their control because of Fautanu's injury. Some of it is not, like with Broderick Jones v. Dan Moore, and Sayamalu's injury, also not something I'm blaming the Steelers for. And he'll eventually come back, you would think. Now, what is he, 100%? I don't know. If he's not having surgery, that's going to be something he probably has to deal with the entire year. My point is, this line is in flux. This line is not cohesive. This line is going to take time, and the schedule is weak at the beginning. So you've got to make hay in these games, and I'm not confident the line is going to be able to do that. Najee Harris, who is no longer a captain for the last 2 years, is really not a first-round pick player. That's why the Steelers declined the option. He's really not, to me, someone who thrives behind average line or below average line. He's not a Christian McCaffrey or maybe Bijan Robinson turns into this player who, almost regardless of who is blocking, the guy can still make plays. He's not. He caught 29 balls out of the backfield last year. That's it. So I think the Steelers are going to lose this game on Sunday because I just think the offense is too patchwork at this point. And this whole season, I think, is going to be defined by, can they flip a switch? Can the line come together? Can the quarterback turn back the clock? Can the offensive coordinator be such a big upgrade that working with less, he makes it happen, he makes it work? It's going to be an exercise in that all year offensively, because you can't just win with defense. There's no more 2,000 Ravens in today's NFL. The Chiefs, and I know they had a great defense last year, but the Chiefs have the best play calling coach, the best offensive coach in the NFL, the best quarterback. That's why they're trying to become the first team ever to win back-to-back-to-back Super Bowls. So it is game week. I get pumped. I turn into a different human when we get to this point on the calendar where this is all I want to do, all I want to talk about, all I want to think about it. But I'm actually very worried about this game, and I feel like this game is a microcosm of their season because of the offensive question marks, and it really starts with all of the movement on the offensive line. And if Ben couldn't play well behind the line that I just read off, I'm not confident or convinced that Russell Wilson is going to be able to do it behind Moore, Anderson, Frazier, Daniels, and Jones starting on Sunday. Donnie, your 2 cents.
I mean, I've thought for a while, really since the schedule came out, not that this is one of the most daunting games they have, but a sneaky tough game. I mean, we both think that Atlanta, probably due to their division, though, in part, is going to be a playoff team. We both think they will win the NFC South. We have said that before. But I feel like this is one of those games, and maybe it's because it's the first one, hope springs eternal, all of that stuff, that I get the feeling Steeler fans are going into it thinking like, oh, it'll be tough, but they'll take care of it. I mean, they wiped out their coaching staff in Atlanta. They have Raheem Morris, who Mike Tomlin loves. They have a huge upgrade at quarterback. I get that the Steelers have an upgrade, but theirs is a huge one. I think a larger gap. They have a running back who could maybe be one of the best in football. They also made 2 late offseason additions to their defense, and they weren't just 2 average Joes. These are 2 all-pro caliber players with Simmons and Judon. I think Atlanta is one of the more improved teams in the entire league. And that's what the Steelers have week 1. I'm not worried about the hostile environment because we know the Steeler fans will take over anyway. But I have thought for a while the Falcons are a sneaky tough team on this schedule.
It's game week. How worried are you about this week 1 game, and how worried are you about the season? Offensive line issues right from the jump. And how much does that scare you as a Steelers fan? They're going to be starting Dan Moore, Spencer Anderson, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, and Broderick Jones in Atlanta. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. And reportedly, the Steelers did something they were going to do something crazy that got changed at the last second. And we'll tell you what that is when we come back, plus your calls here until 6:45, because a little overtime tonight with Pirates baseball on the Fan. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A Pirates win at Wrigley last night, 5-3 over the Cubs, a 4-run 8th inning for the Buccos. Brian Reynolds tied it. Andrew McCutchen put the Pirates ahead, both with home runs. Jared Jones, 6 1/3, 6 hits, 3 earned, 4 Ks, and 1 walk. Bucks and Cubs tonight, 7:40, first pitch. We will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 6:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yeah, we have a big streaming audience, and a lot of you, that means you're outside of Pittsburgh, which is great. We love that. Football season, Steelers football brings everybody together. And I've got a special message for FanDuel users out there. If you're not a FanDuel user, here's a reason to sign up and start an account right now. All customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV now through September 22nd. So you've got less than 3 weeks to get in on FanDuel and this amazing offer of YouTube TV and YouTube providing Sunday Ticket for 3 weeks. When you sign up now with a YouTube-based plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. You can cancel whenever you want. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Justin Fields. At only 25 years old, this playmaking quarterback has seen a lot. After transferring from Georgia, Fields was a 2-year starter at Ohio State, making the college football playoff both seasons. He was selected 11th overall by the Bears in the 2021 NFL Draft. Fields started right away, but injuries and lack of support contributed to his 10-28 record in Chicago. The Bears traded the talented Fields for the Steelers this past offseason, creating a dangerous QB combo alongside Russell Wilson. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Yo, Florida man, how you living? Yo, Florida woman, y'all okay? How about you, Florida kid? If you are located anywhere north of West Palm Beach, you don't have to answer that because we already know. We are all well aware that unless you're a Hurricane fan, you are probably absolutely banged up this morning. I'm Jim Rome.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You determine which side you think broader is best on week?
No, I made no determinations regarding that. Obviously, he's worked a lot at right, but again, we're going to continue to watch that as we progress through the week because versatility has been an asset for him and us.
Mike Tomlin on Broderick Jones still won't say what position he's going to play. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Steelers are an underdog in Atlanta against the Falcons. Getting some early week thoughts on this game. Are you worried about Atlanta? Are you worried about the Steelers season? Your biggest concerns, 412-928-9370. Looks like Dan Moore is going to start. Later on in his press conference today, Tomlin had a Freudian slip on Moore and definitely made it sound like Moore would be in the starting lineup. Last year, Dan Moore was 35th among left tackles in pressure rate. There are only 32 starting left tackles. He somehow was 35th. That's how bad he was. He's given up more pressures, so pressures meaning you get beat by the pass rusher. He's given up more than any left tackle in football over the last 2 years. And that's the guy that is slated to start again against the Falcons after you've drafted offensive tackles in the first round the last 2 years. But Mike Tomlin was talking today about how Dan Moore is the definition of professional football. You get better every year. And Dan Moore has done that. Well, he did not get better last year, and that's why they drafted Troy Fautano. By the way, Jerry Dulac saying in the Post-Gazette that if Seumalo had been lost, this is the crazy thing I was talking about before we went to break, that if Seumalo had been lost for the year, they would have moved Fautanu to guard. They would have done more of what they did last year, which is play a guy out of position. That would have really pissed me off, Donnie. And I get it, you want to plug a hole, but that would have been like what they call the Dutch boy at the dike who's constantly putting fingers in holes to stop the water from spraying in. If you move Fautanu to guard, well, then now you have a tackle problem. So, 412-928-9370. How about one of my best friends, Colt fan Greg, who I played golf with on Sunday? Speaking of problems, they have a raccoon problem. They live in Brookline. They have a raccoon there, and it's not eating their garbage and stuff, hanging out in their front yard during the day. Just like it's...
So it's probably rabbit.
Okay, so that's what I said. They call animal control. They said, no, these raccoons now have been urbanized, and they're not just nocturnal animals. And unless they're swaying from side to side and foaming at the mouth and stuff, they're just now conditioned to hang out during the day. And my man's got 2 dogs, and the dogs want a piece of this raccoon. And so what do? Animal control won't come over and get rid of it. I don't think you could take it out with a BB gun. You can't use an actual gun.
No, I mean,
trap
especially
it?
given where he lives.
You try to trap it. What if your dog goes in the trap? I mean, it's quite the conundrum.
I think you got to go with the trap method, though.
But you have dogs.
I know, but I think you have to, you may just not have to let them run freely until it's caught. Or they're multiple that they have to take care of here.
No, it's just one raccoon, but it's like rubbing their nose in it. It's sunbathing on their back deck. It's like taking a crap in their front lawn during the day. It thinks it lives there. I'm serious. You're making a face. This is really happening to him. And then his wife is like, I don't want you to kill it because it's a living animal and it's kind of cute. So there's that whole debate going on.
Oh, no, I'm not on her side at all.
Especially when you have your own animals.
Yeah.
That's how I would look at it. I would not be able to live with myself or sleep at night if one of my dogs got attacked and murdered by a raccoon.
Yeah, I know we have a lot of animal lovers here, but that's a problem that needs to be taken care
animal
of.
Control,
apparently
when
animal
he called,
control doesn't want to do it.
They were very nonchalant about it. They made it sound like it was really no big deal.
Did they come out and get it tested?
They can't get it was like one of those situations, he said, where you take your car into the mechanic and say, this is the noise it's making, and then the mechanic takes it for 5 minutes and it doesn't make the noise. And animal control came over one time and the raccoon wasn't there. I don't know what I would do. I don't think I'm fast enough to try to hit it with a 2x4 or something on my own. Do you poison it? But that's the same situation. You poison it, your dog might get poisoned.
That's why I'm saying for the time being.
Are you allowed to poison it? If you poison a raccoon and kill it, are you going to go to jail for that? Does PETA get on your ass for something like that?
I mean, I don't know how things are in Brookline. I at least know where I grew up, that was something you'd never get caught for.
All right, 412-928-9370. This is a guy who always comes out during football season. Our man Lou in Staten Island. Hello, Lou.
Hey, Pony. How's it going, bud?
It's good.
How was your summer, all right?
Not bad. I told you, I'm so excited that it's back, that we have football season. But I'm very down on this game on Sunday, and I'm afraid that I'm going to have that feeling going into a lot of Sundays this year.
Yeah, I think that's a consensus with most of the people, that root for this team. I mean, did you look at the odds of this team? I mean, this is terrible. This is embarrassing. 2,250 to 1 to win the conference, and 5,000 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's just purely embarrassing. I don't recall it ever being that high, and there's a reason for it. It's not just because everybody says how the AFC is loaded. Okay, it's the team itself why these odds are this high, and somebody needs to explain this to me, and I haven't been able to find anybody to do it. Maybe you can. What team do you know drafts number 1 picks? Not number 4, not number 6 picks, first-round picks, and don't play them consistently at the position that they draft them.
Yeah, Broderick Jones last year is case in point for that.
And it's so frustrating. I mean, what are you doing? You drafted these guys so high in the draft. Play them where they have to play, and then figure out the other positions. It doesn't make any sense to me. As far as this week,
especially when left tackle is the most important position on the offensive line, you want your best player there, especially your most talented guy, and that would be Jones, you would think.
You would think, right? Unless maybe he's not as good as they're out to be. But, I mean, give the guy a chance. How do we know? I mean, it doesn't make any sense what they're doing. It's almost like he outthinks himself, this guy Tomlin. He wants to be smarter than everybody else and makes these decisions that just drive me crazy. I've been calling the station for years over this guy. They're going to lose more games than they win this year, and that's the only good thing about this season is that ridiculous statement will finally die. And you know what that is, right?
No seasons with no losing seasons in 17 years.
Correct. And that, to me, will be gratifying.
So what is Lou in Staten Island's official Steelers season prediction this year? Give me a win-loss record.
I'm going either 7-9 and 6-10. Let's call it 7-9.
Well, they play 17 now, Lou.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7-10.
Okay. I got you down for 7-10.
Yeah, 7-10. And if everything goes right, and I mean everything, they maybe go 10-7. But they would literally need to have everything go right. Last year, too, nobody talks about this either, Andrew. They did pretty good on the injury front. They didn't have many guys that got hurt.
Well, they also got lucky
injuries
with guys like Joe Burrow. They missed him twice. They got to play Jake Browning 2 times, and he basically barfed on himself in both games. So they dodged that bullet. Also, Anthony Richardson got hurt in Indianapolis. So that guy's a great athlete. We'll see what kind of quarterback he is. 412-928-9370. First caller up says 7-10. Thinks that this will be a bad Steelers season. Already worried about the offensive line right out of the box. Is that how you feel? 412-928-9370. Our PM team Tomlinism of Week 1 coming your way next, too. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL season kicks off on Thursday, 8:20. Ravens at the Chiefs. Steelers kick off on Sunday, 1 p.m. against the Atlanta Falcons. We will have pregame coverage starting at 9 right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Don. I was at Wetco before I dropped Stella off at my mother-in-law's. That has become part of the weekly routine now. Routines are big with babies and toddlers and pets, too, I guess. And so we try to keep it consistent. I try to drop her off at the same exact time, breakfast at the same time, activities in the morning at the same time. And in between all of that, on Tuesdays, is a stop at the Wetco. This one's on Route 19 in Peters Township. There's so many out there, though, 45 plus in Pittsburgh, and you always have a clean car. I was thinking about that today after I went through and then was pumping gas. Like, man, it does feel good when you get to admire your car and it's crystal clear. It's super clean, like it just came off the lot, like you just bought it. And I would not be able to do that if not for the Wetco Pass, where you have an unlimited amount of car washes. You can get your car washed as much as you want, because I wouldn't have time with all the football to wash it myself. So sign up like me, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and start with the Wetco Car Wash today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with an Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth.
Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends. You're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, we got a lot of young guys in there, and so there's a lot of meat on that growth bone. I mean, we've seen a lot of it, to be quite honest with you, for several reasons. We had some young guys that we drafted high in the draft that shown that the NFL is not too big for them, and I'd imagine they'll continue to show that and continue to grow with exposure. But we also got some second-year players like Broderick and Spencer. I mean, that second lap around the track is reasonable to expect growth and development because of the knowing component.
PM Team Tomlinism of the week. You got a twofer there. You got 2 for the price of 1. It's a buy one, get one sale on Tomlin expressions. Segment not sponsored yet, but we'll get it there. We've got meat on the growth bone in second lap around the track here for Tomlin going into his bag of tricks. Will we get, you can't put the Jell-O back in the box at some point this year. If you got red paint, you paint the barn red. It's like popcorn. What else you got, Donnie? Any other good ones?
I don't think he did paint with a broad brush today, did he?
No. And he did not do We'll Leave the Light On for you, Tom Bodett.
I wonder if Bodett cracked down on him. He heard about it.
Meat on the growth bone. Second lap around the track. I'll tell you what, I am one of those guys. It pains me to admit this. If I go out for wings with someone and I see that they're leaving a lot of meat on the bone and moving on to the next wing, I will make a comment about it. How about you? I will say, what are you doing here? You're acting like you can eat 30 wings. You're taking 2 bites out of it, and you're leaving the rest of it there. You got to clean that sucker.
Yeah, there was a guy I was buddies with.
A guy I was especially when they talk a big game about how many they can eat.
Yeah, I knew a guy.
It's a big-time faux pas.
I knew a guy from high school that he bragged about doing. I want to say it was Quaker Steak. They had their atomic challenge or triple atomic challenge, and not to take anything away from the people that do actually do it, but then I saw him actually eat relatively hot wings for the first time. He would just take 1 bite out of the center if it was a drum, and that was that. He wouldn't rip off every single piece you could have.
Now, I'm not someone that's making sure that I get the cartilage on the top of it. On not the flats, the drumstick, that big cartilage muscle kind of bite. I won't completely get it down to just bone. That's one thing my dad reinforcing me when we went out for wings when I was a kid. Come on, man. If you're going to order 20 wings, you got to eat them all and not half-ass these things. Speaking of track, second lap around the track, did I tell you guys that when I went to the track, I think it was 2 weeks ago, a lady that had to be at least 75 years old said I had a nice butt? Yeah.
You feel good about it?
I mean, borderline sexual harassment, but I was okay with it.
I once got told in my time of working for Amazon, there was a lady probably around that same age who called me handsome when I delivered her Amazon for the day. It's almost like the grandmother comment, though.
Was it a pickup line comment or just this is a nice, handsome young man right here kind of thing?
Yeah, I think it was more of that, the grandma comment.
No,
I call you handsome.
I think this lady was trying to pick me
yourself.
up. I think she was trying to see if I was interested. Very, oh God, I hate to bring this up, but someone who looked like they had lived in a tanning bed for 40 years. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, that's not good. Looking a little leathery.
Like my wallet right here. One of these. Look like an old catcher's mitt. But yeah, I got a nice butt. I got that going for me, I guess.
What were you wearing?
I was just wearing shorts and a T-shirt. I wasn't even showing anything. Yeah.
Just a random pair of gym shorts.
Yep. One of the things that was interesting about doing the Roethlisberger show for all those years is that Ben would say something and then Tomlin would have to rebut it, and their answers would not always be the same. There was not always this company punch, company line. We're in this together. We have the same. We're singing out of the same hymnal approach that you want with your coach and quarterback. With Belichick and Brady, with their radio interviews for decades, they were always so bland and boring and milquetoast because they would recite and say the same things. That was not the case with Ben and Tomlin. And Ben's podcast is back. He's already disagreeing with Tomlin on something that Mike brought up today. And we'll see who you agree with, Tomlin or Roethlisberger, when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 412-928-9370. Would like to get you involved here as we are in game mode. Steelers and Falcons on Sunday. Tomlin's first press conference was today live on The Fan. He's here every Tuesday at noon. You can listen to the whole thing. We want you back after the break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Chris Muller's off. I'm here to tell you guys about Circa and Circa Resort and Casino. I love the Circa Resort and Casino. And I will be going back there next month for the game in Vegas between Pittsburgh and Vegas. That is going to be a heck of a trip. I know because I'm speaking from experience. I did the same thing last year. and it was a 5-star experience for me at the Circa. Old Vegas, downtown Vegas. If you haven't been, you got to check out the Circa. It is a sports fan's paradise. Friday night, we're going to have a massive party there at the Overhang Bar. Their tailgate party. We're going to be giving away tickets to the game on Sunday. Saturday at the Stadium Swim, 150-foot TV, 6 pools, great vibes, bottle service. All the college games will be on, and then Sunday, of course, the game itself will be going on. So if you've made plans in Vegas already, cancel them and change them to the Circa. Get to circalasvegas.com to book your spot right now.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Shorkey Mitsubishi. 2 convenient locations where you can always get the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you with Shorkey, and that's North Huntington and, of course, Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking for what I drive, a 7-passenger Outlander, maybe an Eclipse Cross, or even an Outlander Sport if you don't need that 7-passenger capability. You're not going to find a better deal than you do at Shorkey Mitsubishi, and you're not going to get treated better anywhere else than you will at Shorkey Mitsubishi. That's what they're all about. The absolute best deals for you and the absolute best customer service for you. Mitsubishi, by the way, they're bringing so much to the table. Peace of mind, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, all-wheel drive, styling. My Outlander always gets second looks from people when I'm driving down the street. There's always that little head turn, and you get so many features, all the bells and whistles too. So what are you waiting for? If it's time to find the Mitsu that fits you, there's 2 places to do it. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and Mitsu by the Mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Always online. ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder & Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder & Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Dog days of summer are here, and South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee starting at $279 a month for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Libraries are also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, and world expanders. Love your library. Make a donation today.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens night as he takes them out for the Pirates. 7:40 first pitch. Leadoff show comes your way on the Fan at 6:45. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's more Pony and Muller.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm comfortable with the performance of these guys. Had some questions even dating back to the spring, and to be quite honest with you, I probably went in the receiver room about a couple of weeks into camp and told them that. I just believe in being really transparent. But the consistency in which those guys performed in Latrobe and through team development has made me more comfortable. And specifically, I'm talking about Scotty Miller and Van Jefferson, man. I just can't say enough about the consistency in which they perform, their floor, if you will. They behave like veteran NFL players, and that's provided some comfort in the midst of the transition that comes with dealing with new people and getting acclimated in that way.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Mike Tomlin there on his wide receiver room. We don't need Brandon Ayuk was the message there. I love these guys. I think this is what gaslighting is called. When somebody continues to tell you over and over again that what you see is wrong and what they see is right, and they're pumping up, and Tomlin's pumping up these guys who we've seen, not so much here with the Steelers, but in other places, and they haven't done well the last couple of years, but he is convinced that they'll be fine or better than that with this team. And as we are now just days away from the start of another Steelers voyage, another season in which Tomlin is trying to avoid a losing season and trying to get his first playoff win since 2016. He is doing so with one of the weakest wide receiver rooms in the NFL. And Muller isn't here to debate me on this. Donnie is. When I went over this over the weekend and just looked at every team's wide receiver room, the only two I could come up with that I thought were worse than the Steelers were the Patriots and the Chargers, and that's it. I could only do two. I could only say unequivocally I think New England is wretched. Polk, I think, is the name of their number one receiver. James K. Polk. Isn't he producing tonight? Is there Polk?
Ty Polk.
Ty Polk. They got Jalen Polk is their number one guy. He's never played it down in the NFL. And then the Chargers got rid of Mike Williams and Keenan Allen in Jim Harbaugh's first year. And the Steelers is George Pickens, and then pray for rain would be the expression from back in the day behind him. So I don't want to be Debbie Downer on this kickoff to the start of Steelers season, but, I mean, does anybody want to call in here and boost my spirits and pep me up? Because there are just things going on with this team that give me bad vibes, bad omen, harbingers of things to come. They have the worst odds in the AFC North. I've got Tomlin here telling me that Scotty Miller and Van Jefferson behave like veterans. That's like that would be like the way my mom would reward me and my brother when we went to church and we didn't act like jackasses and start wrestling with each other or begging to play video games or begging to leave early to go watch the NFL on Sunday. That really is something that veteran NFL players should not get credit for, that they acted professionally. And that was one of the things that Tomlin was pumping tires on today. It's Barron behind Pickens. Atlanta's going to come out. You would think they've got Terrell, who's a big-time corner. They've got 2 legitimate safeties. Let's put a safety over there with Terrell, who's a top 10 corner, one of the highest paid corners in the NFL, and let's make Van Jefferson beat us. And if I got to hear one more time about Van Jefferson's training camp, I'm done with training camp accolades after we got bamboozled by Pickett last year. And by the way, speaking of Kenny Pickett, just for a second, I don't want to turn this into a Kenny Pickett show. I don't want to be accused again of, oh, there goes Pony. Things have to somehow Pickett's got to get weaved into the conversation, or it's got to always somehow Kenny Pickett's got to be involved in some way, shape, or form. I still cannot comprehend how at a Pitt football game, either the mention of Pickett or the sight of Pickett got booed on Saturday. That is such a horrible job by fans there. I can't even begin to express how crappy that looks. I get it. Steelers fans and Pitt fans are often the same human beings. You're not at a Steelers game, though. You're at a Pitt game, and he won an ACC championship. He's your all-time leading passer. He was the first quarterback to lead you to an outright conference championship ever. He holds all the passing records there. He authored your best season since the early 80s. I get it. He stunk up the joint here. He's not Ben Roethlisberger's heir apparent. If he got mentioned at a Steelers game, if they showed a highlight of him at a Steelers game, go ahead, boo your hearts out. You're at a Pitt game. Tyler Boyd has been a complete jerk to the Steelers, has talked about how they've quit in games. He's mocked them. He's gotten into it with guys. He's from here, and he went to Pitt. And if he were on the Pitt sideline on Saturday, I would hope that from Pitt fans he would get a standing ovation, because he is Pitt's all-time leading receiver and was a great player there, even though he has his run-ins and a rivalry with the Steelers, or did before he went to Tennessee. So I just thought that was so bizarre that Pickett got booed there. 412-928-9370. But anyways, Tomlin's gaslighting us here on Van Jefferson. You know why I don't trust Van Jefferson? 2 big reasons. Number 1, Sean McVay. Anyone want to debate me on this? Sean McVay, one of the great offensive coaches in football. McVay gave up on this guy. He didn't think he could play. He said, sayonara, get off my team. I'll trade you for pesos on the dollar, essentially. And he goes to Arthur Smith, and Arthur Smith could not figure out a way to use Van Jefferson. And again, I've done some research on this and talked to people there. It wasn't just the quarterbacks. The consensus down there is that they had him running the wrong routes, that he's really just a vertical threat, and Smith had him running all kinds of curls and hitch routes and everything else. So Smith couldn't figure out a way to use him. The guy's a pro because his dad was an NFL player. His dad was Sean Jefferson, who played for the Chargers. But he's not a good wide receiver. And then Scotty Miller made one great catch in the NFC Championship game against Green Bay. He'll always be remembered for that in Tampa Bay. In Arthur Smith's offense last year, he had 11 catches. Calvin Austin in the second half of last year in 9 games had 3 catches. Now Tomlin's telling us because the Ayuk thing didn't work out, that he's comfortable with this room. Here's Big Ben's take on his podcast last night.
My concern is what's behind George at wide receiver. A couple slot guys, got some smaller guys that can do some really cool things, but, you got rid of Deontay Johnson.
What are the cool things? I don't even agree with Ben on that. Tell me the cool things that the little guys do. Calvin Austin caught a 72-yard touchdown in week 3. We didn't see any cool things. We're going to go back to the jet sweep well. That's going to be the cool things. Can any of them throw the ball like Randall L. did? What are the cool things? But Ben wasn't even trying to prop these guys up. He's worried, just like I am. Poor Donnie over here said on his show that the night the Ayuk thing went down that the Steelers had the worst wide receiver room in the NFL, and he went viral because the San Francisco radio station picked up on it. And then, a lot of people, got in their feelings and started going after Donnie for some of the things he said. And then some guy on Twitter told you F off today? What was that all about?
That was just a random response to the Mike Tomlin laps around the track. I don't know. I guess the guy's going through it.
You are not, by the way. Yeah, you're getting some hell on social media, but you were named the Odyssey Pittsburgh Employee of the Month.
Thank you. I got my little...
Do we get a picture of you in a shirt and tie that gets hung up somewhere? September 2024?
We should have that somewhere.
I agree. Are you on Ben's side or Tomlin's side here? Who's right about the wide receivers?
I'm on Ben's side, and deep down, Mike Tomlin knows that Ben is right. I mean, I'll say it's one of the worst wide receiver rooms in all of football, because I do think there are maybe 1 or 2 or 3 that you could determine are worse. Like, they don't really have anybody at the top as the Steelers have with George Pickens. I mean, what do the other guys bring to the table? People are just really counting on the, hey, bro, don't worry about it. Van Jefferson's going to show you. Is he going to show me?
No, he's
not. Is he going to show
you? No, he's not.
I mean, listen, I would love to eat my words on it. I would love if one of these guys.
Would you eat poo like the guy down at Florida State?
Oh, man, is that guy going through it?
So he said if Boston College beat Florida State, he would eat dog crap or human crap? What was the form of crap?
Dog, I believe.
So dog would crap in cup, and he would go on a live stream and shovel it into his mouth. And then, I don't know, it was very early in the game. I think he checked out. I think he scrubbed himself off social media by the end of the first quarter last night.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up being the smart move, I guess. They lost by 2 scores at home. But, yeah, that guy's in.
There's no coming back from that. People have gotten on my case for predictions gone wrong or for things I've said that would happen that didn't. I've never put myself out there like that and said I would eat fecal matter if push came to shove.
So let that be a lesson to all of us, I guess. No, but Ben's the one that's right here, and I sadly think he's going to be proven right.
I do not like feeling this way. I don't. On September 3rd, when we have an entire football season to look forward to, that I have counted down the days for all year to get back to this week. I do not like feeling negative or feeling somewhat depressed or somewhat defeated. Actually, it's not somewhat. I'm very defeated about the Steelers going into this year. Last year, I said they were going to go to the Super Bowl and that I was sky high emotionally that this was going to be a year that we remembered and talked about for the rest of our lives. And it came crashing down immediately with the San Francisco game. I don't know if maybe I've overcorrected. I just feel like we're gearing up for another flip a coin. It's going to be 8 or 9 or 9 and 8. Do you want to disagree with me on that, Donnie? I mean, do you feel differently than me? It's like if we run Neil Huntington's 10,000 simulations and 5,000 of them, they're going to go 8 and 9, and in another 5,000, they're going to go 9 and 8. And that's just where we are.
We've talked a lot about the Steelers' floor and the Steelers' ceiling a lot this
offseason.
High
floor, low ceiling. They're practically glued to each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think the floor for me, I'm one of the people that, as much as we joke, I do think that I'm going to wait to see them actually go below 500 to believe it. So, like, their floor for me is 9 and 8. I think the ceiling is probably 10 and 7 with this schedule. If the schedule was much easier, we would be looking at an 11 win or, I don't know, maybe 12. With the schedule they have, I think I think 10-7 is their ceiling.
So can you allow yourself to still get super jazzed up and excited, not for the actual ritual act of watching football and going to games? We all love that part of it, almost regardless of how bad the team looks on paper. But can you actually get yourself jazzed up for the expectations for the Steelers season? Not watching games with friends, not going to tailgates, not I've got from 1 p.m. till midnight on Sundays, all this football to watch. I mean, the actual expectations of the Steelers season. Can you allow yourself to dream that big things are going to happen? Because I can't.
I mean, we could dream it, but going into the season, no. I'm pretty much anticipating 9-8 or 10-7 with maybe a playoff appearance in there.
And it's the Groundhog Day. It's different. It's different people. It's different quarterbacks, different offensive coordinators, but the same result. It's really hard for me to get super hyped up for something like that. I don't know. I don't mean to bring people down. If you disagree with me and you think that we are on, this is going to be the start of something special, please, by all means, 412-928-9370. Roethlisberger certainly didn't sound like it because he's worried about their weapons. Tomlin's singing a different tune, but he's got to sing a different tune because he's the coach. What is he going to say before the season starts? Our wide receivers blow? 412-928-9370. We'll come back with some of your calls on the other side. Mike Florio is going to join us tomorrow at 3:30. He said something about this Steelers season that has caused people to freak out. We'll tell you what that is. I like when people are on the verge of freaking out. But he might be onto something, though. Lots to do between now and 6:45 when the leadoff show comes your way. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at 1-0. They send it to Cincinnati Saturday. Noon kick. That means pregame begins at 9 a.m. right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Weather Seal Home Services. They have a roofing special that they wanted me to pass along to you guys right now. Weather Seal is a company that I've worked with for over a decade, and so I would not want to steer you wrong if I didn't like the work they were doing. I would try to terminate the relationship, but I'm looking for it to continue to grow and expand because I believe in them. They've come out to my home twice for major projects. Old roof needed repaired. If it didn't get repaired, I was bleep out of luck, as Nick Saban said on Saturday, because I wouldn't have been able to sell my home for the amount that I wanted. And then when I moved in my new house, I needed something big done because if not, my wife was going to kill me. And they did that for a great price. And so right now, metal roofs are what they're doing, and they are nearly indestructible. They're built to last. You don't make a payment for 2 years, which is incredible. And they're going to put in a 6-inch gutter upgrade as well. So to get this offer, you got to go to their website, weathersealhomeservices.com, and schedule a free estimate there. Don't delay. Call today. It's Weather Seal.
Hey, guys, it's Chris Muller. And most of the time when we set a goal for ourselves, there's usually a pretty clear path that we chart in the process. You say you want to take a trip overseas maybe. For me, it could be Scotland to go play golf. And so maybe you're reading reviews, you check up with friends who have done it before, you save some money, then you book the trip. And maybe you make a couple individual choices, but overall it's a pretty simple path, straightforward path to reach your goal. Now, if the goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, you might wonder, where's the clear path? You talk with people, you do the same thing you did for the trip, you try something out, and then it doesn't work. And then you're disappointed. We've all been there, right? It stinks. I think you should stop trying and do what I did. Start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success, and there's no disappointment, no guesswork, no trial and error, no medication side effects. And I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it really was simple, which usually isn't what you expect when it comes to weight loss. Except, of course, with Awaken 180. Check it out right now online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Yo, Seminoles, some revenge tour you're putting on. You're really showing everybody how badly the committee jammed you last year. Nothing like spending the entire offseason whining and complaining, only to come out and get hammered twice in a row to start the year. I'm Jim Rome.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
The new John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
We're already seeing some outbound traffic on the parkways. Outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up to the county jail. Outbound Parkway East slows down around the bend at Bates. I'm Kyle Ronheiser.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira hot tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
There is a plethora of receivers, not only in the draft, but in free agency. You can look at that position in the top 3 rounds of the draft over the last 5 years, gives you an indication of the amount of talent and the readiness of that talent in recent years. And so we were really comfortable with it and not overly concerned about it, to be quite honest with you. We're really excited about Roman Wilson we got in the 3rd round, for example. We've always done a nice job of acquiring receiver talent and not necessarily in the 1st round, and I just think that speaks to the depth and readiness of the position.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over a half-century. Tomlin saying that, no, it was not a matter of there not being quality wide receivers out there. We could have picked another one up in the draft. We like Roman Wilson. We could have drafted one earlier. We could have signed a bigger name one in free agency. We could have, I guess, made a trade for one. We just like what we have so much. We didn't do any of those things. That's like saying, I put my dating profile on Blumber or whatever. What's it called? Blumberler? What's the website where you put your dating profile out there and women find you?
What, Bumble?
Yeah. I called it something else. Bumble.
Tinder, Hinge.
That's like going on one of those sites, putting your dating profile out there while you still have a girlfriend, getting no bites on your profile, and then going back to your girlfriend and saying, I loved you all along. I never was interested in dating anybody else. Yes, you were. You tried very hard to pursue big-name wide receivers, and you struck out. So now you're trying to hoodwink us into thinking that what you have is good enough. I don't know, guys. I don't want to sound negative with the season starting on Sunday. Crazy things can happen in pro football. The Rams won a Super Bowl with a guy that had been stocking shelves at a convenience store 2 years before that and was playing in the Arena League the year before that. So insane things have happened. But lately, it's been pretty chalky with the Chiefs winning the last 2 Super Bowls. The Ravens, unless Lamar Jackson is hurt, win a lot of games. The Bengals, unless Joe Burrow is hurt, win a lot of games. So that's what we got to bank on this year, is for some fluke injury like a Bernie Pollard on Tom Brady hit to give us a shot in the division and get us back into the playoffs. Another Aaron Rodgers fluke injury 4 plays into a season. I love this defense. The defense should win the Steelers games, but man, after all of the changes offensively, I thought when we moved out of the Matt Canada era, I would feel a lot better about where they were offensively, and especially after adding all of the pieces on the offensive line that they've added, whether it's in the draft or in free agency. 412-928-9370 is how you join the show. Here is, we got some good ones here. Let's go to Richard on the fan. Hello, Richard.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Richard.
I really enjoy the show.
Thank you.
And you've been hitting it right on the head here all morning about the Steelers.
It's actually been the afternoon since I've been on. We started at 2, Richard.
I'm sorry.
Are you out west? Are you in? We have a caller from Hawaii. His name's Kevin. Is that where you are?
I'm out west, but no, I'm west of Pittsburgh. Sorry about that.
You're okay.
Hey, anyway, and what you said about the receivers is so true. I agree with you about Tomlin there. But, hey, regarding the offensive line, I want to get your opinion on something and your ideas,
Sure.
Okay? First, I want to say that back when Roethlisberger was playing ball, and it was nothing new because he was rated the most hit and sack quarterback back in those days. In the last 3 years, he got banged up so bad, honestly, he retired. And their line wasn't that good then. And I agree with you that they should have been doing something sooner, and they procrastinated. So now my question is, and don't laugh too hard, who's out there? They were willing to spend $30 million for Ayuk. Why don't they spend half of that or $20 million and go get a Pro Bowl type player somewhere? Trent Williams would have been great. And he can mentor. He could play for 2 years, and he could mentor these guys. Because how often do you hear, and I have never heard, somebody right out of college 1 or 2 years be a Pro Bowler on the offensive line? It doesn't happen that often. And so they need help bad, and I agree. Their offensive line is the biggest thing to worry about. But all season, this year and last year, it looks like Tomlin never worried. And he's calling the shots, not Omar. Omar's writing the check. They need an offense so bad. And in conclusion, Chuck Noll had an old saying, a quarterback is only as good as his offensive line.
Thank you, Richard. Here is Vincent in enemy territory. He is stuck between Bengals and Browns fans in Columbus, Ohio, and he joins us on the fan. Hello, Vincent.
Hey, man. I'm cautiously optimistic about the season. I really do like our defense, and I know we always say that, but I'm honestly, the most thing I'm excited for is Russell Wilson, just because I do feel like he's been the most overhated quarterback the last 2 years, and I do think he's going to be hyper-motivated to do it. So that's kind of my optimism for the season.
I don't think motivation gets you very far, though, if you don't have the people around you to match that and get the most out of you. I don't think Russell Wilson is the type of quarterback, Vincent, who now makes every single player better because he is still a top 5 quarterback. He's more like an average quarterback, which is fine if you have a good play caller and you have weapons and you have an offensive line and you have a running game. And I don't think the Steelers have very many of those things. So I'm more cautious than I am optimistic. But I feel like you are an optimistic human being by nature. Is that fair?
Yeah, it really is. That's how I've always been with the Steelers. And honestly.
So are you saying 12-5 this year?
I'm not saying 12-5. I do think it's going to be kind of 10-7-ish again, because I do think like the back half of the schedule. I know we're making a big deal out of the divisional games, but I do think like head to head, it's not like we're going to lose all those games. I think we'll split with the Browns and the Bengals and the Ravens like we always do. So that's kind of my.
If a giant person walked up to you and said, "If you get this wrong, I'm going to kick you in the nuts as hard as I possibly can," who will be the better quarterback this year, Lamar Jackson or Russell Wilson? How would you answer that question?
It's going to be Lamar, but I still like what we do.
How about Joe Burrow or Russell Wilson?
It's the same thing.
How about Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson?
That one, I would give Russ a slight edge. I would give Russ a slight edge with Deshaun.
Okay. And so would Donnie. Wasn't that one of your points yesterday? You like Wilson more than Deshaun Watson?
I think it's about a coin flip, but I'm still waiting to be convinced if Watson ever returns to form. But the other two guys, it's easy. I know people want to jump all over the whole Jackson doesn't play well against the Steelers.
Yes, he doesn't.
But, I mean, the dude is a 2-time MVP.
But both things can be true. He can stink against the Steelers and be a great quarterback in the regular season against everybody else.
Yeah, he's only played against them about half the time, though, in his career. Now, some of that due to injury, some of that due to the Ravens being so good by the time the Steelers meet them at the end, he's not in.
Like last year. 412-928-9370. All right, so Vincent's calling for a 10-7 season. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Mulsey's off today. Coming up next, the return of Donnie's Tomlin tidbits, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ravens and Chiefs kick off the season Thursday night, 8:20 in KC. Steelers kick it off Sunday in Atlanta, a 1 p.m. kick. We will have pregame coverage on the Fan starting at 9 a.m. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Chris Muller here for the Bath Authority. And if your bathtub or your shower is looking really rough, it's outdated, or it's got broken tiles, maybe it's just mold and mildew taking over, call my friends at the Bath Authority. They really can help you out with the highest quality bathroom remodeling products and then a terrific, unbeatable customer experience. The tubs and showers at the Bath Authority have an exclusive high-tech polymer liner that makes those tubs resistant to mold and mildew, easy to clean, and makes sure that they last for decades. Every unit, too, is custom built. You get to choose the premium accents. You get to choose the accessories like the safety features, whatever those might be. And even better, all Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA. They can even be installed in as little as 1 day by certified factory technicians. Right now, they've got a great deal going. Free installation on your new bath or shower, plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. What are you waiting for? Call them today, 412-249-1140. Schedule your free in-home estimate today, or check out thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
It's an AL Central showdown. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Guardians and Royals face off tonight with the AL Central title still up for grabs in the final month. The BetQL model expecting fireworks and runs between these two rivals. BetQL is giving over 8 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, he's a talented guy. He's a quick and eager learner. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes twice. He's got a skill set that might allow him to contribute, particularly in some passing circumstances. He's an easy runner. He can cover people. We'll just continue to carve out a role for him, but make no mistake, we're excited about the prospects and his talent level.
Tomlin tidbits. Make clog gutter a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. Donnie's Tomlin tidbits. He finds a clip or two for Mike Tomlin after every weekly press conference and says, this is the thing that stood out to me. This is the thing that I want to discuss. I don't think we heard Tomlin identify a player by name there, so I'm not really sure who we're about to talk about.
So that jumps to the defensive side of the ball. One of the rookies, a rookie that you have very high hopes for, Pony. You may even have a wager on him. Peyton Wilson, who Mike Tomlin says there could do a lot for us in the pass down situations. We have heard from various people that we've chatted with leading up to the season that due to his size and his speed, he could absolutely be a value. They put him out there in a pass down situation, and he ends up being one of the better cover inside linebackers that the Steelers have had in quite some time, something that they have needed. We have heard from a few people he may have some shortcomings against the run, but I will welcome that because we have seen so many guys in that position at off-ball linebackers struggle against the pass game and just they look like a fish out of water sometimes in those situations. I'm actually happy that in this case there is someone who can defend the pass from that position.
Yeah. The Steelers had teams throw the ball into the middle of the field against them more than any team in the NFL last year. These things are tracked. There's a stat for everything in the NFL. They quantify it all. Teams threw the ball in the middle of the field between the numbers against them more than the other 31 teams. That's not a coincidence because of their injuries in the middle. They had who started the Donnie? Who was out there for the playoff game? Eric Rowe at safety. I don't think he's in the NFL anymore. I kind of liked Eric Rowe, by the way.
So did I.
Eric Rowe. Who was the jabroni that they brought in from Atlanta?
Michael Walker.
Michael Walker, who spelled Michael weird.
Yeah, it was like M-Y-C-H-A-L.
Miles Jack, who stepped away
got him off the couch.
Who stepped away from running a minor league hockey team, came out of retirement, also went back to school to become a plumber. Dude had made $15 million in his career, and he was considering the plumbing trade. I don't knock the work ethic whatsoever, but you would not expect a man who's made that much money to want to get into the crap, if you will.
Yeah, no, you thought he'd be sitting pretty.
And then Landon Roberts played in that game.
Yes, which I do like Landon Roberts a lot.
So do I, but
he's not a pass
Exactly.
specialist.
The issue is that the Steelers linebackers, Queen is a man for all situations. Now you have a guy that can play the pass because of his speed, Wilson, and a guy that's great against the run as a thumper in Roberts. Our team's going to be able to attack. So if Roberts is out there, you throw the ball. If Wilson's out there, you run the ball. The Falcons do have the personnel to do that. When Roberts is out there, you throw the ball to Kyle Pitts, and when Wilson's out there, you give the ball to Bijan Robinson. Right? I mean, that's the way that you'd attack it from, I hate to get two X's in. I don't think that is. But yes, I am a Peyton Wilson lover. And I think other than Zach Frazier, Peyton Wilson will play more than any other rookie in this game. And I won't say, because I think Fautanu's got to get in there.
What about Beanie Bishop?
Soon. Well, did you hear Tomlin on that? Would you like a bonus?
Sure.
Can I throw in my own Tomlin tidbit? This is Tomlin on starting corner Beanie Bishop, undrafted rookie free agent. I'm putting starting in quotes because listen to this answer.
I don't know that he's done it yet. We have player elevation opportunities and things of that nature during the course of a work week that determines how we divide the labor up. Beanie's an exciting young guy. We'll watch him during the week along with some others, and we'll make decisions at the end of the week that's best suited for winning this game.
Okay, so to peel back the layer there and put that into terms that make sense to people, Mike Tomlin is saying with the way the practice squad rules work, it's possible that they would see how practices go. They shouldn't be using practices now to grade their own talent. They should be practicing to get ready for the game on Sunday, if you ask me. But Tomlin's making it sound like based on how they practice this week, Bishop could get either demoted to the practice squad, he could be left inactive, he could start and play. I mean, all kinds of things could happen. They do have slot corners that are on their practice squad. Point being, he's not even a slam dunk to play.
Which I think is wild. Like, when you go into the season, when your team is presumably at its healthiest, like sometimes we do see some funny business at the end of the year because, due to injuries, you're kind of working around that a bit. How often do we have a situation going into week one where there is a player that can either start on a defense that is the highest paid in football or just get benched completely and be placed on the practice squad? I can't think of many examples where that happens.
Again, I hate to do this. I want to take these remotes and smash myself in the head with them because again, is hearkening back to what I started the show with. There are things about this season that spook me and scare me as a fan, and it sounds like with their offensive line and at corner, they're still using practice to try to figure out who's going to play. Practices now with an opponent on Sunday should be about getting yourself ready to beat that team, right? I mean, this is not high school football. This is not trying to beat each other up to try to let the best man win. It's about preparing yourself to beat the team you're playing on Sunday. That's what training camp and the preseason was for, Donnie. We had months of competition.
Yeah, and it seems like he won. I mean, at least
almost by default, because the guy didn't play he didn't play until the fourth quarter of the preseason game against Detroit.
I also don't think it would be ridiculous if some of the other safeties maybe work themselves into a little bit of a rotation. Not Fitzpatrick, but KZ or Elliott. Like along with Bishop, just depending on what the package is out there.
You say that, but I think Fitzpatrick would be the guy that would do that best. But we saw what happened when he played out of position last year, and he had to come down and play against the run, and it took away the things he did best as a safety and a guy that was more of a ball hawk. One more tidbit. I know you get a kick out of this stuff. Tomlin getting ready for the Falcons and making some of their pedestrian players out to be world beaters.
They acquired Ray McLeod from San Fran. Ray has always been a dangerous return man and offensive gadget guy. I would imagine, they're drawing some things up for him in that regard. They got a rock-solid offensive line group. They block things well schematically in terms of getting hats on hats, but they're also just really talented.
The all-time example was when they were getting ready to play the Browns at the end of that season. When they were 0-15, weren't they?
Yes, that would have been a few years ago. He really does hit his
even
best.
then, he was talking them up like they couldn't take him lightly when they were the worst team maybe in football history.
Yeah, I mean, he makes every other team sound like the greatest show on turf. Like, other teams should be very appreciative of Mike Tomlin's efforts in doing so.
They're drawing things up for Ray McLeod down in Atlanta right now.
Ray McLeod did have one of the biggest catches of his career in Ben's final regular season game.
Yes, he did.
We can thank him for that. But I don't think I would categorize Ray McLeod as a dangerous return man that you can do a lot of different things with in your offense.
Yeah, the rebuttal there is, Mike, why didn't you find a way to do these things when you had Ray McLeod? Okay, good stuff. The tidbits are back. We have Greg Brown in 20 minutes. We still have this story that I meant to get to, Mike Florio on Steelers quarterbacks, and he's going to join us at 3:30 tomorrow. His weekly spot with us, something that has Steelers fans already in a tizzy. And the season hasn't even started, but it does on Sunday, and we can't wait for it, even though I don't feel good about things. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Mulsey's off playing golf. We have our fantasy football draft tonight, our league draft, so you better be done with on the course in time, or our work draft, our work league draft. Starkey's team. Does Crowley have a team?
Crowley and Callis.
Oh, what a tag team that is. Did you see at Bowser yesterday someone wrote on the blackboard there, Adam Crowley smells bad? That was there when I showed up there yesterday.
I mean, who would that have been? Like somebody that works there?
Well, Dorn was there to get a new car last week. Malsey was there with me last week.
There's a potential culprit in Doran.
Yep. All right. We're here until 6:45. That's when the leadoff show comes on the air. It's Pony and Miller.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Shorkey Mitsubishi. 2 convenient locations where you can always get the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you with Shorkey, and that's North Huntington and, of course, Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking for what I drive, a 7-passenger Outlander, maybe an Eclipse Cross, or even an Outlander Sport if you don't need that 7-passenger capability. You're not going to find a better deal than you do at Shorkey Mitsubishi, and you're not going to get treated better anywhere else than you will at Shorkey Mitsubishi. That's what they're all about. The absolute best deals for you and the absolute best customer service for you. Mitsubishi, by the way, they're bringing so much to the table. Peace of mind, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, all-wheel drive, styling. My Outlander always gets second looks from people when I'm driving down the street. There's always that little head turn, and you get so many features, all the bells and whistles too. So what are you waiting for? If it's time to find the Mitsu that fits you, there's two places to do it. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and Mitsu by the Mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, always online. ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Clear and cool tonight, low near 50. Tomorrow, a little warmer, high near 80 with lots of sunshine. Thursday, we're into the lower 80s with more sunshine, and showers hold off until late Friday night into the first half of Saturday. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit PittsburghFoodBank.org. That's PittsburghFoodBank.org.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time. 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up, Week 1 Pro Football Sunday. How about Chicago with its new rookie starting quarterback, a 4.5-point home favorite against Tennessee, total in the game 45.5. A lot of optimism heading into the season around Chicago with the number 1 overall pick in the draft at quarterback. If I'm betting this game, I'm only looking one way, and it's to the underdog, Tennessee. Tennessee's got a new offensive-minded head coach and a second-year quarterback, I believe, is on the ascent. And are we sure Chicago should be this big of a favorite? Chicago hasn't done anything to earn this. Give me Tennessee plus 4.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
You don't marry someone you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you're buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of a disabled vehicle on the southbound side of the Parkway North, just past Camp Horn Road. Right lane is closed, so expect some slight delays in that area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens back on the mound tonight. 7:40 first pitch at Wrigley for the Pirates and Cubs. Leadoff show here on The Fan at 6:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Miller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Kirk Cousins obviously is a catalyst for them. They went out and acquired a savvy veteran quarterback who has experience in this system. The system which he employed in Minnesota was really born out of that same LA Rams system that they're going to utilize in Atlanta, and that's what made him such an attractive acquisition for them.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. They've been at it for a half decade. Your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Greg Brown in about 7 minutes. Mulsey is off playing golf. He's got a big event today. Donnie's here with me. We're going until 6:45. We got a long one today, and no better time to sit down and chop it up than today, with it being the start of a Steelers week, the first football week of the year. That was Mike Tomlin on facing Kirk Cousins, who's going to play his first game since his Achilles injury on Sunday. Mike Florio, who joins us Wednesdays at 3:30, wrote over the weekend that the Steelers could get Dak Prescott after this year. And Crowley has said that for a while, too. And every time Adam brings it up, he gets crap from people. He gets a lot of pushback on it. But it doesn't become that far-fetched if some of these dominoes fall in a certain way. If Russell Wilson plays this year and can't make it work behind this offensive line with only one legitimate wide receiver and an iffy running game, if he gets benched at some point, and I actually think he will, I don't think he's going to play terribly, but I think at some point the Steelers are going to have a mediocre record. They're going to need some kind of boost or some kind of jolt, and I think Tomlin is going to turn to Fields. And then if Fields doesn't deliver, you're back to square one. And we all pretty much agree, even those that are way down on the Steelers this year. I mean, hate Tomlin with a passion, think the offense is going to suck, think both quarterbacks are bad, think that the team is up you-know-what creek, feeling like this team is just at a dead end, can't go anywhere. I think even those people don't think the Steelers are going to be a 4, 5, or 6-win team. They're going to win 7, 8 games. That's going to take you out of the running for the top quarterbacks. You'd have to trade up in the draft to get one, or you'd have to take the 3rd or 4th quarterback in the draft. And so once you get past, because the teams on, Florio made a list, the teams that are on the list of Dak Prescott destinations, Giants, Raiders, I mean, those two teams could be so god-awful this year. Why pay Dak Prescott $50 million a year when you can just draft Carson Beck or Shedeur Sanders or somebody like that and pay him $3 or $4 million a year and hope that you've got your quarterback question solved for 15 years instead of 5? The perfect team is a team that needs a quarterback that can't get high enough in the draft to pick one, like the Falcons the last few years. That's how they ended up with Kirk Cousins. So who are the teams that fit that bill? Maybe the Jets if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again or can't return to MVP form. The Saints, they never bottom out. They've been largely average to mediocre. Seattle, Geno Smith. Maybe the Rams, if Stafford completely goes belly up. The Steelers are going to have the cap space, and they're going to have a need. And Prescott's he can't get franchise tagged in Dallas. He had that negotiated into his contract. They'll have between now and when free agency opens in March, they don't have any funny rules like the Steelers have where you're not allowed to sign somebody once the season gets underway. I don't like to go to doomsday, apocalyptic scenarios before the season even starts, even though they tend to go over well with talk radio audiences where, freaking out and panicking and thinking that the sky is falling usually gets people buzzing and gets people wanting to call in and speak their mind. But it really is not that insane to think that the Steelers are going to need a quarterback again after this year. They jettisoned their entire quarterback room from last year. Trubisky's in Buffalo, Rudolph's in Tennessee, and Kenny's in Philly. So you can't say, well, that's not the Steelers' way. They're loyal or they're patient or any of those things anymore. Because this is when, you have it nice and easy when you've got Ben Roethlisberger from 2004 to 2021. You don't have to worry about crap like this. Now we're seeing how the other side lives. Now we are on the other side of the tracks, if you will. And Florio also thinks that Dak would pick the Steelers as a way of sticking it to the Cowboys. Go to the antithesis of the Cowboys. Go to a team that isn't about flashy moves and celebrity-driven culture and all that stuff and just selling tickets and getting ratings and is more about just meat and potatoes football. Pick them. But if you're Dak Prescott, it's the same thing I've wondered about with any free agent that picks the Steelers. They don't feel like they're that close. But you put a legitimate quarterback with this elite defense, I would feel like they can win. My issue is that Dak is one of these quarterbacks that drive you nuts because you look at the numbers at the end of the year, like last season, and you think, how can I possibly argue that he's not good? But then I watch the guy in big games, and now I remember why this dude is not someone who I want as my franchise quarterback because I don't believe in him in these moments. Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott, we could make a list of quarterbacks that put up big numbers that you don't trust in big games. We can make a top 10 list of guys who the stats are there, but when it comes to the biggest moments, the biggest games, you would not want them on your side. Phillip Rivers is one of those guys from that Ben draft. Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott are very, very similar. If you want 30 touchdowns a season, by all means. If you want to play into the second week or third week of January, go look somewhere else. We'll get back to what Tomlin said at his first press conference here in a little bit. Fan Hotline is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service. That's where we find Pirates broadcaster Greg Brown. Brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Greg, do you think it's fait accompli that Andrew McCutcheon's back next year?
Oh, man. I don't know, Andrew. I don't know. My guess is that it's likely he is, but, there are no guarantees. I think, he's sure talking like he wants to. And at this point, I'd be surprised if he were not back with the Pirates, but I don't think it's a slam dunk just yet.
What would keep it from happening?
Well, they have to, it wasn't a slam dunk last year. It took, well into the off season before they came to an agreement. So what would keep it from happening? I think a number of factors would come into play. Whether they'd have to come to terms on what the deal would be. Any number of factors. I think it's likely. Like I said, I'd be surprised if he doesn't. But I don't think there are any guarantees.
Well, I get that, but the big difference between last year and this year is he was coming off a pretty significant injury last year, and whenever that happens to someone in their mid to late 30s, you wonder what the guy has left. He's shown you this year that he can still hit, and he wants to be here.
True, but there's still 3 weeks left, or almost a month, I guess, of the season. So, knock on wood, he finishes strong and healthy. It was, I think, the end of August when he got hurt last year. He's coming off a knee injury, just off the IL.
Greg, may I make an inference here, if you don't mind, just from hearing you talk through this?
Sure.
It sounds to me, and you can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, just hearing your voice on this, may I infer that you think it's possible that organizationally they don't want a full-time DH, that they don't want somebody's name in the lineup there for 80% of the at-bats next season?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never asked them that directly, so I can't.
Because
I'm not inferring that. I don't know that.
Because honestly, that would be the only reason, in my opinion, why you don't do it. Because he checks every other box. You take the production from him at DH for the money you pay him every time. I don't see a drawback or negative to it.
I'll just play devil's advocate with you.
Please.
Again, not knowing anything at all, I'm just watching the games. What if McCutchen has such a good year, he decides that, I think he had a nice deal with the team this past year in terms of money and so on, but what if he decides to go out in the open market? And as you say, if he's that good a DH, what if there are other teams that start getting involved?
Then you outbid them
in the open market.
you pay more money for them would be my answer.
Okay, well, that's all part of. That's why I say it's not a slam dunk. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that would also require a change
of
heart.
Factors.
He would also have to have changed his opinion because, like last year, he didn't want to get traded at the deadline when the team was out of it. Like I think he wants to play here unless there's something about the organizational outlook or about his situation here that he just doesn't like anymore, which I have not heard that, by the way. I don't want
Nor have I. So I would, again, I don't want to come out and say, oh, he's coming back. It's a lock. I don't know that. I just don't. I would have liked for you to have said that. That would make me feel good about things. I'll be surprised if he's not back next year, but I'm not going to say it's a lock. I just think there are just too many factors, and you can all of them come into play. They'll settle that like they did last year. You're right. He finished up on the injured list. As of now, he's just coming off the injured list. Still have a month to go. See what happens. And then for certain, in my mind, he would like to come back. I would think the Pirates would want him back. But nothing is a lock. I just can't say it's a slam dunk that he's going to be back next year.
Along those lines, what do you think this team would have to do in September to make the people at the very top say, we are still confident and we are still convinced that what we're doing, not in our minor league levels, but what we're doing at the major league level is still on track for where we want to be in the end?
Well, that's why I think the last month is important. I think that they've got to, they finished 76 and 86 last year. It would be hard to imagine that they have a worse record by the end of the year. That's not convincing. I mean, they're able to, so far they've been able to say, hey, look at the progress we've made in terms of wins and losses. Look at the whole body of work. And so I think incrementally, if they finish off better than they did last year, then that's a positive sign. We've seen positive signs this year, month by month. We had a terrible August, a real solid June and July. I mean, they were on track to look like, heading toward postseason play, certainly meaningful games in September. That's why I think they've got to have a strong September to look back at the whole body of work and say, look, we've made positive strides.
Because in that situation that you're describing, even if it does turn out to be a good September, the owner would have to accept something that was below his expectations for the season. Because we've heard Bob say multiple times that he expected this team to compete for a playoff spot, Greg. So he'd have to find positives in a season that did not net the results that he expected at various points this year. Not just back in March, but what he said at the midpoint of the season as well.
Yeah, I think it would be a disappointment in his mind. Oh, I mean, I think everybody is disappointed that the team doesn't appear to be going to the postseason. No, let's face that. That's a fact, and the owner said as much, that he expects to compete for the postseason, and now it appears that they're not. So that's got to be a disappointment. But again, just like the McCutchen thing, I don't think anything is a slam dunk. I don't think we know what's going through his mind. But I think he'll assess, I would imagine, the whole organization after the season is completed, and you still have a month. That's why I think they feel like all these games are important for so many reasons. Just for the organizational standpoint, for individuals, that by the end of the year they look back on it and say, look, these are positive strides we're making. For the fans, you got to have I just think it's a very important thing that they have a strong September for everybody's sake.
How about for Skeens? How much do they have to show or convince him that this team is headed in the right direction?
That's a really good point. I thought about that. In fact, I just saw him about an hour ago heading out to the ballpark, and he is just dressed to the nines. I mean, like such a pro. It's a big lobby, this hotel. Yeah. People coming in and out. It was just after lunch, busy, but man, he turns heads. Just obviously he's a big presence, but just the suit that he's wearing, just such a pro. And I would agree with you there, Andrew. I think that he's going to have a lot to say. I believe that. I believe that they're going to turn to him, and whether he does it directly or whether they go to him individually or as an organization. He is their man. He is their horse, and it would make a lot of sense that he would have a say in direction. So when the season comes to an end, I'd be surprised if they don't kind of go to him and have him involved in the discussion. It would make all the sense in the world to me.
Well, we get our suits from the same place. So now I am very happy to hear that you are in awe.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes.
Darn, aren't you something? I know I've heard you say this before, Andrew. Congratulations on all your success.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that.
Man.
Enjoy what's left of your trip in Chicago, and we'll talk again next week.
With that mic drop, I say have a good day.
See ya. Greg Brown, everybody.
All right, man.
There you go. Did not back away from that last question, because when he was watching from the dugout as the Pirates frittered away that 7-run lead last week against Chicago, and we were on the air after that disaster, we were inundated with people who said, how is Paul Skeens going to wrap his mind around this Pirates misery? How is he going to handle it? How is he going to cope with all of it? Is he going to be long for Pittsburgh? And Greg said they should involve him in the process this offseason of what they're going to do. Speaking of off seasons, it's almost over for Steelers who need contracts. Cam Hayward talking about not getting a deal. You're going to hear that clip coming back and our reaction to it. It sounds like he's mad at us. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Quick timeout, and we're right back. First, a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates rally to beat the Cubs last night. 4 runs in the top of the 8th inning. Buccos win it 5-3. Jared Jones, 6 1/3, 6 hits, 3 earned, 4 strikeouts, and a walk. Bucks and Cubbies do it again tonight. At 7:40, Paul Skeens gets the ball for Pittsburgh. 6:45 is when our coverage begins, all brought to you by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVay. Kids are back in school. We got football this weekend. Temperatures have cooled down. Felt it last night. And summer is over. Are you ready for the change in season? Schedule your fall maintenance for your heating system. The experts at McVay can clean and check your heating system to make sure it's running smoothly and efficiently before cold weather truly gets here. So stay warm and worry-free this season. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcvay.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease Services. Call Galease.
Call Galease.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Looking at you, Clemson. Listen, it's one thing to lose to Georgia. Everybody does. But when you have the entire offseason to prepare for the best and deepest program in the country, your fans want to see something at least. Something more than one giant nothing burger. That's pretty much the way to sum up that Clemson performance. A giant nothing burger. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Duffy's in Pleasant Hills. Please enjoy responsibly.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Patchy clouds tonight, the low 50.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway North, just past the exit for Mount Nebo Road. Left lane is closed. We're seeing some delays in both directions. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Waken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
There's plenty of motivation in that. I've had to eat it and absorb it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I want to make your opinion wrong. And, I think I just look forward to playing good football. I understand this is a fragile game and you're not promised tomorrow, but I'm trying to maximize everything out of it. And, I'm going to approach it that way. I'm not going to run from it. Just going to run straight into it.
You feel it's disrespectful, though?
Yeah. But, that's their opinion. I can't try to make everybody happy. In my mind, I got more to do and more to play for.
It's September. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Speaking of Awaken 180, Mulsey off today. He's got a big golf event that he's in. Donnie is by my side, and that was Cam Hayward saying he does feel disrespected. He does feel slighted. Hey, I'd say this to Cam if he were in this room right now. You can be as mad as you want at people like me who have said, unless he's willing to pay for the same amount of money or less, I would not have given him a contract extension this offseason. He can be mad at fans who are online and will tweet back at him or will get in his mentions and say things like, you're washed up, your best is behind you, who hide behind their keyboards in their mom's basement. We call them trolls. You can be as mad at them as he wants to be.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
The people he should be the maddest at, though, the Steelers. The Steelers aren't holding an election where they're asking their fans to come in and vote like it's a referendum. Should we give Cam Hayward a contract extension, pull this lever for yes and this one for no? Internally, they've got their own scouting metrics. Mike Tomlin has the biggest say. Omar Khan is looking at comparables like you would do when you try to buy a house to figure out, okay, what should we pay him? What is he worth? And unless something changes between now and September 8th, he's going to go into this season as kind of a lame duck player in the last year of his contract. And I know that that hurts when you've given so much to an organization. He feels like he has sacrificed a lot. And he's right in many respects. He got injured in week 1 against San Fran last year. He rushed back, and he played, but he was not himself. Hayward last year had career lows in sack rate, hurry rate, pressure rate. He was just not as destructive as a quarterback menace as he had been in the years prior. So the injury, coupled with his age, it did transform him into more of a solid starter than a star player. He wants to get paid like a star, and he wants to get paid like a star in his mid to late 30s. There ain't many people who get that. You know, we're spoiled here because we've seen some of our Hall of Famers go out on top. Jerome Bettis won his Super Bowl in his last year. Ben Roethlisberger, even though the team got blown out in Kansas City in the wild card game, Ben got to prance around at the end of the Browns home game and do his thank yous and shake hands and give high fives and whatnot. And then the miracle the next week with the Baltimore game and then the Chargers-Raiders game that night. Like, Ben went out pretty much not on tippy top, but he had a nice send-off. And the difference, too, is, you know, definitely more so with Bettis than Ben, but those guys are ready to walk away from the game. Hayward is not. And Hayward is motivated by two things. He's motivated by getting into the Hall of Fame, and he's motivated by winning a Super Bowl. And I think he's close to the Hall of Fame. Here, he's pretty far away from winning a Super Bowl. But if you can't win a Super Bowl, the next best thing for an organization like this, I suppose, is to say that you played for this team for the duration of your career. That you played for a really long time, almost 20 years, and you did it strictly in black and gold. What has surprised is the wrong word, but what has stood out to me about this whole discussion about Hayward as we now reach the deadline with him, what I have been taken aback by with him is the sheer number of people we have heard from on this show who identify themselves as diehard Steelers fans, who are so willing to put business ahead of their personal feelings. Because usually, even though the name on the front of the jersey means more than the back, we get attached to these people. And if these people do right by us, we want the organization to do right by them. And I have heard very few people in the 6 months that we've talked about Hayward very little has been said on his behalf. I think this is why he's getting irritated and why he's annoyed by it. It just does not seem or feel like there's not a decent number of fans who think that he's getting screwed by the Steelers or not being treated properly. And I'm one of those people. I think they didn't ask him to take a pay cut. They're still paying not a premium anymore because the price of defensive linemen, the elite ones, has gone up so much. So if he is elite, he is underpaid. I feel like the organization is making the right call here. Unless he's willing to play for less and acknowledge that maybe the production is not going to be the same over the next couple of years, you see how this year goes. And it's like Joe Flacco in the Super Bowl with Baltimore. If Hayward balls out and plays like one of the 5 or 10 best defensive linemen in the NFL again this year, then hey, he proved he could come back from the groin injury. You don't give him a long-term deal. You give him short-term guaranteed money, and you let him ride off into the sunset. But in my opinion, and this is hard to say about a guy that is, 36 years old and has accomplished a lot and gone to a bunch of Pro Bowls and been an All-Pro, he does have something to prove this year. I don't think you reward him with a contract on the back end and not the front end. We had Thomas Dimitroff, the ex-Falcons GM, on the show Friday, and he said, when you work for Bill Belichick, one of the things you learn is you'd rather be early on a guy and get out on him too soon than have him stick around for too long. And I think lately the Steelers have probably been guilty of the letting people stick around too long thing. Donnie, is Hayward still your picture on Twitter? Is this still you and him? The last I checked, is it you two? No, it's not. Who is it?
The picture I use on Twitter?
Yeah, I thought your avatar was you and a football player.
Yeah, that's from that's one of the high school kids I interviewed at
Oh, okay.
Woody High a few weeks ago.
He's a monster. He's a big guy, unless I'm looking at the wrong picture.
The angle makes him look
huge.
Yeah, okay. Bigger than what he is. I mean, kid's probably like 6'1".
Do you think Hayward has a leg to stand on here?
I mean, I feel like we always say the same thing with Cam, and you just said it. Like, we love the dude as a person, but he does have to prove that he does have a little bit left in the tank here. Which I think he has some good football left in him. I don't think he has great football left in him. So it just kind of comes down to where you want to draw that line and how you eventually write up a contract where you think he's worth. I think there's good left. I don't think there's great left.
I think he's playing. I can't believe I'm going to say this because he's said differently. I think this is his last year in the NFL. I think this is. I don't think he's going to end up playing for another team. I think it's like Hines Ward or Troy Polamalu. I think that's maybe where their head was at the start, but I think in the end, he's going to play out this year. It's going to go good, not great. And he's going to look around and he's going to say at the end of the year, could I play for $10 or $11 million? Of course I could. But I value myself as a $20 million player. No one's willing to pay me that much, so I'm good. I'll go grow my media career and do more of the philanthropic stuff that I do. All right, Donnie's Debrief is next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and Cincinnati on Saturday at noon. We will have the game for you right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 9 a.m. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Shorkey Mitsubishi. 2 convenient locations where you can always get the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you with Shorkey, and that's North Huntington and, of course, Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking for what I drive, a 7-passenger Outlander, maybe an Eclipse Cross, or even an Outlander Sport if you don't need that 7-passenger capability. You're not going to find a better deal than you do at Shorkey Mitsubishi, and you're not going to get treated better anywhere else than you will at Shorkey Mitsubishi. That's what they're all about. The absolute best deals for you and the absolute best customer service for you. Mitsubishi, by the way, they're bringing so much to the table. Peace of mind, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, all-wheel drive, styling. My Outlander always gets second looks from people when I'm driving down the street. There's always that little head turn, and you get so many features, all the bells and whistles too. So what are you waiting for? If it's time to find the Mitsu that fits you, there's two places to do it. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and Mitsu by the Mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Always online. ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show, every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with Deals for School Days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Deals for Days means tons of discounts on all your favorite lunch items, snacks, and everyday essentials so your students can be ready to take on the day. Featured items will only be available at these amazing prices for a limited time. So don't miss out on Giant Eagle and Market District's Deals for Days for all the best back to school deals. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
La 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 la. La, 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
There are two things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking about in-season Donnie football debriefs. He doesn't have to try to search high and low in every nook and cranny for content. Now it comes right to his front door, and it's brought to you by the great people at Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Go check it out today. Have you been up there lately? We got to go.
Yeah, I went a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, we absolutely got to go up there.
Do they do a pulled pork sandwich?
I think they have one.
I'm into pulled pork right
Pretty
now.
robust menu up there.
You
Plus,
know what else?
They also have this thing for the football season now through all of September and maybe longer. It's called a Steel Tower. 100 ounces of Yingling and Icy Light.
What is it served in?
Just one of those towers.
Is it a glass? Is it a glass container?
I think it's one of those, like, super, super tall boys that you see.
And it's called the Tower.
The Steel Tower.
Have you had one of these yet?
No.
Have you heard of these, have you heard of like these, have you heard about these Borgs? Have you heard about the Borg?
I have no idea what
I didn't know what the
you're talking
Borg was until I went to West Virginia on Saturday.
The Borg?
Yes.
Like B-O-R-G?
Blackout drunk rage gallons. It's just like a giant 2-gallon plastic container like you'd get milk in. And these college students put the cheapest vodka they can find. And then maybe they mix in a Hawaiian punch, an orange juice, something like that.
So what, they make like their own personal jungle juice?
Yes, very similar. And they're just walking around with these Borgs.
Borg.
I went to a bar in Morgantown.
Listen, I'm all for that college creativity. You're working on a budget there.
I went to a bar in Morgantown with Amanda 10 years ago where you, for $5, you get a pitcher, but it was not a pitcher of beer. It was a mixed drink in the pitchers that beer comes in. So you would get for $5 a personal pitcher of rum and Coke. And people were just walking around.
I feel like I may have been to this same place.
With a straw in a pitcher of gin and tonic or rum and Coke or whatever, vodka cranberry. You know, your typical menu of college cocktails. People aren't going too willy-nilly.
Do you remember the name and just not saying it? Is it the place that's like down in like a basement?
It might be. It might be. But I mean,
because it does sound familiar to me.
Well, I don't know if it was one place that specialized in that or if that was a whole West Virginia move where all the college bars offered these pitchers of mixed drinks. If they did, that's pretty neat.
I know I went to a place where that happened, and it was more of like a basement type
Did
setting.
you take advantage of it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we just had like, we always had a guy from Waynesburg who, like, if we would make these little short voyages down to Morgantown, he was the guy who never drank.
And he
would just drive us back.
Would you take the pitcher and then a glass and just pour the drink?
No, I think we just did straight out of the pitcher.
You just drink right out of the pitcher too, yeah. Because I wanted to get a cup for the pitcher, and I was told people are going to make fun of you if you do that.
Yeah, no, we did not do that. I can't remember what the place is actually called, but I know I've been there.
What do you got for the debrief?
The debrief, September 3, 2024. Speaking of players who may be into their final seasons, like you think with Cam Hayward, I think that Super Bowl or not, I think this is it for Travis Kelce. And I think he will go down as one of the great tight ends to ever play the game. A few years after, he will be enshrined into the Hall of Fame. Maybe even the same year as his brother if one of them waits a year. But it does give me a little bit of maybe not quite Last Dance vibes, because I don't think Mahomes is done anytime soon. That would be truly shocking. But where Travis Kelce is in his life right now, I think they're going for one more shot. They're trying to make history. They're trying to win back-to-back-to-back Super Bowls, a true dynasty in a league where we don't see it all that often. And I think with the female in his life, the podcast with his brother,
the movies,
all of the other things and opportunities that he has outside of football, I think no matter what happens this year, this is it. They're giving it one more crack to win it all one more time. If they do, great. He drives off into the sunset as a champion. If they don't, it's, hey, we accomplished a whole lot here. We won multiple Super Bowls. We won 3. We won back-to-back. Didn't get it done in this final year. My legacy is stamped. I'm one of the greatest playoff receivers, let alone tight ends. He's one of the greatest playoff pass catchers of all time. One of the greats in his position of all time. I don't need to sacrifice the body anymore. I can chat it up with my brother. If I wanted to, I think any network would give him a job.
Yep.
And he's got maybe the most famous woman on the planet as his significant other.
And you think if they win, he's gone?
I think
three-time champ, not three-time, 4-time champ with 3 in a row, and he rides off into the sunset. If they lose, even if it's in heartbreaking fashion, he's still good because of all the life success he's having.
Yeah, I think
right
this
now
is his final season, no matter what. It's like they're going to go for the three-peat. If they don't get it, hey, you know what? I still won 3 championships, won 2 in a row. I got a lot of other stuff I can be doing.
I'm going to one-up you, I think, on this one. I think Jason Kelce is going to come out of retirement this year. I think Jason Kelce at some point is going to return to the Eagles mid-season, and he's going to latch on with them and go back into their starting lineup because they're having a really good year and he's willing to play again. Because I think you're right about Travis Kelce, and I think they want to go into the Hall of Fame together.
I still think there could be a chance of that.
No, they're not going to make Jason wait. There's no way. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, unless the class he goes in with is so unbelievably loaded. And we know that that Brady's not in the same class as him. There weren't a slew of Hall of Famers who retired at the end of last year. I think they want that moment together, Don. I think they want that Hall of Fame night to be a celebration of 2 brothers going in together.
Yeah, and you're probably right just because with Jason, even though, I mean, and I love the guy. I think he is one of the greats at his position. We have seen linemen have a whole lot of difficulty in the past of getting in on the first ballot.
But his personality gets him over the top.
Yes, like he's very outgoing. He's now into the media. That will absolutely score him points. Do I think he's a better offensive lineman than Alan Faneca? Hell no.
How about Pouncey?
I do think he has the edge over Pouncey. Plus, with Kelce, the way that he carried it to the end and at an older age also helps him. Whereas, like, we did see Pouncey start to lose it. I mean, PFF, love him or hate him, they thought Pouncey was just like ass the last year or 2 of his career. Whether or not you agree, he also retired very young. Whereas Jason Kelce carried a very high ability of play into his mid-30s? Like,
yeah.
We didn't see him deteriorate at the position.
I don't see Jason Kelce going the Pouncey route where we see him on ESPN in 3 years and he weighs $180. I think he loves that he's the kind of lumberjack built guy that's made for flannels type guy.
But we have heard with some of those guys, maybe he doesn't quite cut himself in half the way we've seen Pouncey and Faneca, speaking of him. Like, he won't completely cut himself in half or by a third, where he goes from 300-plus pounds down to, 180. I do know, though, that we have heard from so many former NFL big men that it's almost difficult for them to keep that weight on once they retire because they've had to work at it for so long. Just going back to, a normal diet almost automatically cuts them down. I haven't looked, though, to see if he has lost a chunk yet or not. We will see, as early as this Monday?
Well, wasn't he on already for some of the preseason games?
He was.
He still looked like a. He still looked like he was built like a rhinoceros the last time I saw him. All right, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Thanks for the debrief, Donnie. Low of 53 degrees. Coming up, Mike Tomlin addressed the media. It's a Tomlin Tuesday for the first time all year. And he got into expectations going into his 18th season. I will tell you exactly how I feel about Tomlin, and I will put it in this context. I have ranked the coaches in the NFL who I think are better than him. And I've got 10 on this list ahead of him. I don't think he's a top 10 coach. I'll name the guys who I think are better when we come back. Get your thoughts, too, on where you come down on Tomlin going into this season. 412-928-9370, what he has to do for it to constitute a good season. How about that? How about Mike's Beer Bar? I love Mike. I saw Mike Saturday down in Morgantown. What a salt-of-the-earth guy. And his bar, Mike's Beer Bar, is a great place. You got a fantasy draft tonight or tomorrow. Tell your buddies to go over to Mike's. You want to watch the football game Thursday, Kansas City and Baltimore, get over to Mike's. You want to watch Skeens pitch tonight with your friends, get over to Mike's. 80 rotating taps, a great local craft beer. You're looking for the best fall beers out there, the pumpkin beers. They're all at Mike's, the best ones in town. Meet me at Mike's today, right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Kirkin Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
When you bet this baseball season, you're not just watching the game. You're in it with the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth.
Your money line is on the line. With a drive to left field, the runner goes home. That's your money line, and you called it from the top of the first. It's raining popcorn and sunflower seeds. This baseball season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Are you struggling with pain in your feet, ankles, knees, hips, or lower back? At the Good Feet store, we recommend having high-quality support in your shoes. Our personalized arch support system has helped countless people find relief, like Karen.
After I decided my pain was too much, and my doctor actually suggested that I do visit the Good Feet store. Pretty amazing when they put the arch supports in your shoe and you walk around and you realize there's not pain and you think, how can this arch support in my shoe make my back pain go away? But it works. And how can it make my knee pain go away? It was incredible.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Everything is new at Club Erotica. Park in the newly paved lot, watch the game on the new big screens in a new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes every Sunday.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zang really here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
But instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. Mike, who lost 40 pounds with Awaken 180, was in the same position I was in, you were most likely in. Confused.
I spent so much money on personal trainers in the last 10 years. Didn't have a lot of discretionary income left, so I tried to listen to everybody else. What do you eat? You know, everyone said, eat healthy. Define eating healthy. Cut out sugar. Tell me what foods don't have sugar. So their process to me was an education. That was really the eye-opening thing to me is I had 10 choices of food in front of me every day. You know, when I was on the run in sales, I was making 8 bad choices. I wasn't eating the 2 good ones. And I loved the 2 good ones. I just didn't know they were good. So I made bad choices every single day. In the program, on Awaken 180, really changed my mind, opened my eyes up to, it was a true education on food, what to eat, what not to eat, and it's been fantastic.
Knowing what to eat, the ability to navigate nutrition labels, a proven clear path for weight loss, exactly what you will receive with Awaken 180. Leave confusion at the door and do what we did. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway North, just past Mount Nebo Road. Left lane is closed. That's causing a slight delay on the inbound side, and the outbound side is backed up from McKnight Road through Camp Horn Road. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Alpine Pool's once-a-year spa truckload sale, featuring Artesian Spas, Mira Hot Tubs, and Bullfrog Spas and Swim Spas, all with free normal local delivery. New 6-person hot tub starting at only $54.99. Now through Sunday, September 8th at Alpine Pools.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we have breaking news. Cam Hayward, according to Jeremy Fowler, has signed a contract extension. It's a 3-year, $45 million deal. We will get into the details next. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's my goal, yeah. Not everybody thinks like that, and we'll see what happens. You know, I want to be here. A lot of football to be played this season and then, you know, a couple seasons, but I can only focus on what's in front of me.
What's in front of Cam Hayward is a new deal. Thanks for finding us today. Malsey's off, playing golf. He'll be back tomorrow, and it will settle in for a full football season. 15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. I am 0 for 1 on predictions this year. I said less than a half hour ago that I thought Cam Hayward would be done after this season. I was bamboozled by what he said this week about his future and sounding very defeated on his contract. And Jeff Hathorne, who is a fellow Ohio State alum, just like Hayward, OHIO, talked to Hayward last week, and Cam told him no movement on the contract front. Well, deadlines spur actions. Isn't that what they always say? Details from Fowler. Good job by Jeremy. He is a Adam Schefter in training over at ESPN. Here's what's being reported on this deal. It's a 3-year deal, but that's not a 3-year extension. It's a 3-year deal that includes the season that starts in 5 days. And then you have $29 million in new money that is added to that. So that would mean maybe $16 million this year, $15 million next year, and then $14 million the year after that, which gets you to $45 million. Hayward, this is from Fowler, had $16 million on his previous deal. His signing bonus is nearly $15 million. So What I want to know, this says that there's $16 million fully guaranteed. That's what he's owed for this year. If there's only $16 million guaranteed, then it looks like the Steelers